Chapter 1378. Tell her that she has me. Around an hour later, Yang Yi had led them to the teleportation formation that led to Stellar City. Suddenly, a distant expanse of space rippled, causing their expressions to change slightly. Obviously, that semi-deity was about to attack. However, a pair of wings suddenly appeared behind Yang Yi, and then he vanished on the spot. The others hadn't even recovered from their shock when a ray of light from a sword appeared over 10,000 kilometers away. OM! A sword howl suddenly resounded from deep within space, and then, AH! A shrill and miserable cry came from there. At the same time, that area had suddenly turned pitch black to the point even the stars there couldn't be seen. It was a black hole in space. Around a breath of time later, the pitch black hole was suddenly repaired, and space returned to normal. Meanwhile, Fensangyan and the others saw a ray of light, and it dispersed to reveal Yang Yi's figure. His countenance was slightly pale. Fensangyan asked, "He's dead?" Yang Yi nodded. Yang Yi had wanted to kill the fellow from the beginning. However, that fellow was too far away, so Yang Yi didn't dare take any chances. Yet now, he was very close to that expert. Even if someone attacked the Void Cloud Shuttle, he would still be able to return within a breath of time. Meanwhile, Xiao Billy suddenly asked, "Why hasn't the Alliance of Guardians sent any deities?" A wisp of bewilderment flashed through Yang Yi's eyes as well, because he wanted to know the answer too. They clearly knew that semi-deities weren't capable of resisting him, yet they still didn't send deities. That didn't make sense. Their deities are mostly at clouds of heaven stellar region. Meanwhile, Fensangyan spoke in a low voice. "If I'm not wrong, there's only one deity left in Skyriver stellar region to protect their headquarters. So, he would definitely not dare to go anywhere. Because if he's gone, Skyriver stellar region would definitely suffer severe losses if other stellar regions launched a surprise attack. So that's why." Yang Yi clenched his fists slowly. Since their deities were at clouds of heaven stellar region, Yang Yi could imagine the pressure that lady faced. Fensangyan gazed at Yang Yi. Earlier, had felt that even if Yang Yi went to clouds of heaven stellar region, it wouldn't change a thing. Yet now, he felt that Yang Yi might be quite useful. Yang Yi remained silent. Should I go to Lady, or stay here to help the Nether Pavilion? Both were quite urgent. Meanwhile, Fensangyan spoke abruptly. "If you can't head to clouds of heaven stellar region for now, then I have an idea." Yang Yi said, "Go on." Fensangyan said, "Actually, it isn't that urgent over there. Based on our strength, it shouldn't be a problem for us to persist for around a year, because we've only lost 2 deities. However, the young miss will definitely have to endure a huge amount of pressure. So, if you're able to send 2 deities to help her, then the pressure she experienced would definitely reduce tremendously." Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. "I don't have anyone at the deity realm." Fensangyan replied, "You can hire them." Yang Yi frowned. "Hire?" Fensangyan nodded. "There's a stellar region called the Mercenary Stellar Region. There's only a single power there, and so long as you can afford the divine crystals, you can hire deities to help you. However, it's very expensive. It costs 10,000 divine crystals to hire a deity for a day. Moreover, they will leave if they encounter danger that they can't overcome. 10,000 divine crystals per day." Yang Yi's eyelids twitched. "That's absolutely expensive." Yang Yi remained silent for a moment and replied, "Why hasn't Celestial Demon Stellar Region hired them to deal with clouds of heaven stellar region?" Fensangyan shook his head and said, "They naturally want to, but the Mercenary Stellar Region won't help them, because their stellar regions collided once in the past. If they weren't absolutely weaker to the Celestial Demon Stellar Region, the Mercenary Stellar Region might have even allied itself with us to crush them. But at this moment, we're too weak when compared to the Celestial Demon Stellar Region. So no power is willing to help us, and the Mercenary Stellar Region naturally wouldn't as well. Because if they come, the price they pay and the gains they receive wouldn't be proportional. So that's why." Yang Yi nodded. At this moment, clouds of heaven stellar region was much weaker, so it was bound to lose. Under such circumstances, other powers would naturally not lend it a hand. How strong is the Celestial Demon Stellar Region? Yang Yi naturally didn't waste time on this question. As far as he was concerned, no matter how strong it was, he would still head to clouds of heaven stellar region. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and said, "Head to Stellar City and go to Lu Yun. Tell her to give you 50,000 divine crystals to hire 5 deities. Besides that, you don't have to stay in Stellar City. Take everyone at the Emperor Realm and above to the clouds of Heaven Stellar region." Fen Songyan nodded. After all, those experts would be extremely helpful to the clouds of Heaven Stellar region. Yang Yi gazed at Xiao Bieli and said, "Dean Xiao, once you arrive at Stellar City, try to work together with Yi Luyun. She's someone you can trust." Xiao Bieli nodded. "All right, I will. Be careful." Yang Yi nodded slightly, and then he gazed at Fen Songyan. "Go now?" Fen Songyan didn't waste his breath and was about to lead them away. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly added, "Tell her not to worry and don't feel too pressured. She has me now." Fen Songyan glanced at Yang Yi. Even though he still felt that Yang Yi was quite arrogant, he didn't say anything. He just nodded and led the others into the teleportation formation. It didn't take long for them to be enveloped by starlight and vanish within the passageway. A short while later, Yang Yi was just about to leave when the teleportation formation trembled violently, and then a man walked out from within it. The man wasn't very old and seemed to be younger than 30. He wore a linen robe, had his hands behind his back, and a trace of bewilderment could be seen in his eyes. There was a saber that was around 1 m long hanging from his waist. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, and there was a trace of solemnness and vigilance in his eyes. Because he couldn't see through the man's cultivation, the man glanced at the surroundings. In the end, his gaze descended onto Yang Yi. "I haven't been back for a very long time and have forgotten the way. How do I get to the radiant dimension?" Yang Yi glanced at him and then pointed to the right. That was the way to the radiant dimension. The man nodded slightly and twisted his wrist, causing the space around him to warp slightly. But it didn't take long for the space there to return to normal, and then he said, "Yang Yi is at the radiant dimension, right?" Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. "You're looking for Yang Yi?" The man nodded. "Someone asked me to take his head." "Right. I've been asked to take the heads of those women from the Nether Pavilion as well." "So that's why you're here." Yang Yi nodded. "Yang Yi just left." "Right, he went that way." Yang Yi pointed towards a different direction. "That way?" The man frowned and looked in that direction. Suddenly, Yang Yi drew his sword and swung it. Chapter 1379, Destroying Everything. Yang Yi naturally didn't know who that was, nor did he want to know who the man was. Moreover, he had no intention of finding out why that fellow wanted to kill him and the others from the Nether Pavilion. All he knew was that the man was here to kill him. Since he was here to kill him, Yang Yi naturally intended to seize the advantage of surprise he had and strike his opponent. It wasn't the true form of Heaven Rend. He had just executed it once, so his profound energy and physical strength hadn't recovered completely yet. Thus, he naturally didn't dare to rashly execute the true form of Heaven Rend again. Because of that, Head used Heaven's gravestone to execute Heaven Rend now. The man was very close to Yang Yi. Besides that, Yang Yi had launched a surprise attack and had been distracted by Yang Yi, so he only reacted when Yang Yi's attack was above his head. Bang! A ray of light surged out explosively from within him, and then Heaven's gravestone shook violently in Yang Yi's grasp while the man was pushed over 300 m away. The man had an extremely gloomy expression on his face as he stood there. There was a bloody mark that stretched for almost 10 centimeters on his forehead. If Head been just a little slower, then it would have been his head that had been cut open. Rebirth rank sword intent. The man stared fixedly at Yang Yi. "You're Yang Yi." Yang Yi didn't waste his breath on the man. At the exact same moment that the man spoke, Yang Yi had stomped his right foot down and shot forward. Once he arrived 6 m away from the man, profound energy surged madly into the ancient sheath before he drew his sword and swung it at the man. He wasn't curious about why the man had been able to recognize that his sword intent was rebirth rank sword intent, because the ray of light that the man emanated was at the rebirth rank as well. A wisp of ferocity flashed through the man's eyes when he saw Yang Yi attack without saying a single thing. So, he didn't waste his breath anymore. He grabbed his saber with his right hand, and then he swung it at Yang Yi. Had chosen to go head-on against Yang Yi. A cold smile curled up on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth when he saw the man choose to go head-on against him. His current physical strength wasn't just sufficient for close-quarter combat with humans, he wouldn't even have a problem fighting demon beasts. Clang! The sword and saber had just collided when both shook violently, and then the man was blasted over 1 kilometer away. Yang Yi naturally wouldn't just stop attacking. The wings behind him flapped, and he transformed into a ray of light that shot towards the man at a speed that wasn't visible to the eye. The corners of the man's eyes twitched slightly when he saw Yang Yi vanish on the spot. Yang Yi's speed had far surpassed his imagination. The man's reaction wasn't slow at all. He grabbed the hilt of his saber with his right hand, tapped his left foot down, and then relied on the counterforce to transform into a spinning ray of light that surged towards Yang Yi. Everywhere he passed, even space was actually minced up in a spiral pattern. Just like that, both of them slammed against each other once more. Bang! As soon as they came into contact with each other, the space around them shook violently and cracked open. After that, they were blasted flying, and they simultaneously stopped after flying around 300 m away. However, the space around them shook violently again once they stopped themselves. It was the remaining force after they resisted most of it and stopped themselves. They exchanged glances in midair, and there was a wisp of solemnness in their eyes. Yang Yi had never underestimated the man before him. So Head used his full strength from the very beginning. But the man's strength was much more formidable than Head imagined, especially that last attack. If he didn't possess a very strong body, he would have definitely suffered heavy injuries from the collision. The spiral attack was extremely powerful, and the strength it contained was actually on par with his physical strength. The man stared fixedly at Yang Yi and said, "No wonder your head was worth such a high price. Your strength isn't inferior to those monstrous geniuses of the Nether Pavilion. You." The man's voice stopped abruptly when he spoke up to this point because Yang Yi had vanished on the spot. At the same time, a ray of light tore through space and stabbed at him. Yang Yi had never been fond of wasting his breath on his opponents in battle. It was a battle that decided life and death. What was the point of talking so much? He felt it was meaningless and utterly pointless. After all, it was just a waste of time. The only meaningful thing was who lived in the end. The man's face turned ferocious when he saw Yang Yi act so domineeringly. He stopped wasting his breath and just swung his saber in Yang Yi's direction. Hiss! A spiral strand of saber energy shot forward, and it minced apart the space before it. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, and he didn't dare to look straight at the spiral saber energy. He just immediately sheathed Heaven's gravestone into the ancient sheath, drew it swiftly, and swung it forward. Bang! The spiral saber energy was slashed into bits, and Yang Yi's figure didn't slow down at all as he transformed into a ray of light that instantly arrived before the man. After that, he sheathed his sword and drew it again. The man's eyes narrowed slightly. He moved his right leg slightly backwards while taking his saber in both hands, and then he swiftly flicked his sword upwards when Yang Yi was just over 10 centimeters away from him. Clang! As soon as the sword and saber touched, the space around them rippled violently while the man crashed swiftly towards the ground. Yang Yi didn't stop and sped up instead, causing his sword to press against the man's saber. Both of them crashed rapidly towards the ground, and the man's saber had started to crack from the pressure exerted upon it from Yang Yi's sword. The man stared fixedly at Yang Yi. At this moment, he was being pressed down by Yang Yi's strength, and he couldn't extricate himself at all. Moreover, his saber was covered in cracks from the pressure exerted upon it. Obviously, it wouldn't take long for his saber to be blasted into pieces, and that would be the moment he lost his life. A wisp of resolve flashed through the man's eyes when he thought up to this point. He suddenly dispersed his strength and moved his body slightly to the side. At the instant the man dispersed his strength, his saber was instantly shattered by Yang Yi's sword, and the sword continued downwards. However, because the man had moved slightly to the side, Yang Yi's sword didn't slash through the man's head, but just slashed through the man's left shoulder. Hiss! His entire arm flew up into the air while accompanied by a strand of blood. Meanwhile, the man instantly imitated the shape of a saber with his right palm and chopped it against Yang Yi's stomach. Hiss! A strand of saber energy shot straight into Yang Yi's stomach. In an instant, Both of them stopped moving. At this moment, they were already around 1 kilometer away from each other. There was a saber injury on Yang Ye's stomach. Blood was flowing from it, but the amount of blood was gradually reducing. Meanwhile, the man's left arm was gone. Blood was flowing from it as well, but the amount was increasing steadily. Yang Yi glanced at his stomach. Needless to say, he really admired the man's strength and resolve. After all, the man had made such a decision under those circumstances and within a while. Such mental strength and courage were absolutely extraordinary. Obviously, the man was definitely someone who'd experienced countless battles. A moment of silence ensued. Right when Yang Yi was about to attack again, the man clenched his right hand, and an energy saber appeared in his grasp. After that, his right foot scraped against the expanse of space beneath him and moved a few dozen centimeters back. And then he grabbed the energy saber with both hands and swung it at Yang Yi from afar. Void Spirit Slash. As soon as he spoke, he instantly appeared before Yang Yi, while holding the energy saber in his grasp. Yang Yi instantly revealed a solemn expression on his face, because the man's body was still far away. It wasn't a body that had arrived before him, nor was it a soul body. It was an energy body. It was an energy body that the man had formed. While it was an energy body, the strength it possessed was extremely terrifying. As soon as it arrived before Yang Yi, the terrifying energy it emanated pushed Yang Yi around 10 steps back. It was a saber technique that surpassed the void rank. Yang Yi didn't dare act carelessly. He sheathed Heaven's gravestone, and then swiftly drew it and swung it forward. Bang! A loud explosion resounded through the starry sky. Boom! Another muffled explosion resounded as Yang Yi's figure was pushed over 100 m back. Yang Yi glanced at his sword, and he noticed that it had dimmed down quite a bit. Slash! Suddenly, the man's voice resounded again, and then the energy body transformed into a ray of light that appeared in front of Yang Yi. Moreover, there were 6 other energy bodies behind it. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't choose to draw his sword this time, and he closed his eyes instead. After that, a wave of mysterious energy appeared here. The sword domain. As soon as the sword domain appeared, Yang Yi could clearly sense every single detail of those energy bodies. After that, he gently stabbed Heaven's gravestone forward, and it was exactly such a gentle stab that caused an energy body to shatter in front of him. After that, he stabbed again. A strange scene appeared here. Every single stab Yang Yi executed would make an energy body vanish. At this moment, the energy bodies were like bubbles that were stabbed open with ease. In just a few breaths of time, all the energy bodies had vanished. The man had quite an unsightly expression on his face, destroying all techniques with a swing of the sword. Yang Yi glanced at his sword, and then a smile curled up on the corners of his mouth. He hadn't utilized this ability earlier because the man's saber energy was very swift, and it was swift to the point he didn't even have the time to look for its flaws. But once he utilized the sword domain, he was able to sense every single detail and movement of the energy bodies once they were enveloped by the sword domain. The sword domain and the enlightened sword heart were a perfect combination. Unless his enemy's speed was at Jian Su or Blind Maiden's level, otherwise he would crush his opponent's attacks with ease. Yang Yi didn't waste his breath and just vanished on the spot. He was before the man when his figure appeared again. Bang! A muffled explosion resounded as the man was blasted around 1 kilometer away, and there was a wisp of scarlet red on the corner of his mouth. Right when Yang Yi was about to continue, a voice suddenly came from the teleportation formation in the distance. The dignified tuned ranked expert on the martial rankings, Su Daoming, is actually being beaten up. How pitiful. As soon as the voice finished resounding, a man in a luxurious robe walked out from the teleportation formation. The man wasn't alone. There was a woman in a green dress and a short man with him. Besides that, there was a petite woman riding a wolf-shaped beast behind them. All 4 of them were voiders. If the man, Su Daoming, was included, then there were 5 voiders here. Yang Yi would naturally not fear ordinary voiders, but the problem was, were they normal voiders? Every single one of them felt dangerous to him, and they were even more dangerous than Su Daoming. All of their gazes had descended onto Yang Yi. Yang Yi pondered deeply for an instant. and then he suddenly looked up towards the area behind them and spoke with astonishment while terror filled his eyes. "What's that?" All four of them subconsciously turned around and looked behind. Meanwhile, Yang Yi had swiftly drawn his sword and swung it. Chapter 1380 the First. Chapter 1380 the First. Yang Yi turned around and fled once he executed the attack. Yang Yi was very well aware of the situation he was in. There were 5 in front of him, and he was utterly incapable of defeating them. Of course, it would be possible if he utilized the true form of Heavenrind or executed the true form of the Stellar Ward technique. In that way, he might be able to fight them. However, the true form of Heavenrind exhausted an extremely large amount of profound energy. Moreover, not only did it exhaust his profound energy, it exhausted his physical strength as well. As for the Stellar Ward technique, it was a trump card that he didn't want to expose here. So, he'd decisively chosen to flee. Was it embarrassing? Yang Yi would naturally not consider it embarrassing. He could clearly differentiate between when he should risk his life and when he should flee. If he were to risk his life now, it would cripple him, and it was completely meaningless as well. He would have helped once he retreated to the Radiant Dimension. These fellows were here to look for trouble with him, or the Nether Pavilion. So, he was tied together with the Nether Pavilion. So long as he returned to the Radiant Dimension, the Nether Pavilion's forces would naturally not stand by idly. Yang Yi didn't dare act careless. Once he launched that attack, he'd immediately raised his speed to its limits. After all, he didn't want to get stopped and surrounded by them. However, Yang Yi hadn't even been able to flee for 3 kilometers when he stopped because a beast had appeared before him. The beast was shaped like a wolf. It wasn't very large. It was just around 5 m long and 3 m tall. However, it seemed very strong and filled with explosive strength. Its claws were quite long and over 100 centimeters long. Moreover, every single one of them was sharp like a blade. One could feel how sharp they were by just looking at them. There was a woman seated on its back. She didn't seem old and had a petite body that was completely not proportional to the beast beneath her. She was holding a dark red whip. Yang Yi had a solemn expression on his face because the pair before him was too swift. He'd raised his speed to its limits earlier, and coupled with the wings on his back, he was so swift that even semi-deities couldn't catch up to him quickly. However, the woman and her beast had obstructed his path in just an instant. In other words, their speed far surpassed his own. Such tricks. Meanwhile, a voice came from behind Yang Yi. Yang Yi turned towards the source of the voice, and he noticed that it was the man in a luxurious robe. The man didn't seem very old. He was handsome, possessed an extraordinary bearing, and emanated a faint glow. The woman in a green dress was on his left. She seemed to be just over the age of 20 and was extremely beautiful. There was a dark blue jade ring on her arm. On the man's right was the other short man. The short man was only half the height of an adult and seemed quite boorish. He held a very long iron hammer against his shoulder, and it was at least 3 times his height. Besides that, Su Daoming, who had just one arm left, was standing by the short man's side. "You're that fellow Yang Yi, right?" The man in a luxurious robe spoke indifferently. "Since you were able to suppress Su Daoming completely, it shows your strength is really not bad. I never expected such a genius like you to appear in the Radiant Dimension. This trip back is really becoming quite interesting." Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. "You're from the Radiant Dimension." The man replied, "I am from the Radiant Dimension. However, I don't belong to it anymore. If it wasn't for you and those women from the Nether Pavilion, I may never have returned to the Radiant Dimension." Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. "There's something I don't really understand." He really was quite puzzled. He could understand why they came for the Nether Pavilion, because Nether Maiden had told him that someone was targeting them. However, it was quite unusual for them to target him too. After all, he didn't belong to the Nether Pavilion, and the only enemy he had for now was the Alliance of Guardians. It was clearly impossible for the Alliance of Guardians to bring them here. If the Alliance of Guardians had the ability to do that, White Deer Academy and Pine Prefecture would have been annihilated a long time ago. Even though they were merely voiders, their strengths had surpassed some semi-deities. True geniuses couldn't be judged by convention. You don't understand? The man chuckled and said, based on your current strength, I presume you've heard of the large world. Not long ago, someone there published an assignment, 2 permits into the large world for the head of someone from the Nether Pavilion. The permit to enter the large world. TSK, TSK. Can anyone refuse that? Permits? Yang Yi frowned. What's that? You actually don't know? A wisp of surprise flashed through the man's eyes, and then he said, there's only one large world in our universe, and it's the paradise of cultivation for everyone. Because it doesn't just contain abundant spirit energy, it even possesses violet energy of a higher level. So long as we go there, our strength will rise by leaps and bounds. However, not just anyone is allowed to enter the large world, unless one controls numerous worlds. The man chuckled at this point and continued, besides taking control of numerous worlds, there's another shortcut, and it's to gain a permit. Some of the huge powers in the large world gain a certain amount of quota every year, and they give it to the people of the lower dimensions to enter the large world. However, ordinary people are utterly unable to obtain those permits. Yet now, they've published an assignment that provides permits for the heads of the experts from the Nether Pavilion. So that's why. Yang Yi glanced at the man and said, did someone publish an assignment that allows my killer to enter the large world? Smart. The man smiled. Moreover, your head is extremely valuable. It's worth 5 permits. It's even higher than the price for killing experts of the Nether Pavilion. He sized up Yang Yi and said, Yang Yi, I'm quite curious. There's someone in the large world that wants you dead. Have you offended someone or some power from there? Yang Yi naturally knew who wanted him killed. Emo Xiaoling. Yang Ye's face gradually turned icy cold. Besides Emo Xiaoling, he had no other enemies there. He hadn't expected that Emo Xiaoling would actually send people to kill him after taking Zier and Snowy by force. Snowy, Zier. Dense killing intent flickered within Yang Ye's eyes when he thought about them. Even though Blind Maiden said that the Divine Phoenix clan would dare not hurt them, could anyone guarantee that? The thing he regretted the most was not killing Emo Xiaoling at all costs. All right, I don't want to waste time anymore. Meanwhile, the man said, once we've dealt with you, we have to look for those fellows from the Nether Pavilion. We have to get there before the madmen of the other worlds rush over. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his right hand and said, kill him. Swish. As soon as he gave the order, the woman who rode the beast swiftly waved her whip at Yang Yi, and it was like a bolt of lightning that instantly arrived behind Yang Yi. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. Heaven's gravestone appeared in his grasp, and he swiftly turned around and swung it forward. Bang! The woman's whip was instantly blasted away. However, Yang Yi didn't seize the opportunity to follow up with another attack, and he just shot towards the distance. However, he'd merely flown for 300 m when a jade ring suddenly appeared in front of him, and then a huge beam of light shot towards him. A cold glow flashed through his eyes as he stomped his right foot down, and then he transformed into a ray of light that stabbed at the beam of light. Hiss! The beam of light was instantly slashed into 2. Meanwhile, Yang Ye's figure didn't slow down at all and continued forward. However, he hadn't even gone 300 m when a dark red hand emerged from the expanse of space before him, and then it was clenched into a fist before being slammed at him. It had appeared too abruptly. So, Yang Yi was taken by surprise and could only go head-on against it. He swiftly swung Heaven's gravestone forward. Bang! The hand shook violently and cracked apart. However, Yang Yi was pushed around 100 m back. Meanwhile, the 5 of them surrounded him. Oomph! The man in a luxurious robe slowly clenched his right fist and said, I dare not speak about the other worlds, but you're definitely the best in the sword Dao within our radiant dimension. Moreover, your speed is shocking as well. If it wasn't for Shao Qi and her shadow demon wolf, we might really be unable to kill you. After all, we can't catch up to you. As he finished speaking, there was a trace of ridicule in his voice. Obviously, he looked down upon Yang Ye's actions of fleeing. Yang Yi chuckled. What's your name? Hua Tianyuan. The man spoke indifferently. You may not have heard of me. However, you've definitely heard of the #1 expert on the martial rankings. That's me. The first. The corners of Yang Ye's eyes twitched. He hadn't expected the man before him to actually be the first on the martial rankings. Meanwhile, Hua Tianyuan said, "Of course, even the first position on the Radiant Dimension's martial rankings is meaningless. You should have heard of the Dragon rankings. I'm ranked at the 15th position, and these three by my side are in the top 20 as well." Yang Yi nodded and said, "The 15th on the Dragon rankings. Yes, it does seem really amazing. But the five of you are ganging up on me. That isn't really good, right? Or perhaps your rankings on the Dragon rankings were gained by ganging up on others." Hua Tianyuan chuckled. "I know that you want us to fight you in single combat, but I won't give you that chance. We're not afraid of you, we're just in a hurry." As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward and instantly appeared before Yang Yi, and then he pointed his finger in Yang Ye's direction. A terrifying wave of force sprayed out from the tip of his finger. In an instant, the space around Yang Yi cracked apart. Yang Yi would naturally not just stand there and wait for death to arrive. He immediately sheathed his sword and drew it. Bang! An explosion resounded as Yang Yi was blasted over 1 kilometer away. This time, Hua Tianyuan and the others didn't waste their breath, and they just charged at him. However, it didn't take long for them to stop again, because a new sword had appeared in Yang Ye's grasp, and he sheathed it within the ancient sheath. Danger. Extreme danger. That was what Hua Tianyuan and the others sensed right now. Yang Yi held the hilt of the sword precursor and looked up at them, and then he laughed fiercely. "Come on. Weren't all of you very strong? Come on. Who's coming first?" "I will." Suddenly, a voice resounded. Chapter 1381. Now that's embarrassing. The voice came from the teleportation formation. Everyone looked over and saw starlight flickering there. It didn't take long for a man in a green and white robe to walk out from it. Jiang Yuechen. Hua Tianyuan and the others' faces fell when they saw him, and a trace of fear appeared in their eyes. Because Jiang Yuechen was ranked at the 13th position on the Dragon rankings. The 13th. Hua Tianyuan was only ranked 15th. Even though it was just 2 ranks, the gap between them was huge. It was extremely difficult to rise further after entering the top 15. For example, had been at the 15th position for many years. Had thought about rising further, but had never succeeded. Not to mention rising to the 14th, had almost lost his current position on many occasions. So, Hua Tianyuan and the others revealed vigilant expressions on their faces when they saw Jiang Yuechen. Hua Tianyuan? Jiang Yuechen's gaze descended onto Hua Tianyuan, and then a cold smile curled up on the corners of his mouth. "I never expected you to be quite fast. You even brought others with you. Right, based on your strength, wouldn't you be giving your life away if you didn't bring others with you?" Hua Tianyuan spoke indifferently. "You're quite fast yourself. I had to." Jiang Yuechen smiled. "Presently, countless are rushing to the Radiant Dimension." He gazed at Yang Yi and continued, "He's Yang Yi, right?" Hua Tianyu replied, "Indeed." Jiang Yuechen smiled. "First comes first serve. Are all of you going to kill him or not? If you don't, then his head is mine." Hua Tianyuan glanced at Yang Yi, and his gaze stopped on Yang Ye's sword. He fell silent for a while before he shook his head. "Take it if you want." If Jiang Yuechen wasn't here, then he would think of taking the risk. However, Jiang Yuechen was here. So even if they could kill Yang Yi, Jiang Yuechen might still take Yang Ye's head. Moreover, Yang Yi was no ordinary expert. Even Jiang Yuechen would have to exhaust a huge amount of effort to kill Yang Yi, and it would be better for his group if both of them were injured in the battle. So, had decided to withdraw for now and allow Jiang Yuechen to fight Yang Yi. "Then I won't refuse the offer." Jiang Yuechen smiled. "I know what you're planning. You want us both to be injured in the battle, and then reap the benefits. However, you're bound to be disappointed. Because do you think I would need to use much strength to deal with him?" Hua Tianyuan remained silent. Jiang Yuechen chuckled and gazed at Yang Yi. "I never expected your head to be worth so much. 5 permits. TSK, TSK. They'll use 1 and sell the rest. ITLL sell for a few million divine crystals at the very least." "So?" Yang Yi suddenly interrupted Jiang Yuechen and asked, "How many divine crystals have you brought with you?" Jiang Yuechen's eyes narrowed slightly. He was just about to speak when Yang Yi added, "Forget it. I'll see for myself." As soon as Yang Yi finished speaking, he drew his sword. OM. The ear-piercing howl of the sword suddenly resounded through space, and then the space in an area of 5,000 kilometers cracked apart. In an instant, the space in the entire area shattered and formed a pitch-black hole. Everything seemed to have stopped. After some time passed, the space there gradually returned to normal. 10,000, 11,000, 12,000, 13,000. A voice suddenly resounded here. Huan Tianyun and the others were stunned for quite a long time before they looked towards where Jiang Yuechen had been standing. At this moment, Jiang Yuechen was nowhere to be seen, and it caused them to be stunned again before turning to look at Yang Yi. At this moment, Yang Yi was counting while holding a spatial ring in his hand. 15,000, 17,000, 20,000. A short while passed before Yang Yi nodded. Not bad. 20,000 divine crystals. Hua Tianyuan and the others' expressions weren't solemn anymore. They were quite unsightly instead. Moreover, there wasn't just shock in their eyes, there was dense fear in there as well. A single swing of the sword, Yang Yi had killed Jiang Yuechen, the 13th on the dragon rankings, with a single swing of his sword. Just one swing. Hua Tianyuan and the others were beyond shocked. Especially Su Daoming who'd fought Yang Yi earlier. At this moment, he didn't feel shocked, he felt horrified. Just think about it. If Yang Yi had executed that attack as soon as the battle began, then he would probably be dead by now. Not to mention him, even 10 experts like him couldn't resist that attack. Yang Yi put the spatial ring away, and then he sheathed the sword precursor again. After that, he gazed at Hua Tianyuan's group. "Does any one of you want to go next?" They didn't speak. Who would dare to? No one would. Even the strongest amongst them, Hua Tianyuan, would dare not. What a joke. Yang Yi had even been able to annihilate Jiang Wuchen with a single swing of the sword. So how could they resist such an attack? No one. Yang Yi glanced at them and said, "Then I'm leaving." Yang Yi started walking off while he spoke. This time, Yang Yi didn't leave so swiftly as had done before. He walked slowly as if he was waiting for them to pursue him. "Are we really going to let him go?" Su Daoming spoke in a low voice. The reason he could kill Jiang Yuechen was his sword and that sword technique. It was so terrifying, so it definitely exhausts an extraordinarily huge amount of energy. If I'm not wrong, he doesn't have any profound energy left or is suffering from backlash. We'll definitely be able to kill him if we attack now. So long as we kill him, all of us will be able to obtain a permit. The permits. Their eyes lit up when they heard permits being mentioned. They'd come to the radiant dimension for the sake of the permits to enter the large world. Now, they just had to kill Yang Yi, and all of them would be able to obtain a permit. In other words, the permits were right in front of them. Hua Tianyuan and the others exchanged glances, and then they nodded and decided to take the risk. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly stopped moving. Hua Tianyuan and the others, who were about to attack, were instantly stunned on the spot, and then they didn't just discard their intentions to attack, they even became completely vigilant. They still remembered Yang Yi's attack clearly. Yang Yi turned to look at them and said, "All of you've come here to kill the Hall Masters of the Nether Pavilion to gain permits. What I'd like to ask is, do all of you even know anything about the Nether Pavilion?" A moment of silence ensued before Hua Tianyuan spoke in a low voice. "A diamond rank power. Every single one of their hall masters are geniuses with extraordinary strength." Yang Yi asked, "What else?" Hua Tianyuan replied, "That's all." Yang Yi was astounded. "That's all?" Hua Tianyuan replied with a question. "Isn't that all?" Yang Yi's face was stiff for quite some time, and then he nodded. "I understand now." Now, he finally understood why Yi Xuanhuan, whom the pig-riding woman killed earlier, and all these fellows before him had dared to come and take the heads of those women from the Nether Pavilion. Why? Because they knew nothing about the Nether Pavilion's strength. Their understanding towards it was only limited to it being a diamond rank power with hall masters that possess extraordinary strength. That was all. If it was based on that alone, then the Nether Pavilion really wasn't terrifying at all. But was that the truth? It was definitely not. The Nether Pavilion wasn't from the lower dimensions. Even though Yang Yi didn't know why they were staying here, he had no doubt that the powers of the lower dimension or experts like these fellows were definitely nothing before the Nether Pavilion. Just Blind Maiden was sufficient to obliterate them. However, they were a threat as well. Of course, just their group was definitely unable to threaten Nether Maiden and the others. But the geniuses and experts from all over were converging to the Radiant Dimension. Once Blind Maiden was locked in battle, these monstrous geniuses wouldn't just be a small threat to Nether Maiden and the others, they would be a huge threat. Even if the others were ignored, just the joint forces of these few fellows before him were even sufficient to make him flee from them. Yet they were even more geniuses rushing over. Perhaps there would even be some old geezers. After all, that permit to enter the large world was really quite tempting to them. Besides those old geezers, the experts of the large world would definitely have other backup plans. Because those forces who intended to act against the Nether Pavilion were definitely aware of its true strength. Actually, Nether Maiden and the others should have left. After all, it was best to temporarily avoid conflict at a time like this. If they left, these fellows would definitely be unable to locate them. However, they didn't leave. Yang Yi naturally didn't think that they were fools. As far as he was concerned, there was definitely a reason why they were staying in the Radiant Dimension. Because he remembered Nether Maiden saying that the Hall Masters weren't at the Radiant Dimension in the beginning, yet most of them were there now. Yang Yi remained silent for a few breaths of time, and then he suddenly frowned while his face turned slightly pale. I can't stay longer. Head executed the true form of Heaven Ren twice, so the profound energy within him had dried up while his physical strength had been exhausted to its limits. He was just forcefully supporting himself up, and he would definitely be in trouble if this continued. However, Yang Yi didn't leave right away. He gazed at Hua Tianyuan's group and smiled. Are all of you going to attack or not? Hua Tianyuan and the others' eyelids twitched, but they remained silent. If you don't, then I'm going to. Yang Ye's face suddenly became icy cold. He grabbed the hilt of his sword, accumulated strength, and was about to draw his sword. Hua Tianyuan and the others' expressions changed drastically at the sight of this, and they shot around 3 kilometers back. After that, they formed profound energy barriers around themselves and jointly fortified the space before them. Yang Yi didn't walk backwards, but started walking towards them instead. He had a ferocious expression on his face, while madness filled his eyes. Come, tell me which one of you wants to die. I guarantee that I'll eliminate you with a single swing of my sword. It won't hurt at all. He naturally wanted to leave, but he couldn't. Once he tried to leave, it was very likely that they would join forces against him. There was a balance between him and their group right now. If he were to take a step back, then they would definitely take a step forward. The only way out of this situation was to force them to leave. Hua Tianyuan and the others were almost unable to stand still on the spot when they saw Yang Yi walking towards them. That sword technique of Yang Yi's was impossible to resist. Just as Yang Yi had said, that attack would kill anyone it was launched at. A moment of silence ensued before Hua Tianyuan spoke in a low voice. Let's retreat for now. Right when they were about to retreat, a clear and melodious voice suddenly resounded. Draw your sword. Go on and draw it. I really want to see how someone without any profound energy left is capable of executing a sword technique. Hua Tianyuan and the others immediately stopped moving when they heard the voice. Meanwhile, Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Now that's embarrassing. Chapter 1382 Heaven Rend always kills its target. Now that's embarrassing. Yang Ye's face twitched slightly, and then he turned and looked towards the teleportation formation. He saw a woman walking out slowly from there. She wore a tight black dress, so it vividly revealed her curves, especially the huge lumps on her chest. Her dress held tightly to them and made them seem like iron balls. Even though her skin wasn't exposed at all, it made others have the urge to rush over and grab them. Her appearance couldn't be described as drop-dead gorgeous, but it was very charming. Especially her huge eyes, they seemed capable of sucking others in, and they made others unable to resist from taking a few more glances at them. Yang Yi was naturally not interested in admiring her. He was thinking about what he should do. He didn't recognize her, but he had no doubt that she was definitely here for the permit. Since she was able to immediately see through the state he was in, it was sufficient to prove how strong she was. Fight them? 1 against 6? If he could draw his sword 6 more times, he would definitely do that. However, not to mention drawing it again, even walking would be a problem if this went on for a while longer. Moreover, more and more would definitely be rushing over, and all of them would definitely possess some level of ability. Obviously, they wouldn't let him live. He was worth 5 permits. His head was much more valuable than Nether Maiden and the others. Moreover, he was weak right now. So, could anyone resist such temptation? You aren't drawing your sword? Meanwhile, the woman suddenly smiled, and then she gazed at Hua Tianyuan. He doesn't have any profound energy left. Moreover, if I'm not wrong, he's just standing on sheer willpower. He'll definitely die if you attack. 5 permits are right in front of you. If you don't want it, then he'll take it. Hua Tianyuan and the others gazed at her with vigilance. They didn't recognize her, but they didn't dare to look down on her. There were countless experts in the world, and the consequence of underestimating anyone might be death. It was something they'd understood a very long time ago. The woman in a black dress suddenly grinned. What? You dare not take it? Hua Tianyuan laughed coldly. What a plan! You want us to test him and see if he has other trump cards, and then you can reap the rewards. Needless to say, it's a really good plan. Perhaps Yang Yi really was just holding on with sheer willpower. However, could anyone guarantee that he had no other trump cards? Moreover, what if he wasn't? What if he could still draw his sword? It wasn't completely impossible, because had been observing Yang Yi, and Yang Yi was too calm. It felt like Yang Yi was completely without any fear. It was very understandable that both Hua Tianyuan's group and the woman didn't dare to rashly attack Yang Yi. If Yang Yi was an ordinary person, then would someone in the large world pay such a high price for his head? No matter how precious a permit was, they had to be alive to use it. Her expression didn't change at all when Hua Tianyuan exposed her intentions, and she just chuckled. Since you refuse to act, then his head belongs to me, Lien Suyao. Lien Suyao. Hua Tianyuan and the others' expressions changed. Hua Tianyuan stared fixedly at her and said, You are that Lien Suyao who killed 3 semi-deities within 100 breaths of time? A smile curled up on the corners of her mouth. You've heard of me? Hua Tianyuan and the others became vigilant when they heard her admit it. There were thousands of worlds. While a genius could reign supreme in his or her own world, that same genius might be nothing when placed in the outside world. Only those whose names were known by other geniuses were the true experts. Obviously, Lien Suyao was such a person. The reason she was famous was because she'd fought 3 semi-deities on her own, and all 3 of them died in battle. Moreover, it had taken less than 100 breaths of time. She'd made a name for herself through that battle. Even though there were 5 of them in Hua Tianyuan's group, they didn't dare act carelessly at all when facing such a monstrous genius. However, they didn't fear her as well. They weren't newbies. Perhaps they couldn't defeat her in single combat, but if they joined forces, then she would definitely have to fear them. Otherwise, she wouldn't have tried to use such schemes and would have just asked them to fuck off. Yang Yi had a gloomy expression on his face, or it should be described as being quite unsightly instead. He felt that he had really bad luck. Head just come here to send them off, yet Head trapped himself here instead. One after the other were arriving here, and each was stronger than the last. Perhaps someone else would arrive just a while later, and then that person would look for trouble with him as well. Actually, there was no need to wait for later. That woman called Lien Suyao intended to look for trouble with him as well. Lien Suyao walked slowly in Yang Yi's direction and smiled. They're paying such a huge price for your head. I'm really quite curious. Why is your head so valuable? Is it made from divine crystals? Yang Yi spoke indifferently. You want it? Lien Suyao chuckled. Don't act so calm. I'm no scaredy cat. I would really have to be fearful if you were at your prime. But I can fight 10 of you if you're in your current state. As soon as she finished speaking, her figure suddenly became translucent, and then countless fine needle-shaped rays of light flashed out from the space around Yang Yi. After that, they shot towards Yang Yi. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly while ferocity appeared in them. The tiny vortex revolved within him. However, Yang Yi suddenly seemed stunned, and then he relaxed. Bang! Numerous explosions resounded. Around 10 breaths of time passed before all the rays of light vanished, and then Yang Yi appeared before them. Yang Yi was completely unharmed. Lin Suyao, Hua Tianyuan, and the others' faces had become gloomy because someone had assisted Yang Yi. Who was it? Lin Suyao and the others didn't know, but Yang Yi did. It was Boundary Maiden whom had met once in the past. A barrier had appeared around him when he was about to attack. She was here, but she hadn't shown herself. Get the fuck out here. Suddenly, Lin Suyao's face became cold, and she stretched out her hand. In an instant, the space in an area of over 5 kilometers rippled violently, but it only took an instant for the rippling space here to calm down. A fierce gaze flashed through Lin Suyao's eyes as she raised her palm before pressing it down. Shatter. Bang. A loud explosion resounded as the space in an area of 30 kilometers collapsed, causing pitch-black darkness to instantly cover the surroundings. After that, numerous explosions resounded from within the black hole. Around a few breaths of time later, the space here was repaired. Yang Yi appeared before them, and there was a woman in a green dress by his side. She was naturally Boundary Maiden. The Nether Pavilion. A cold smile curled up on the corners of Lin Suyao's lips. I knew this assignment wouldn't be easy. As expected, just one of the Hall Masters is already so strong. If all the other Hall Masters are here. TSK. As she spoke, she was frequently sizing up the surroundings and seemed rather vigilant. Obviously, she was afraid that more Hall Masters of the Nether Pavilion had come. Boundary Maiden paid no attention to Lin Suyao and just gazed at Yang Yi instead. Why didn't you leave? Shed helped him earlier so that he could leave, but Yang Yi hadn't. Yang Yi shook his head. I can't leave you here by yourself. Boundary Maiden was slightly stunned, and then she sized him up and said, Your profound energy has dried up and your physical strength has been exhausted beyond its limits. So you can't leave. Even with how thick-skinned Yang Yi was, his face couldn't help but turn red when she exposed him like that. He had wanted to leave, but just as she said, he couldn't anymore. If he didn't possess shocking willpower, he wouldn't even have the ability to stand, right now. Heavenrend always killed its target. However, the consumption that accompanied it wasn't something he couldn't really endure. The situation here was in a stalemate. Lin Suyao seemed to be worried about something and didn't attack, and it was the same for Hua Tianyuan's group. At this moment, they'd witnessed how terrifying a Hall Master of the Nether Pavilion was, and they'd truly stopped underestimating their opponents now. Moreover, they were also worried that Lin Suyao would act against them. As for Lin Suyao, she was actually vigilant against Hua Tianyuan's group as well. She wouldn't fear any one of them in single combat, but they were in a group. Their strengths weren't the slightest bit weaker to 5 semi-deities. It was exactly because they were apprehensive about each other that none of them attacked. Yang Yi asked, Only you came? Yang Yi had naturally asked this question via voice transmission. Boundary Maiden replied, What do you think? Shed replied via voice transmission as well. Yang Yi was astounded. They have so many on their side. Yet they made you come alone? You're mistaken. She continued, I didn't come here from the Radiant Dimension. I was rushing back from somewhere else and just happened to bump into you. So I lent you a hand. They are in the Radiant Dimension, so they are utterly unaware that we've encountered enemies here. Yang Yi was stunned, and he was stunned for a long time before he gulped. Nether Maiden and the others don't know that we're in trouble. In other words, it's the 2 of us against the 6 of them? She spoke indifferently. It's 1 against the 6 of them. Yang Yi asked, You're going to fight them on your own? She glanced at him and replied, You're going to fight them. I'm going to run. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Suddenly, Lin Suyao gazed at Hua Tianyuan and said, If we continue being apprehensive of each other, then it'll definitely result in 2 types of outcomes. The first is that they flee, and the second is that they keep us busy until more arrive. Regardless of which outcome it isn't beneficial to any of us. So, I think we can join forces and deal with them first. As for how we'll split the rewards, we can discuss it later. What do you think? Yang Yi's eyelids twitched when he heard her. She really is quite arrogant. She actually didn't even use a voice transmission when saying such things. After all, That was a form of contempt towards Yang Yi and Boundary Maiden. Boundary Maiden's face was calm and completely composed. Meanwhile, Hua Tanyuan remained silent for a few breaths of time, and then he nodded, all right. Actually, Lin Suyao had said exactly what he wanted to say. When she heard him agree, Lin Suyao immediately said, attack. As soon as she gave the word, her figure vanished on the spot. Yang Yi is weak. Take his head first. Hua Tianyuan's voice resounded in the minds of the other four in his group, and then they charged towards Boundary Maiden and Yang Yi. Chapter 1383. I can't suppress it much longer. Why did they want to take Yang Yi's head first? It was very simple. It was because Yang Yi's head was the most valuable. The price on Yang Yi's head was the highest, and it was more valuable than a hall master of Nether Pavilion. So long as they took Yang Yi's head, each of them could obtain a permit. In that way, they would have accomplished their goal. Moreover, Yang Yi was clearly in a weakened state, so it really was the best time to kill him. Yang Yi was Lin Suyo's target as well. Similarly, Yang Yi's head was the most valuable and easiest to take. So long as she got his head, she would turn around and leave. The experts of the Nether Pavilion weren't ordinary, and she wasn't confident in her ability to defeat this hall master before her. However, she was confident in her ability to kill Yang Yi right now. Yang Yi's face fell when he noticed that all their auras had locked onto him. Needless to say, Mo Xiaoling's plan was a really good one. After all, with those permits as a reward for his life, wouldn't the experts of the lower dimension pursue him all day and night? Moreover, it wouldn't just be the younger generation. Even some of the older generation would have probably started to target him by now. Of course, he didn't have to worry about them for now. He had to worry about the people in front of him. Yang Yi turned to shoot a glance at Boundary Maiden, yet he noticed that she seemed to have no intention to lend him a hand. Yang Yi fell silent for an instant before he slowly clenched his fists and started to circulate the Stellar Ward technique. He was naturally not going to execute the Stellar Ward technique, and he was just drawing down stellar energy into his body, even if it wasn't suitable to draw stellar energy into his body now. After all, his body had been exhausted to its limits. So, if he were to forcefully utilize more strength, then it wouldn't just be exhaustion that he experienced. However, he had no other choice. Boundary Maiden wasn't skilled in single combat, not to mention that there were 6 experts in front of them. As for Qiongqi, had tried to call Qiongqi earlier, but that fellow didn't reply at all. Yang Yi didn't know whether Qiongqi was still digesting the Black Dragon's energy, or if Qiongqi was sleeping. In any case, he was very well aware that he couldn't rely on that fellow for now. Right when Yang Yi was about to draw stellar energy into his body, a pillar of light shot up from below. It was extremely swift and instantly arrived before Yang Yi and Boundary Maiden, and then it shot towards Lin Suyao and the others. This unexpected attack caused their expressions to change. However, they didn't seem to panic, and they simultaneously attacked and instantly shattered the pillar of light. However, once the pillar of light had been destroyed, Yang Yi and Boundary Maiden had vanished into the distance. Go after them. As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Suyao tapped her right foot down and appeared 30 kilometers away. Her speed was shocking. Hua Tianyuan and the others didn't hesitate, and they chased after Yang Yi and Boundary Maiden. Lin Suyao and the others raised their speeds to their limits, and they were closing the gap between them and Yang Yi's group. Boundary Maiden was by Yang Yi's side, and she was holding him right now. There was another woman not too far ahead of them. Yang Yi had met her in the past. Not only had he met her, had even gotten into conflict with her. It was Light Maiden. Yang Yi asked, "You notified them?" Boundary Maiden nodded. Yang Yi asked, "Why has only one of you come here? If Nether Maiden, Oblivion Maiden, and the pig-riding woman came as well, then their side wouldn't have to fear Lin Suyo's group." It was even to the extent that it wouldn't be difficult for them to annihilate Lin Suyo's group. Boundary Maiden spoke solemnly. "We have to return as soon as possible." Yang Yi asked solemnly, "What exactly is going on?" At this moment, he noticed that Boundary Maiden had a very serious expression on her face. Boundary Maiden shook her head and remained silent. Yang Yi glanced at Boundary Maiden and didn't ask about it again. The Nether Pavilion was a mystery to him, and he knew that they were definitely doing something on the Radiant Dimension. However, he didn't know exactly what they were doing. However, it seemed like it was definitely not anything minor. Otherwise, it wouldn't have made the experts of the large world act against them. Yang Yi and Boundary Maiden arrived in the sky above the radiant dimension under Light Maiden's escort. However, Lin Suyao and the others had followed them here. Yang Yi was about to speak when the woman who rode the pig and Nether Maiden appeared before them. The pig-riding woman gazed at Boundary Maiden and said, "Welcome back." Boundary Maiden nodded. "Am not too late, right?" The pig-riding woman replies, "Not really." Boundary Maiden didn't speak another word, and she just shot down and vanished. Once Boundary Maiden left, the pig-riding woman's gaze descended onto Yang Yi. She sized him up and said, "You really are tenacious." Yang Yi's face darkened. He was about to speak when she continued, "Actually, this is our own business, so you don't have to join in. It's a very complicated matter. Even that woman, lady, who helped you that day isn't qualified to interfere in this matter."
So,
Yang Yi laughed bitterly and replied, "I know, but it's not my decision now. I have to even if I don't want to. Someone up there wants to kill me too, and the price on my head is higher than all of you. It's 5 permits. I'm their number 1 target right now. All of you are only their secondary targets. 5 permits." The corners of her eyes twitched slightly. She gazed at Yang Yi for quite some time before she said, "Your ability to cause trouble is truly extraordinary. Someone from the lower dimensions actually has an enemy in the large world. How did you accomplish that?" Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Nether Maiden said, "Go recuperate. She's still the nicest." Yang Yi nodded, and then he said, "I'll recover first." As soon as he finished speaking, he sat down cross-legged on the spot, and then he withdrew a huge pile of divine crystals and started absorbing the energy within them. Countless strands of spirit energy instantly appeared around Yang Yi before surging towards him. In the end, all of it was absorbed by the primordial pagoda within him, and it didn't take long for threads of violet energy to seep out from the primordial pagoda. After that, the violet energy was swiftly absorbed by Yang Yi's body. Meanwhile, Lin Suyo's group stopped when they saw Nether Maiden and the pig-riding young woman. They were vigilant. Their eyes were filled with vigilance as they gazed at Nether Maiden and the pig-riding young woman. All of them had experienced numerous battles, so they were able to discern danger with a single glance. The pig-riding young woman only had 2 other companions, Light Maiden and Nether Maiden. It was 3 against 6. A moment of silence ensued, and then Lin Suyao gazed at Hua Tunyuan. The latter pondered deeply for a moment, and then a cold glow flashed in his eyes as he nodded. "I'll deal with that woman on a pig. All of you deal with the other 2. As soon as Lin Suyao finished speaking, she instantly vanished on the spot, and she was in front of the pig-riding young woman when her figure appeared once more. After that, she flipped her palm and slapped it forward. Space trembled before her palm, and it rumbled like thunder. The pig-riding woman's face was calm when she saw the palm slap towards her, and then she raised her hand and swung her club forward. Bang! 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 It didn't take long for Lin Suyao and the pig-riding woman to be locked in fierce combat. Meanwhile, Nether Maiden and Light Maiden were in battle with Hua Tianyuan's group. Even though Hua Tianyuan's side had the advantage in numbers, they didn't gain any advantage over Nether Maiden and Light Maiden. However, they cooperated very well, so Nether Maiden and Light Maiden couldn't gain an advantage as well. For a time, they were equally matched in battle. Something worthy of mentioning was that Light Maiden, Nether Maiden, and the pig-riding young woman were just quasi-emperors, whereas Hua Tianyuan and the others were voiders. Meanwhile, Yang Yi absorbed the energy from those divine crystals like a madman. As more and more spirit energy surged into him, his body gradually recovered. At the same time, some profound energy appeared within him. Yang Yi was observing the situation while he absorbed the spirit energy. His gaze descended onto the pig-riding woman and Lin Suyao. Yang Yi was really quite surprised by Lin Suyao, because she actually didn't fall into a disadvantaged position while in fierce battle with the pig-riding young woman. Moreover, she was growing stronger as the battle went on. The pig-riding young woman wasn't weak either, and her aura was growing stronger as the battle progressed. Needless to say, their battle was very exciting. Regardless of whether it was combat experience, utilization of techniques, both of them excelled in them. It could be said that it was a feast for the eyes. They were true monstrous geniuses. Regardless of whether it was Lin Suyao, Hua Tianyuan, or the others in their group, all of them were true monstrous geniuses. Yang Yi had traveled through the Radiant Dimension and Dark Hell Continent, but had rarely met any geniuses in the younger generation. In his heart, only the Hall Masters of the Nether Pavilion could go against him in the same realm of cultivation. However, the scene before him told him that there were many geniuses in this world who were on par with him. Most importantly, Hua Tianyuan and the others weren't even in the top 10 of the dragon rankings. If those below the top 10 were already so strong, wouldn't the top 5 be capable of killing deities? Yang Yi couldn't help but have a solemn expression on his face when he thought up to this point. Even though he didn't care about the permit to enter the large world, these fellows seemed to really desire it. In other words, the top 10 on the dragon rankings might come looking for him as well. Bang! Meanwhile, an explosion suddenly resounded from afar. Yang Yi looked up and saw that the pig-riding young woman and Lin Suyao had split up. Lin Suyao was staring at the pig-riding woman. "I never expected the Radiant Dimension to possess a genius like you." The pig-riding young woman glanced indifferently at Lin Suyao. "You're not bad yourself. Allow me to give you a piece of advice. Forget about the permits and get far away from the Radiant Dimension. Otherwise, it would be pointless even if you're given 100 permits, because you wouldn't be alive to use them." Lin Suyao laughed coldly. "Are you that confident?" All geniuses were confident. Similarly, they were conceited on many occasions. The pig-riding young woman didn't speak another word. She just patted the huge white pig beneath her. Roar! The pig roared, and then it shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Once it arrived before Lin Suyao, the young woman's spiked club slammed straight down at Lin Suyao. Lin Suyao's eyes narrowed slightly. Her palms trembled slightly, and then she clenched them and slammed them forward. Bang! The space between them instantly collapsed, but it didn't take long for the space there to be repaired by the laws of the Heaven Tao. The pig-riding young woman and Lin Suyao exchanged glances in midair. Bang! The pig-riding young woman was just about to attack when an explosion that shook the sky resounded from below. At this moment, the heavens and the earth were trembling. Everyone stopped fighting and looked down. Meanwhile, Boundary Maiden's trembling voice came from below. "I can't suppress it much longer." Chapter 1384, will you? She can't suppress it much longer? Yang Yi frowned while bewilderment filled his eyes. What are they doing down there? A moment of silence ensued, and then a pig-riding woman gazed at Light Maiden and said, "Seventh sister, you head down there." Light Maiden nodded slightly, and then she transformed into a ray of light that vanished down below. Only Nether Maiden and the pig-riding young woman remained here. 2 against 6. Lin Suyao and Hua Tianyuan exchanged glances. It didn't take long for them to simultaneously vanish on the spot. One of them charged at the pig-riding young woman, and the other charged at Nether Maiden. Besides that, Su Daoming and the others followed closely behind Hua Tianyuan. 5 against 1. Yang Yi suddenly stood up. He would naturally not just watch as 5 of them ganged up on Nether Maiden. However, Nether Maiden spoke abruptly when Yang Yi was about to attack. "Recover for now. Listen to me." As soon as she finished speaking, Nether Maiden stretched her hand forward. Swoosh! A pitch-black iron chain shot forward like a bolt of lightning, and she grabbed it and swung it horizontally. In an instant, the entire sky was covered in images of chains, and they enveloped Hua Tianyuan's group. She fought 5 on her own. Yang Yi clenched his hands and was considering if he should lend her a hand. Suddenly, the pig-riding young woman said, "Stop watching and quickly recover. You'll have a chance to help later." As soon as she finished speaking, she paid no further attention to Yang Yi and just shot towards Lin Suyao. Yang Yi remained silent for an instant, and then he sat down cross-legged on the ground. Had recovered by around 30% now, and his profound energy had recovered by around 20%. So, even if he joined the battle, he would be of no help. The important matter at hand was to recuperate. Around 15 minutes later, Lin Suyao turned to glance at Nether Maiden and Hua Tianyuan's group. Her face instantly turned gloomy when she saw that they still hadn't been able to kill Nether Maiden. Shed thought that since they were fighting her 5 against 1, they would be able to kill her quickly. However, she hadn't expected that they would have failed to kill her swiftly and were even locked in battle with her. Lien Suyao was silent for an instant, and then her figure flashed and dodged the pig-riding young woman's attack before she said, Hua Tianyuan, if we continue holding back, then not to mention one permit, even leaving with our lives would be a problem. Even if we can drag out the battle and kill them, we wouldn't be able to leave the radiant dimension. You should be very well aware of how many are rushing towards here right now. Hua Tianyuan glanced at Lien Suyao and said, Then let's stop holding back. All right. Lien Suyao nodded. She stretched her palms out flat and then clasped them together. After that, a terrifying aura surged out from within her. As soon as that happened, she suddenly pushed her intertwined hands forward in the pig-riding young woman's direction. Bang! A strand of invisible force rippled out from her arms, and it shattered the space before it. The pig-riding young woman's expression remained calm and composed, and she just slammed her spiked club forward. Bang! A muffled explosion resounded, and then the pig-riding young woman was blasted 300 m away. But it only took a moment for her to shoot forward like a bolt of lightning. In an instant, she arrived before Lien Suyao, and then she swiftly slammed her spiked club down at Lien Suyao. Bang! A muffled explosion resounded as Lien Suyao was blasted around 1 kilometer back. Lien Suyao's face became gloomy. She didn't waste her breath and just immediately charged forward at the pig-riding young woman. Meanwhile, Hua Tianyuan and the others stopped holding back. They executed their best techniques, causing Nether Maiden to start being suppressed. Yang Ye's face fell at the sight of this, and he stood up slowly before walking slowly in Hua Tianyuan's group's direction. At the same time, the ancient sheath appeared in his right grasp while a sword was sheathed within it. Hua Tianyuan and the others noticed Yang Yi walking in their direction. Their expressions changed immediately, and they stopped attacking. Their expressions changed once more when they saw Yang Yi holding that sword in his grasp, and then Nether Maiden watched with bewilderment as all of them retreated over 3 kilometers back. At this moment, Lien Suyao had stopped attacking as well. She stared fixedly at Yang Yi. Besides seriousness, there was a trace of fear in her eyes. Yang Yi walked over to Nether Maiden's side, glanced at Hua Tianyuan's group and said, I haven't recovered completely, but I can still draw my sword once. Which one of you wants to try it? The corners of Hua Tianyuan and the others' eyes twitched. Who would do it? Who would dare to do it? In any case, they wouldn't dare to do that. They hadn't forgotten how Yang Yi had killed Jiang Yuechen with a single swing of his sword. When he saw them remain quiet, Yang Yi gazed at Lien Suyao. Will you? Lien Suyao's eyes narrowed slightly, and a cold glow flickered within them. However, she didn't speak. It felt extremely dangerous to her. She was very well aware that she would die or suffer heavy injuries if she tried to resist that attack. Regardless of whether she died or suffered injuries, it wasn't an outcome that she wanted. Yang Yi didn't act overbearingly. He nodded right away and said, Looks like all of you need time to think. That's fine. We'll give you that time. You can have as much time as you like. Think slowly. I'm right here, and I'll absolutely not leave. You can step forward once you've decided which one of you will do it. Hua Tianyuan and the others' faces became quite unsightly when they heard Yang Yi. Being deterred by a single person was naturally extremely humiliating to them. However, if they didn't accept it, then they might have to lose their lives instead. Hua Tianyuan and the others didn't attack, so Yang Yi naturally didn't as well. He was keeping it to threaten them. It would kill someone if he swung his sword, but then it would pose no further threat to the others who were still alive. At that time, they would really fight desperately with their lives on the line. Since both sides didn't attack, they were at a stalemate. The pig-riding young woman came over to Yang Yi and Nether Maiden's side. She sized up Yang Yi and nodded. She didn't say anything because she felt that there was no need to say anything when it came to Yang Yi. Yang Yi asked solemnly, What exactly are all of you doing? Presently, even an idiot would be able to realize that they were doing something in the radiant dimension, and it was definitely not anything minor. A moment of silence ensued before Nether Maiden spoke in a low voice. You'll find out in a while. Fine. Yang Yi nodded and asked, Where's Blind Maiden? Did she not return? The pig-riding young woman gazed at Yang Yi and asked, You know our third sister? Yang Yi nodded slightly, and then he briefly described how he met Blind Maiden on Dark Hell Continent. No wonder she hadn't shown herself throughout these years. The pig-riding young woman spoke softly, and then she fell silent. Yang Yi asked, Did she not return? If Blind Maiden were here, wouldn't all of the experts here be nothing but trash? Nether Maiden replied, She got here a long time ago. Yang Yi was puzzled. Then is she not going to help? Nether Maiden shook her head slightly. She already has. If she hadn't, then it wouldn't be these fellows that were here right now. It would be the experts of the large world. I understand now. Yang Yi nodded. Obviously, she was dealing with even more formidable experts, and they had to deal with these fellows who were weaklings in Blind Maiden's eyes. Yang Yi asked, Around how long will it take for you to complete what you're doing here? Nether Maiden spoke in a low voice, 3 days. The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched. 3 days. In other words, they had to stand on guard here for 3 days. There would definitely be countless experts that rushed over here in the next 3 days. Moreover, they would definitely get stronger as more arrived. Yang Yi asked, How many of you are here? Nether Maiden replied, 6. Yang Yi asked, Will the others rush back here too? For example, your eldest sister and second sister? Nether Maiden shook her head. I don't know if our eldest sister will be back, but second sister will definitely not be coming. Yang Yi was puzzled. Why? She replied in a low voice, You'll find out soon. Yang Yi felt speechless. Meanwhile, the pig-riding young woman suddenly said, If you're afraid, you can just leave. Yang Yi couldn't help but frown. He gazed at her and said, Saying that is quite tasteless. He was quite displeased right now. Was he afraid? Would he still be standing here if he were afraid? Even though they were targeting him as well, could anyone find him if he hid himself? The reason he was still here was because of Nether Maiden and the others. Because they'd stepped forward and helped him when the 4 great clans and the Alliance of Guardians besieged White Deer Academy. Now that they were in trouble, how could he just leave? But the pig-riding young woman had spoken such words, so it naturally displeased him quite a bit. Nether Maiden glanced at the pig-riding young woman and said, Why speak such hurtful words? The pig-riding young woman puckered her lips and said, I can't even joke around? Yang Yi shook his head. He wasn't really angry. He knew that she was quite a casual and careless person after all. Yang Yi didn't linger on the matter and looked up at Hua Tianyuan's group, 3 days. In other words, we have to stand on guard here for 3 days? Nether Maiden nodded, yes. Yang Yi asked, What if we can't? Nether Maiden spoke in a low voice that carried an indisputable tone. We have to, no matter what. Yang Yi was about to speak when Nether Maiden gazed at him. I didn't want you to get mixed up in this matter. However, it's pointless to say that now. You're strong, and you'll definitely be a huge help to us if you stay. Just remember that no matter what happens, you can't allow anyone to head down there and disturb them. Please. Yang Yi looked down below. The area below was enveloped by a mysterious force, so others couldn't discern the situation there at all. Yang Yi remained silent for an instant before he nodded. I'll try my best. He knew that what Boundary Maiden and the others were doing down there was extremely important to the women from the Nether Pavilion. Nether Maiden nodded. Bang! Nether Maiden was just about to speak when an even louder explosion resounded abruptly from below, and then the space in an area of over 30,000 kilometers started to tremble violently. We can't hold on much longer. Boundary Maiden's voice came from below again, and there was a trace of anxiousness in her voice. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Nether Maiden and the pig-riding woman's expressions changed when they heard this, and then they exchanged glances. You head down there. You head down there. Both of them spoke simultaneously. The pig-riding young woman spoke solemnly in an indisputable tone. You go. Nether Maiden glanced at her and Yang Yi, and then she said, Be careful. As soon as she finished speaking, Nether Maiden's figure shook and vanished on the spot. Suddenly, a few terrifying auras appeared from afar. The owners of these auras were still over 20,000 kilometers away, but their auras had already arrived at the radiant dimension. More had arrived. Chapter 1385. All of you are full of shit. Yang Yi and the pig-riding young woman's faces fell. They weren't the only ones, because even Lin Suyao, Hua Tianyuan, and the others' expressions had become quite unsightly. Someone was here, and that meant that more would be competing with them for the permit. But it wasn't a bad thing as well. If they thought of it from another perspective, wouldn't that be equivalent to having more help? Everyone watched as three men came from afar. Yang Yi was surprised because they actually looked alike, regardless of their expressions, gazes, or the aura they emanated. Even every minute movement they made was completely alike. They were like the same person. Mu Sanyuan, Lin Suyao, Hua Tianyuan, and the others' expressions changed when they saw the three men. Yang Yi noticed that all of them had revealed vigilance and fear in their eyes. Who are they? Yang Yi gazed at the pig-riding young woman. However, she glanced at him and spoke indifferently. I've never heard of him. Yang Yi felt speechless. How ignorant. Meanwhile, Lin Suyao ridiculed. The hall masters of your nether pavilion are not bad indeed, but isn't your knowledge a little lacking? Allow me to give you a supplementary class today. They are triplets. All of them are called Mu Sanyuan, and they were born as one. Not their bodies, but their minds. If one thinks of something, the other two will think the same. So, their cultivation yields twice the results with half the effort, and it's like three people overlapping together when they fight others. You know, their souls can be exchanged with each other, and it doesn't affect them at all. Freaks. It was the first word that popped into Yang Yi's mind. After all, not only were their minds connected, even their souls could be exchanged. So, weren't they freaks? Needless to say, it was quite terrifying, because it represented that when one fought them, the cooperation between the three of them would arrive at an extremely terrifying height. Meanwhile, Lin Suyao said, you know, they killed the 10th on the dragon rankings in the past. However, because they do everything together, they can't be ranked on the dragon rankings. However, everyone in the lower dimensions knows them. Lin Suyao glanced coldly at the pig-riding young woman and said, just cultivating doesn't work. You should go out into the world and have a look. You will notice that this world is much larger than you've imagined, and you'll realize that there's nothing great about you. Yang Yi had quite an odd expression on his face. There was nothing wrong with what Lin Suyao had said, nothing at all, because had always felt the same way. However, everything was wrong with it when it was directed at the pig-riding young woman. Where was the nether pavilion from? It was from the large world. So, the pig-riding young woman's experience and knowledge definitely surpassed Lin Suyao. The pig-riding young woman glanced at Lin Suyao, glanced at Hua Tianyuan's group, and then said, if I'm to be honest, everyone here is trash. Yang Yi's face instantly darkened. After all, didn't she just insult him as well? Suddenly, the pig-riding young woman glanced at him and said, you're an exception. I'm not being nice. You're not bad even if it's in the large world. Of course, you're not really good either. In short, you barely pass. Yang Yi's face grew even darker. Are you insulting me or praising me? She replied indifferently, I'm just speaking the truth. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Lin Suyao and the others instantly revealed gloomy expressions on their faces. Arrogant. The pig-riding young woman was too arrogant. Actually, even Yang Yi felt that she was quite arrogant. Perhaps the people here weren't peerless geniuses, but they were absolutely not trash. However, he knew that she was from the large world, so she'd definitely seen numerous geniuses. If the peerless geniuses of the large world were compared to them, then they would really just be ordinary. Simply speaking, their knowledge and hers weren't on the same level. Besides that, all of them had overlooked something, and it was her cultivation. She was just a quasi-emperor now. If she attained the Voider realm and was at the same realm of cultivation as them, then all of them would. We're all trash. Meanwhile, Mu Sanyuan spoke coldly. It was the figure at the center of the group that spoke. Because their minds were linked and were all called Mu Sanyuan, everyone considered them to be a single person. The pig-riding young woman paid no attention to Mu Sanyuan. She gazed at Yang Yi and pointed at Hua Tianyuan's group. Help me watch them. If any one of them dares to attack, then draw your sword and swing it at that fellow. Leave the rest to me. As soon as she finished speaking, The pig-riding young woman flipped her palm and put the spiked club away. After that, she patted the pig lightly. The latter glanced at her, nodded, and then transformed into a white ray of light that vanished down below. Once it left, she twisted her right hand, and a saber appeared in her grasp. The saber was extremely huge. Just its body was around 2 m long, so it was around the height of an adult. As for its width, it was almost 1 m. So, it seemed like a small door. The saber was completely pitch black and had no blade. The pig-riding young woman withdrew a black cloth while the others watched, and then she bit on one end of the cloth while using her left hand to wrap it around her right hand and the saber's handle. In next to no time, her right hand was tied tightly to her saber's handle. Meanwhile, the pig-riding young woman started walking towards Lin Suyao while holding that door-sized saber. Everyone noticed to their astonishment that space was being sliced open by her saber. Moreover, the space around her was trembling as if some sort of force was pressing down upon it. It was extremely shocking. Lin Suyao and the others had extremely solemn expressions on their faces when they witnessed this scene. It wasn't just Lin Suyao. Everyone else had solemn expressions on their faces. Even Yang Yi. After all, she felt extremely dangerous after she changed to her saber. I haven't used my saber for many years. As soon as she finished speaking, she stopped and turned to look at Yang Yi. Do you know why? Yang Yi remained silent. A slight smile curled up on the corners of her mouth. It was quite savage. She said, because I won't be able to control myself. As soon as she finished speaking, she stomped her right foot down. The space beneath her trembled violently while she transformed into a ray of light that shot at Lin Suyao. It was swift, extremely swift. Even Yang Yi was only able to see a blurry trace of her. Most importantly, her saber intent was actually at the peak of the rebirth rank. She had been concealing her strength. Lin Suyao's pupils constricted when she witnessed the pig-riding young woman's speed. She was shocked but didn't panic. Because she was prepared, Lin Suyao stretched her hands forward, twisted them, and shouted, "Shatter!" Bang! A terrifying force appeared here, and then space shattered. However, it only took a moment for the laws of the heaven Tao to repair the shattered space. Meanwhile, everyone's expressions changed when they saw the scene before them. At this moment, Lin Suyao was over 6 kilometers away. Her countenance was pale while a wisp of blood could be seen on the corner of her mouth. The most striking part was that her right arm was gone. Everyone gazed at the pig-riding woman with astonishment. She's actually so strong. Meanwhile, the pig-riding young woman pointed at her head while quite a savage expression could be seen on her face. You want to exchange our heads for permits? I think all of you've been eating too much shit. As soon as she finished speaking, she shot forward like a bolt of lightning in Lin Suyao's direction. Lin Suyao's eyelids twitched, and then she gazed at Mu Sanyuan. No one will be able to kill her if we don't join forces. As soon as she finished speaking, a wisp of ferocity flashed through her eyes. She tapped her right foot down and shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Mu Sanyuan hesitated for an instant, and then all three of them charged at the pig-riding young woman. They'd realized that she was no ordinary person, and they would really be unable to kill her if they didn't join forces with Lin Suyao. Moreover, they might even be killed instead. Even though the three of them had joined the battle, the pig-riding young woman seemed like she was pumped full of steroids. She grew more and more insane and fierce as the battle went on. Every single swing of her saber seemed capable of shattering the world, and it was extremely shocking. So, Mu Sanyuan and Lin Suyao were actually completely suppressed in the battle. Hua Tianyuan and the others had extremely solemn expressions on their faces when they witnessed this scene. The strengths of the Hall Masters from Nether Pavilion had truly gone far beyond their expectations. They thought that their joint forces would be sufficient to deal with a Hall Master with ease. However, the scene before them clearly told them that it was wishful thinking. They wanted to go help, but Yang Yi had never removed his lock on them. Compared to the pig-riding young woman, they feared Yang Yi even more, because that sword technique of Yang Yi's was truly too terrifying. Yang Yi could draw his sword, but only once. In other words, only one of them would die at the very most. However, was anyone willing to sacrifice themselves for the others? No one was. Hua Tianyuan was very well aware of that. So, he didn't dare to make them attack or stop Yang Yi. If he did that, this small group he assembled temporarily would split up in an instant. Of course, the exception would be that he went to resist Yang Yi's attack. But would he? If he had the confidence to do so, he would definitely do it. But the problem was that he wasn't confident at all. Just like that, Yang Yi and Hua Tianyuan's group were in a stalemate. As far as Yang Yi was concerned, he just had to keep them busy. Because Mu Sanyuan and Lin Suyao were completely suppressed, the pig-riding young woman's victory was only a matter of time. Around 15 minutes later, bang! A loud explosion resounded from below, and then the space in an area of over 20,000 kilometers cracked apart. Everyone here was shocked. Bang! Meanwhile, a white shadow charged up from below. Stop it! Hurry! Boundary Maiden's voice sounded anxious and was trembling. The pig-riding young woman appeared by Yang Yi's side and said, "Go down there. Hurry." When he saw the anxiety that covered her face, Yang Yi didn't waste his breath and immediately charged at the white shadow. A wisp of ferocity curled up on the corners of Lin Suyo's mouth when she saw that only the pig-riding young woman was left here. Seized this opportunity to kill her, 1 against 9, right when Lin Suyao and the others were about to attack. Yang Yi's alarmed voice resounded from below. "What the fuck is that?" After that, a ray of light flashed and Yang Yi appeared before the pig-riding young woman. His countenance was slightly pale as he gazed at her. "You go stop it. I'll deal with the 9 of them." Chapter 1386 A Face. Chapter 1386 A Face. The pig-riding young woman glared fiercely at Yang Yi, grabbed him by the shoulder, and pressed down. A powerful wave of force assaulted Yang Yi, and he was instantly pushed down. "Don't let her escape. Please." Her voice resounded in Yang Yi's mind while his figure shot down, and she sounded anxious as she implored him to help. Yang Yi looked up and saw her take a step forward, and then rebirth rank saber intent surged out explosively from within her. The terrifying saber intent she emanated enveloped all 9 of the experts in the sky above, and then she charged at them. 1 against 9. Even though she was an extremely monstrous genius, it was obviously impossible for her to fight 9 on her own. So, she started to suffer injuries from the moment the battle began. Yang Yi withdrew his gaze, took a deep breath, and then looked up. The shadow had arrived less than 300 m away from him. He wasn't joking earlier. He was serious about what he'd said to the pig-riding young woman just now. If he could choose, he would rather face Lin Suyao's group, even if he had to fight 9 on his own. Why? Because this shadow was too terrifying. He'd only just descended here when the primordial pagoda actually sent him a warning. The primordial pagoda wouldn't warn him when he faced ordinary danger. After all, it hadn't warned him when he met Jian Su and the black demonic dragon. Yet now, it had given him a warning. Since he came to the radiant dimension, the primordial pagoda had warned him on 2 separate occasions. The first was when he encountered Xiongqi, and the second was Lady. Both of them were extraordinarily terrifying existences. What exactly is that thing? It actually made the primordial pagoda give me a warning? He found out very soon, because it was less than 30 m away from him now. A face. Yang Yi saw a human face within the white ball of light that had appeared before him. It was a female face. The hairs on Yang Yi's body stood on end when he saw it. The woman's face was ghastly pale and covered in madness and ferocity. Her eyes were blood red, and they emanated boundless resentment, baleful energy, and the slaughter intent. Yang Yi was someone who'd comprehended slaughter intent as well, and his slaughter intent and baleful energy would be extremely terrifying once he went mad. However, it was much inferior when compared to the slaughter intent and baleful energy before him. Moreover, the face was filled with resentment. The resentment it possessed was too strong. It was countless times stronger than the negative emotions that Jian Wuji had left behind on Sword God Mountain. Most importantly, the slaughter intent emanated from it wasn't at the rebirth rank, it was at the peak of the quasi-returnal rank. Peak quasi-returnal rank sword intent. Moreover, there was another form of intent being emanated from the face, and it was resentment. The resentment it emanated had solidified, and if it were considered as an intent, it would be comparable to a quasi-returnal rank intent. Two types of quasi-returnal rank intents. It could be said that this face was stronger than Jian-Su, and it wasn't just a little bit stronger. Yet now, he had to stop her. Stop her. Stop her, my ass. Yang Yi couldn't help but curse in his heart. She really thinks too highly of me. Even though he wasn't confident, he still had to do something. Because he could sense that regardless of whether it was the pig-riding young woman or nether maiden, all of them were very anxious and concerned. In other words, this face was extremely important to them. I have to stop it. Yang Yi took a deep breath, took a step forward, and the sword god's seal lit up on his forehead. After that, rebirth rank sword intent surged out madly from within him before he took another step forward. His sword intent immediately started to condense, and it only took an instant for a terrifying wave of force to erupt from him and slam against the face. Sword intent at the brink. Yang Yi naturally didn't dare act carelessly at all when facing the terrifying face before him, and he'd immediately utilized the brink laws with his sword intent. Meanwhile, a wave of terrifying energy suddenly erupted from the face, and it instantly slammed against Yang Ye's sword intent. Bang! A rumbling explosion resounded, and then Yang Yi was blasted over 3 kilometers away. Bang! It didn't take long for an explosion to resound from afar. Yang Yi looked over and saw that the aftershock from the collision had been obliterated, and the face had transformed into a beam of light that was charging at him. It was so swift that he couldn't even see it clearly. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. He glanced downwards and saw Nether Maiden, and the others were charging up in his direction. So, he just had to keep the face busy for a moment longer. Yang Yi pondered deeply for an instant before he shook his left wrist slightly. The sword precursor within the ancient sheath was exchanged for Heaven's gravestone. He held tightly onto Heaven's gravestone while his profound energy surged madly before flowing into the ancient sheath. He naturally didn't dare to use the true form of Heaven Rend. Jian-Su had been able to resist it that day, and this face was even stronger than Jian-Su. So, the face might be unharmed by his attack, and if that happened, then he would be in trouble. Yang Yi held tightly onto the hilt of his sword, while profound energy surged madly within him. The veins throughout his right arm had bulged, and they seemed like tiny snakes and made his arm seem quite terrifying. The face was growing closer and closer, and it didn't take long for the face to arrive 30 m away from Yang Yi. A wisp of ferocity flashed through Yang Yi's eyes as he stomped his right foot down, and then his figure shot forward like a cannonball. Yang Yi swiftly drew his sword and swung it once he got close to the face. 750 overlapped Heaven Rends. At this moment, he could execute 750 Heaven Rends overlapped together, and that was his limit. Meanwhile, 2 blood-red beams of light shot out from the face, and they slammed against Yang Yi's sword. Bang! The space around them trembled violently and then collapsed. But it only took an instant for it to be repaired by the laws of the Heaven Tao. Meanwhile, Yang Yi had been blasted over 6 kilometers away, and the face was merely blasted around 1 kilometer away. Yang Yi's countenance was pale, and there was a wisp of scarlet red on the corner of his mouth, while a solemn expression filled his eyes. What exactly is that thing? He could sense that it was attacking instinctively. In other words, it was an instinctive reaction when it sensed danger. If it really had a consciousness, then it would definitely be extremely terrifying. At this moment, the face seemed to be angry and grew even more ferocious. Roar! Suddenly, it looked up and roared with fury. In an instant, the space in an area of over 20,000 kilometers shook violently as if it was about to collapse. Yang Ye's eyelids twitched at the sight of this. It wasn't just terrifying. The face was quite mysterious as well. What exactly is it? Why are Nether Maiden and the others trying to suppress this human face? A string of questions flashed through Yang Ye's mind, but he had no answer for it. Suddenly, the face gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi was shocked by this, and the profound energy within him surged madly as he sheathed Heaven's gravestone. He was ready to draw it at any moment. As expected, the face shot explosively in Yang Ye's direction. During this process, numerous strands of blood-red energy flowed out from around it. More and more energy flowed out from it, and the energy covered an area of almost 3 kilometers when the face arrived 300 m before Yang Yi. However, the energy was still growing and was on the verge of completely enveloping Yang Yi. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly while solemnness filled his eyes. He didn't dare act carelessly at all. He immediately stomped his right foot down and transformed into a ray of light that shot towards the blood-red energy. A wisp of ruthlessness flashed through Yang Ye's eyes when he arrived less than 30 m away from the face, and then he drew his sword and swung it. OM! A sword howl resounded as a beam of sword energy flashed forward. Bang! After that, an explosion resounded through the sky. Yang Yi watched with shock as his sword energy was instantly obliterated, and then a beam of blood-red light shot towards him. The blood-red beam of energy hadn't even arrived before him, yet the powerful force it carried caused the space around Yang Yi to crack apart. Moreover, Yang Yi was even forced backwards by it. It didn't take long for the beam of blood-red light to arrive in front of Yang Yi. Suddenly, a ray of cold light flashed, and an ice shield appeared before Yang Yi. Bang! The beam of blood-red energy slammed against the ice shield. The ice shield trembled violently before being obliterated, but the beam of blood-red energy hadn't vanished. Meanwhile, a woman in an ice-blue dress appeared in front of Yang Yi, and then it wasn't long before Nether Maiden, Boundary Maiden, Light Maiden, and Oblivion Maiden appeared before Yang Yi. Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief when he saw them. He truly didn't want to continue fighting the face, because unless he used the true form of Heavenrend, he would only be bashed up without the ability to fight back. Fortunately, Nether Maiden and the others had rushed over. They didn't speak a single word. The woman in an ice-blue dress took a step forward. In an instant, the temperature here plummeted, and then a wave of cold air appeared around the face. The cold air instantly froze the face. However, it didn't take long for the face to slam against the ice, causing it to crack apart in an instant. Seal. Meanwhile, Boundary Maiden's voice resounded abruptly. It didn't take long for a barrier to cover the ice, and then the ice was instantly fortified. Ice. The voice of the woman in the ice-blue dress resounded, and then countless ice crystals covered the barrier in an instant. Meanwhile, they appeared around the face that was now covered in ice. They nodded to each other, stretched their hands forward in unison, and then a wave of energy covered the face. After that, they took it with them as they descended slowly. Suddenly, something unexpected occurred. A figure flashed out from a distant point in space, and then a dazzling ray of light slammed against the ice that sealed the face. Bang. The ice shattered into bits, and the face transformed into a ray of light that shot up into the sky. Nether Maiden and the others' faces instantly became hideous when they witnessed this. Chapter 1387 Fight Your Way In. The face was extremely swift and only took an instant to arrive high above in the sky. Right when it was about to vanish from their fields of vision, a sword howl suddenly resounded there. Bang! A loud explosion resounded, and then countless rays of sword energy surged towards the face. It was naturally Yang Yi. Yang Yi had reacted the moment that mysterious person had appeared, but he hadn't chosen to attack the mysterious person because he knew that the face was extremely important to Nether Maiden and the others. So, had immediately chased after the face once it broke through the seal. Nether Maiden and the others heaved sighs of relief when they witnessed this scene. 10th sister, you stop that fellow. Everyone else come with me. As soon as she finished speaking, Boundary Maiden immediately charged up into the air with Ice Maiden, Light Maiden, and Oblivion Maiden. In an instant, they'd arrived high above in the sky. Meanwhile, Yang Yi had been blasted almost 10 kilometers away. Boundary Maiden and the others were shocked and hurriedly acted. Light Maiden and Oblivion Maiden immediately shot over and appeared before the face, and then 2 terrifying waves of energy erupted from within them, causing the face to be blasted backwards repeatedly. Ice. Seal. As soon as Ice Maiden and Boundary Maiden's voices resounded, the face was instantly sealed in ice again before a boundary covered the ice. It didn't take long for their joint forces to suppress the face once more. Let's go. Boundary Maiden gave the order, and they slowly descended with the face. During this process, Ice Maiden and Boundary Maiden were ceaselessly sealing the face. Yang Yi didn't follow them down. He glanced towards the other side. At this moment, Nether Maiden was in battle with that person who'd suddenly appeared earlier. It was a black-robed figure that was completely enveloped by the black robe, so it was impossible to discern the person's gender. However, that black-robed figure's strength was extraordinary to the point of fighting Nether Maiden equally. Yang Yi was about to lend her a hand when he seemed to have thought of something, and he looked off into the distance instead. He was shocked when he witnessed the scene there. Even though the pig-riding young woman was covered in many injuries after being besieged by Lin Suyo's group, she actually showed no signs of losing. Moreover, Hua Tianyuan and the others were actually injured, especially the petite woman who rode the wolf. At this moment, the wolf was gone, and just like Lin Suyao, she had lost an arm. As for Su Daoming, who used a saber just like the pig-riding young woman, he was in an even more miserable state. A third of his head had been chopped off, and both his arms had vanished. Su Daoming had lost the ability to fight. As for the others, they'd suffered a varying degree of injuries. It was terrifying. The pig-riding young woman's strength was absolutely terrifying. That was what Yang Yi felt right now, because he noticed that no one there dared to go head-on against the pig-riding young woman's saber. Her saber moved unhindered. She hadn't executed any techniques and was just using simple movements like chopping and sweeping. However, every single attack was extremely terrifying. It could be said that so long as they went head-on against it, they would definitely suffer injuries even if they could avoid death. Brute force alone can counter everything. Regardless of what technique or move she was up against, all she needed was a single swing of her saber. Yang Yi remained silent for a moment, and then he shot towards the pig-riding young woman. Even though she seemed quite invincible, he could discern that she was really exhausted, just like him. It could be said that she was overexhausting her energy, and if she continued on like this, the backlash she suffered would be extremely serious. So, he had to act. Yang Yi didn't charge into the battle. He changed Heaven's gravestone into the sword precursor and sheathed it within the ancient sheath. At the instant his sword was sheathed in the ancient sheath, OM, a sharp sword howl resounded, and then the space in an area of over 20,000 kilometers trembled violently like an earthquake was going through it. Lin Suyao and the others who were in battle with the pig-riding young woman glanced in Yang Yi's direction. Their expressions instantly changed when they saw Yang Yi walking towards them with a sword in hand, and then they moved around 3 kilometers back and left the battlefield. This caused the 3 Musanuans to be stunned. They had obviously not expected that Lin Suyao and the others would retreat abruptly. Because of their retreat, the pressure on the pig-riding young woman had suddenly lightened. She had no further worries, so she immediately swung her saber at the 3 Musanuans. All 3 Musanuans' expressions changed drastically at the sight of this, and they didn't hesitate to turn around and retreat. What a joke! All 9 of them hadn't been able to defeat the woman before them, yet now, only 3 of them remained. So, how could they resist this woman who seemed to have gone mad? However, she seemed to have no intention to stop, and she was about to charge at Musanuan. But Yang Yi appeared before her and obstructed her path. Yang Yi was about to speak when she raised her hand and swung her saber at him. The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched. She really has fought to the point of madness. Yang Yi didn't dare act carelessly, yet he didn't attack as well. A ray of light flashed when the saber was a few dozen centimeters away from him, and then his sword stabbed against a point on her saber. The saber shook violently, and then both of them moved around 30 m back at the same time. Head located its weak point. Her physical strength was greater than Yang Yi, but the gap wasn't that huge. So, she couldn't use her strength to overwhelm and crush him. If any other sword cultivator was in his place, then even if that sword cultivator possessed the enlightened sword heart, it would be impossible for that sword cultivator to stop her saber. Unless that sword cultivator possessed a physical body at the epic realm like Yang Yi. The pig-riding young woman instantly returned to her senses once Yang Yi pushed her back, and she glared angrily at him and said, "What are you doing?" Yang Yi walked towards here. At this moment, her face was covered in blood. Besides her eyes, her entire face was covered in blood. It wasn't just her face, even her hair and body were scarlet red. It was a mix of her own blood and the blood of her enemies. He had been angry that Shed just attacked him like that, but after he saw the state that she was in, he wasn't able to say anything about it. Yang Yi just spoke softly, quickly recuperate. Leave the rest to me. She blinked. Are you sure? Yang Yi nodded. She didn't possess the heaven-defying effects of the primordial pagoda. So, once her physical strength was exhausted beyond its limits, it would take her 10 days or around half a month to recover. Actually, it might even take longer. Moreover, it might even cause side effects. So, she had to recuperate right now. She glanced at him and didn't speak a word. She just sat down cross-legged on the spot, and then she withdrew numerous divine crystals and started absorbing them. Yang Yi didn't waste his breath, and he just turned around and gazed at Hua Tianyuan and the others. At this moment, all their clothes were bloodied, and they seemed to be in quite an embarrassing state. However, there was a ferocious glow in their eyes. Obviously, the battle had caused their fury to burn. Yang Yi remained silent for an instant before he started walking towards them while holding the ancient sheath in his grasp. Their expressions instantly changed at the sight of this. Even though the pig-riding young woman was very terrifying, they were very well aware that if they worked well together, then it would be difficult for her to kill them. But Yang Yi wasn't the same. That technique of his killed anyone it was aimed at. Actually, if someone forced Yang Yi to swing his sword, then the others would definitely swarm him. But who would do that? No one would. They would absolutely not sacrifice themselves to allow others to benefit. Meanwhile, Yang Yi stopped, glanced at them and said, "Allow me to speak a little. All of you are geniuses. If you want to enter the large world, you can rely on your strength to get in there. Why do you need them to give alms to you?" Hua Tianyuan spoke in a low voice. "No one can enter the large world without a permit. All of you refuse to go up there just because they don't allow it?" Yang Ye's voice suddenly grew louder. He gazed at Hua Tianyuan and said, "Since they don't allow it, then don't all of you know how to fight them? In any case, if I am to head up there and they refuse to let me, then I'll beat them up until they beg me to enter. Do you know what the large world is like?" Hua Tianyuan spoke in a low voice. "Fight your way in. That's simply laughable to the extreme. Once you realize how terrifying they are, you're the laughable one." Yang Yi suddenly interrupted Hua Tianyuan. "To think you were once the #1 expert on the Radiant Dimension's martial rankings. But is this all you're capable of? The large world wasn't created by them. So on what basis are they occupying it and stopping others from entering?" Lien Suyao spoke coldly, "Because they are strong. Then work hard on becoming stronger." Yang Yi gazed at Lien Suyao and said, "When you become stronger than them, would they dare to stop you? But all of you aren't thinking in that way. All of you are thinking about that permit. The permit system they created is like giving handouts to you. Understand?" Mu Sanyuan spoke coldly, "You just want us to leave, right?" Yang Yi nodded and said, "That's what I want indeed. Of course, it's fine if you refuse. We can just decide things with our strength." What high-sounding sentiments! Suddenly, a voice resounded from afar, and then a man in a luxurious robe strode through the air towards them. Jin Xiao. Mu Sanyuan had a solemn expression on their faces when they saw the man. Lien Suyao, Hua Tianyuan, and the others' faces turned solemn as well when they heard those two words. Jin Xiao, the 9th on the dragon rankings. Another monstrous genius. Jin Xiao's gaze descended onto Yang Yi, and he said, "If I'm not wrong, you're Yang Yi, right?" Yang Yi nodded. "I am." "Ha ha ha." Jin Xiao suddenly roared with laughter, and he laughed for a while before he said, 10 permits. Yang Yi, your head is worth 10 permits. 10? Lien Suyao and the others instantly frowned. Lien Suyao asked, "Isn't it 5? Jin Xiao chuckled. "All of you haven't heard? The price on his head has risen to 10 permits. Lien Suyao and the others instantly gazed at Yang Yi with hostile gazes that carried a trace of fervor. The atmosphere here suddenly fell silent. Lien Suyao and Hua Tianyuan exchanged glances, and then they vanished on the spot and shot towards Yang Yi. "You think you can fight me for it? How laughable." Jin Xiao laughed coldly when he saw them charge at Yang Yi, and then he shot towards Yang Yi. His speed was extremely swift and was much faster than Lien Suyao and Hua Tianyuan. So, it only took an instant for him to pass them. Jin Xiu's eyes were filled with excitement as he gazed at Yang Yi. However, he hadn't noticed that both Lin Suyao and Hua Tianyuan had suddenly stopped once he passed them, and then they started retreating as fast as they could. Chapter 1388, The First to Move Shall Die. Chapter 1388, The First to Move Shall Die. A trap. Their attack on Yang Yi was actually a trap for Jin Xiu. Yang Ye's head was even more valuable, so they were naturally much more tempted. However, their minds were very clear. Who wouldn't want 10 permits? Who could refuse them? However, one had to be alive to enjoy them. No one could resist Yang Ye's attack, so the first to move would die. However, if Yang Yi swung his sword, then they would have nothing left to worry about. So, they'd formed a tacit understanding when they exchanged glances earlier, and it was to trick Jin Xiu. They'd succeeded. Jin Xiu was so afraid that Yang Ye's head would be taken from him that he'd attacked decisively. Jin Xiu was charging swiftly in Yang Ye's direction while Lin Suyao, Hua Tianyuan, and the others were retreating swiftly. Moreover, they were even hurriedly creating barriers of profound energy and withdrawing all sorts of defensive treasures. The Mu Sanyuans were very puzzled because they'd never witnessed the strength of Yang Ye's sword technique. So, they hadn't taken any precautions, and they hadn't even retreated. They just gazed at Yang Yi with a trace of bewilderment in their eyes. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw Jin Xiu charge over, and he held his sword's hilt with his right hand. It didn't take long for Jin Xiu to arrive around 20 m before him. Yang Yi didn't hesitate to draw his sword and swing it. Oem! A sword howl resounded as a beam of sword energy shot out from the ancient sheath. The space in an area of almost 30,000 kilometers cracked apart in an instant before collapsing. At this moment, the world dimmed down for everyone here, and it seemed like the sky had collapsed. It didn't take long for space to return to normal. Surprisingly, Jin Xiu was still there. At this moment, he was around 5 m away from Yang Yi. His hand had just been raised, and it was flickering with dazzling gold light. Obviously, he'd wanted to attack, yet he'd stopped. Everyone noticed that Jin Xiu's countenance was ghastly pale while fear filled his eyes. It should be described as terror. Moreover, beads of sweat were flowing from his forehead and face. If one looked even more carefully, one would notice that Jin Xiu's body was trembling. He withstood Yang Ye's attack? Such a thought had appeared in everyone's minds. Because Jin Xiu was still alive, and he was completely fine. A moment of silence ensued before a horrified voice resounded. Hua Tianyuan is gone. Lin Suyao and the others hurriedly gazed towards the spot Hua Tianyuan had been standing on. At this moment, it was completely empty. Lin Suyao seemed to have thought of something, and her countenance suddenly turned pale. It wasn't just her who had such a reaction. Su Daoming and the others were the same. As for the 3 Mu Sanyuans, actually, they were in quite a miserable state, because they hadn't taken any precautions. So, they'd been slammed around 10 kilometers away by the aftershock. Even though the injuries they suffered weren't very severe, they weren't light as well. The aftershock had caused them to bleed from all 7 apertures. At this moment, their eyes were filled with fear as they gazed at Yang Yi. Jin Xiu was still alive, but Hua Tianyuan was gone. Why? Because Yang Yi hadn't swung his sword at Jin Xiu, and he'd swung it at Hua Tianyuan. Jin Xiu's body was still trembling slightly before Yang Yi. No one could understand how he felt earlier. At the moment Yang Yi drew his sword, Jin Xiu knew that he'd underestimated his opponent. But at that time, he had no way out, and he could only fight desperately. As for when Yang Ye's sword energy shot forward, there was only a single thought in his mind. It was that he was finished. That attack wasn't something he could resist. He wasn't looking down upon himself, but it was the truth. However, right when he thought that he was about to die, the sword energy didn't shoot towards him, and it shot a few dozen kilometers to his side. After that, nothing happened to him. He'd brushed against death's door. He really had. Because he would definitely die if that attack was launched at him. Suddenly, Yang Yi sheathed his sword again. The hairs throughout Jin Xiu's body stood on end when he witnessed this scene, and then he immediately shot around 10 kilometers back. Lin Suyao and the others had instantly appeared around 10 kilometers back as well, and they had extremely vigilant expressions on their faces. Yang Yi was stunned, and then he said, "What are all of you doing? Don't be afraid. I can't draw my sword again. That exhausted all my profound energy. Seriously, I'm not deceiving all of you. Don't be afraid? Who wouldn't be afraid?" All of them had witnessed the strength of that attack. Not to mention them, even deities may not guarantee they could resist that attack. As for profound energy, it would be different if Yang Yi hadn't said that, but now that he had, they felt that Yang Yi might be able to draw his sword again. In short, regardless of whether he could draw his sword or not, they didn't dare to attack him. Because if he still could, then wouldn't they be giving their lives away? Yang Ye's gaze descended onto Jin Xiu, and he said, "See? They intended to make you die for them." Jin Xiu's face fell, and then he turned to glance at Lin Suyao's group. His gaze was icy cold, and the intent to kill flickered within them. Actually, he knew that even if Yang Yi didn't say anything, Lin Suyao and Hua Tianyuan had attacked first to make him attack and block Yang Ye's attack for them. Simply speaking, they wanted him to die for them. No matter who was used, they would definitely feel displeased. Not to mention that he'd almost lost his life. A smile curled up on the corners of Yang Ye's mouth when he noticed the expression on Jin Xiu's face. This was the reason why he'd killed Hua Tianyuan instead of Jin Xiu. All of them would choose to temporarily join forces in order to kill him, the pig-riding young woman, and the others to gain their heads. But once they joined forces, they would be a huge threat to him and the pig-riding young woman, especially after Jin Xiu arrived here. So, he decided to spare Jin Xiu, because Jin Xiu would definitely feel resentment towards Lin Suyao and the others who tried to use him. In that way, they would definitely be unable to join forces. After all, even if Jin Xiu said yes now, Lin Suyao and the others would definitely not trust him. So long as they didn't join forces, they would be vigilant against each other and fear each other. That was naturally a good thing for him and the pig-riding young woman. Jin Xiu and Lin Suyao's group didn't attack, so Yang Yi wouldn't attack, of course. Actually, he hadn't lied. He really didn't have profound energy left in his body. Of course, there was still a little bit in him, less than 10% of the usual volume of profound energy that he possessed. Because while he hadn't recovered completely when he was recuperating earlier, he'd recovered by almost 60%. He had some profound energy, but his body was overexhausted once more. So, not to mention drawing the sword precursor, he didn't even have the strength to draw Heaven's gravestone. Actually, it was very normal. The true form of Heavenrend was so powerful, so it would be too heaven-defying if it only exhausted a little profound energy. Moreover, that wouldn't be realistic at all. It wasn't like that for Heavenrend alone. All powerful techniques had extremely high requirements when it came to profound energy. Lin Suyao and Jin Xiu didn't attack, so Yang Yi didn't attack as well, and they were in a stalemate once more. However, the atmosphere here was quite tense, because it was like a volcano that was about to erupt. Lin Suyao, Jin Xiu, and the others hadn't chosen to leave. That represented that they still wanted to take Yang Yi and the pig-riding woman's head. So, they would attack again, and it was only a matter of time. Yang Yi paid no attention to them, and he just gazed at Nether Maiden, who wasn't too far away below them. At this moment, she was in battle with the black-robed figure, and they were deadlocked in combat. Moreover, it was extremely intense. Yang Yi was shocked by the black-robed figure's strength. He knew Nether Maiden's strength very well, and it could be said that if she really fought with her life on the line, then she would definitely not be weaker than the pig-riding young woman. However, the black-robed figure was actually equally matched with her. Where did this genius come from? Suddenly, Lin Suyao stepped forward. She gazed at Jin Xiu, and then pointed at Yang Yi and the pig-riding young woman behind Yang Yi. She said, "Both of them have suffered very heavy injuries. If we join forces, we'll definitely be able to kill them. If we don't join forces, then we'll have no choice but to flee for our lives once they recover." Jin Xiu glanced at Yang Yi and the pig-riding young woman, and he remained silent. Lin Suyao added, "We can deal with the enmity between us later. However, I'm sure you've realized how strong they are. If we don't deal with them as soon as possible, none of us will be able to kill them soon. Conversely, we might get killed by them." Jin Xiu was about to speak when Yang Yi suddenly spoke ferociously, Come on, scheme against each other. As he spoke, Yang Yi clenched the hilt of his sword tightly and started walking towards them. My head is right here. Come and take it if you dare. Both of us really are heavily injured right now, but we can still take all of you down with us before we die. Yang Ye's footsteps grew quicker and quicker. Even though he didn't emanate his sword in tint or aura, there was a strand of invisible pressure that pressed down upon Lin Suyao and the others. Lin Suyao and the others' expressions changed when they noticed that Yang Yi seemed to be about to go berserk. They were naturally afraid of that, because if Yang Yi drew his sword again, then perhaps one of them would die. Should we attack or not? All of them had quite the dilemma at this moment. If they didn't attack, it represented that they would be giving up on the permit. Yang Yi was right before them, and he was even heavily injured. So, how could they be willing to give up on obtaining the permits? However, if they didn't give up, then it meant they should be prepared to be instantly killed at any moment. It was a dilemma. Lin Suyao and the others were hesitant, but Yang Yi was walking faster and faster. He seemed like he wanted to force them to attack. At this moment, Yang Yi was emanating a faint blood-red glow, and his eyes and hair had turned blood-red. He seemed quite terrifying and a little insane. Suddenly, a voice that carried a trace of age came from outer space. I'll do it myself. As soon as the voice finished resounded, a red palm flashed out from the starry sky and slammed down towards the radiant dimension. This palm didn't just target Yang Yi and the pig-riding young woman. It had targeted the entire radiant dimension. If it were to strike down, then the radiant dimension would be shattered. Most importantly, it was a deity who'd launched this attack. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly while fury filled them. They just won't fucking stop. Chapter 1389. Be careful. He's from the large world. At this point in the battle, Yang Ye's rage had arrived at a breaking point. There were always more coming to replace the dead, and the groups that arrived here were growing larger and stronger. Now, even a deity had arrived. There was no end to it. Ferocity surged through Yang Ye's eyes, and he was about to execute the stellar ward technique. However, a ray of light shot out from deep within outer space, and it instantly arrived in the sky above the radiant dimension before slamming against the dark red palm. Bang! The dark red palm shattered into bits of energy that rained down from the sky, and it only took an instant for a wave of mysterious energy to obliterate the bits of energy. Everyone here was shocked. Who lent me a hand from so far away? Yang Yi had a trace of bewilderment in his eyes. He turned to look at the pig-riding young woman. The latter pondered deeply for a moment and said, "Third sister, blind maiden." A wisp of excitement flashed through Yang Ye's eyes, and then he turned to look at Jin Xiao and the others. Perhaps you can still escape if you leave now. Otherwise, you won't have a chance soon. Needless to say, they did feel a trace of fear right now. That person who'd lent Yang Yi a hand earlier was definitely not someone they could resist. The Nether Pavilion had experts too, and it was even a supreme expert comparable to a deity. Obviously, if that person acted against them, then they would definitely die. There's no need to fear them. Suddenly, a voice resounded, and then a black-robed figure appeared not too far in front of Yang Yi. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. The black-robed figure was the same one that Nether Maiden had been fighting. Yang Yi turned around and saw Nether Maiden had appeared by his side. Nether Maiden spoke solemnly, "Be careful. He's from the large world." The large world. Yang Yi was slightly shocked. He hadn't expected that the black-robed figure had actually come down here from the large world. In other words, the large world had started to act itself. Meanwhile, the black-robed figure said, "There's no need to worry. There naturally are others to deal with the experts of the Nether Pavilion. You'll get 5 permits if you kill a Hall Master of the Nether Pavilion. Moreover, once you enter the large world, you can use their heads to directly enter a violet gold rank power in the large world." A violet gold rank power. Lin Suyao and the others were visibly moved. The strongest power in the lower dimensions was at the titanium rank, and only the large world had violet gold rank powers. What did such a power represent? It represented backing and resources. No matter how outstanding one's natural talent was, it would be difficult for one to grow without the fostering of a power. Because cultivating didn't just require natural talent, it required resources as well. No matter how great one's natural talent was, one's accomplishments would be limited without resources. Because having no one to foster and support you meant that you would have to waste a lot of time on earning energy stones and other trivial matters. Moreover, if they had a sect to support and foster them, then they would just have to cultivate. Because the sect would resolve everything else. Besides that, the sect would be there to back them up if they get into trouble. So, it was obvious how important powerful backing was. Of course, it wasn't absolute. Many independent cultivators were extremely formidable. But in the opinions of most, having the backing of a sect was the best. Because it was common knowledge that independent cultivators suffered through their lives. Meanwhile, Lin Suyao suddenly asked, "Why should we believe you?" From the large world, the black-robed figure said, "We published that assignment which all of you've accepted. If you return to Stellar City now, you'll know that I'm not lying. Because the compensation has changed." Lin Suyao spoke in a low voice, "There's something I don't understand. Since your large world wants Yang Yi and the Nether Pavilion's experts' lives, then why doesn't it send supreme experts itself? I think that if you send your supreme experts, both Yang Yi and the Nether Pavilion will have no chance of surviving, right?" Yang Yi gazed at the black-robed figure as well because he too wanted to know the answer. The large world's experts weren't fools, so they naturally wouldn't do something like sending nobodies to give their enemies experience. However, the large world hadn't just sent countless deity realm experts here. Just as Lin Suyao had said, if it really did send its experts, then he and the Nether Pavilion would really be in danger. After all, those powers would definitely have no lack of deities. However, they hadn't done so. Conversely, they published such an assignment and made the experts of the lower dimensions come to kill them. Yang Yi was quite puzzled by this. "Let me answer that." Meanwhile, the pig-riding young woman suddenly said, "Because there's a restriction. Anyone at the deity realm or above from the large world will have their cultivations restricted by the supreme heaven Tao when they descend to the lower dimensions. They would be suppressed to a lower realm." "Why?" It was Yang Yi who asked this question. "Balance." The pig-riding young woman spoke indifferently. "It's like raising pigs. If you raise pigs, would you allow a tiger into the pigsty?" Yang Yi's face darkened. "What kind of analogy is that?" She shrugged. "Those are the facts. However, you're far from able to understand what I've just said. But you'll understand in the future." Yang Yi was at a loss for words. She added, "We chose to come down here because of the restriction placed on them by the Supreme Heaven Tao. That was also why they didn't send down all their experts to annihilate us. So, they published that assignment with the intent of using these fellows to kill us. Understand?" Yang Yi nodded. "So their cultivation will be restricted if they come down here. But it does make sense. The lower dimensions would be eternally enslaved if they could come down here without any restraint, and we would have no chance to develop. With this restriction, the lower dimensions have space and the opportunity to grow. Only then can this world not fall into the hands of just a single power." Even though he didn't have a good impression of the Eye of the Heaven Tao because it always wanted to kill him, Yang Yi had to admit that he really approved of the Heaven Tao's restriction. Because if the restriction didn't exist, then he wouldn't have to face these people but a group of experts above the deity realm. Yet now, he didn't have to fear deities even if they came down here. Because Blind Maiden was here, deities were no threat to her. However, they still couldn't be underestimated. Because when numbers arrived at a certain level, numbers could make up for the lack in quality. Moreover, besides the deities of the large world, the lower dimensions had many deities that were eyeing their heads. So, the pressure Blind Maiden experienced was very great, because she had to stop all the deities. As for those below the deity realm, they had no choice but to deal with them. Meanwhile, the black-robed figure suddenly said, "Everyone, I know that you're worried about Yang Yi. So how about you leave him to me? All of you can deal with the other two." Lin Suyao and the others exchanged glances and were quite hesitant. The black-robed figure added, "There are no gains without pain. The permits are an opportunity to all of you, an opportunity to enter the large world. I presume that all of you don't want to just give up. Of course, it's fine even if you do give up. If I'm not wrong, The monstrous geniuses and experts of countless other worlds are rushing over here as we speak. Lin Suyao and Jin Xiao exchanged glances. In the end, Lin Suyao said, "You'll deal with Yang Yi?" The black-robed figure replied, "I will." The hesitance in their eyes was instantly transformed into resolve. They didn't speak another word and just charged at Nether Maiden and the pig-riding young woman. Now that Yang Yi wasn't a threat to them, they had nothing else to worry about. So, they'd attack decisively. Nether Maiden and the pig-riding young woman didn't waste their breaths. Both of them shot towards Lin Suyao, Jin Xiao, and the others. The battle erupted. The black-robed man said, "You've offended the Divine Phoenix clan." Yang Yi asked, "It was the Divine Phoenix clan that published the assignment to kill me, right?" "Yes." The black-robed figure continued, "I'm really quite curious. How did someone from the lower dimensions like you actually offend the Divine Phoenix clan? However, that isn't important because it has nothing to do with me. How about we do this? They'll spare you if you choose to leave right now." Yang Yi smiled. "What if I refuse?" The black-robed figure replied, "It wasn't easy to cultivate to your current realm of cultivation. So, why give your life away?" Yang Yi shook his head. "There are many occasions and many things that I have to do even if I might die." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi put both the ancient sheath and sword precursor away, and Heaven's gravestone appeared in his grasp. Head used all the profound energy within him to repair his body while they were talking earlier. At this moment, his body had recovered slightly, but he didn't have any profound energy. Now, he could only rely on his physical strength. His physical strength was sufficient to put up a fight. Since it's like that, then let me take you ahead and gain a favor from the Divine Phoenix clan. As soon as the black-robed figure's voice finished resounding, his figure vanished on the spot. He was in front of Yang Yi when his figure appeared once more. At the same time, countless strands of black energy shot towards Yang Yi like a dense swarm of tiny snakes. Yang Yi slowly closed his eyes. When the black energy arrived just a few dozen centimeters away from him, Yang Yi's sword stabbed forward swiftly. Hiss, 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 hiss. In an instant, all the black energy around Yang Yi had vanished. The black-robed man who was just about to attack had stopped moving, and a breath of time passed before he spoke solemnly, the ability to destroy all things with a single swing of the sword. Head naturally heard of this ability, but Head never witnessed it for himself. The truly strong sword cultivators were extremely terrifying. Not to mention anything else, just this ability was a huge headache for others. Regardless of what technique or move one used, they would be destroyed with a single swing of the sword. Let me see exactly how strong that legendary ability is. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure transformed into a ray of black light that shot explosively towards Yang Yi. Chapter 1390 How Laughable and Sad. Chapter 1390 How Laughable and Sad. Yang Yi and the black-robed man were locked in battle. No matter how the black-robed man attacked, what moves he used, or what techniques he executed, all of them were destroyed by a simple swing of Yang Yi's sword. Yang Yi hadn't chosen to attack. He didn't have the ability to attack right now, so forcing an attack was pointless. After all, he wasn't able to execute any powerful techniques right now, and that meant that he couldn't cause any material harm to his opponent. Moreover, once he forced an attack and allowed the black-robed man to catch a flaw in his attack, then he would fall into a terrible situation. He didn't have sufficient strength to attack, but he had more than enough to defend himself. He possessed a powerful physical body and possessed the enlightened sword heart. So, he was using his enlightened sword heart to supplement his physical strength, allowing him to deal with any moves that the black-robed man executed. The black-robed man's strength was beyond doubt. However, regardless of whether it was speed or strength, both of them were almost equals. So, Yang Yi wasn't just able to swiftly locate the flaws in his attacks. Yang Yi could even swing his sword in time and destroy the black-robed man's attacks. In the past, Yang Yi had practically never utilized his ability to find the flaws of his opponent's attacks and destroy them. Because he very rarely had a dragged-out battle with anyone, it was always concluded with a single swing of his sword or just a few attacks. When his strength was absolutely superior to his opponents, it would be quite a waste of time to counter his opponents like that. On the other hand, the other type of enemy he faced were enemies whose strength far surpassed his own. It was impossible for him to locate the flaws and destroy the attacks of such experts. Now, he couldn't execute any sword techniques, so he had no choice but to engage in a battle of attrition with the black-robed man. They fought intensely for a long time, but no one could gain the upper hand over the other. However, the black-robed man was very well aware that Yang Yi would definitely lose if the battle went on, because physical strength would be exhausted as well. Coupled with the fact that Yang Yi had already been injured, even if Yang Ye's body didn't get overexhausted, Yang Yi would still become extremely exhausted. That moment would be an opportunity for him. On the other hand, Yang Yi was waiting. He was waiting for Nether Maiden and the pig-riding young woman to deal with those fellows. The pig-riding young woman had gone berserk. Every single swing of her saber seemed capable of slashing the world into two. It was absolutely shocking. Her frenzied attacks caused Lin Suyao and the others to fall into a disadvantaged situation. Moreover, the pig-riding young woman's aura was growing stronger as the battle progressed, so Lin Suyao's group's defeat was only a matter of time. Jin Xiao and the three Mu Sanyuans were up against Nether Maiden. They were similarly incapable of gaining the upper hand over Nether Maiden. She hadn't gone berserk like the pig-riding young woman, but Jin Xiao and the others had extremely vigilant expressions on their faces while fear filled their eyes. Because Nether Maiden's attacks were very strange, especially her ability to reverse things. They really feared that. Bang! A long time passed before an explosion suddenly resounded from afar, and then a shrill cry arose. Yang Yi shot a glance towards the source of the shrill cry, and he saw that the pig-riding young woman's saber had struck the short man, who held an iron hammer in his grasp, to the point his bones and meridians had shattered. The reason for that was because he hadn't been able to retreat in time, so he had no choice but to go head-on against the pig-riding young woman's saber. His iron hammer was clearly not bad because it hadn't been broken after suffering an attack from the pig-riding young woman. However, the powerful force from the attack had shattered the insides of the short man's body. He was still alive, but he was crippled. Fool! Yang Yi cursed inwardly, and then he focused on the black-robed man. The pig-riding young woman's physical strength was extremely terrifying. Even he didn't dare go head-on against her physical strength. He'd collided once with her earlier, and he'd done so by locating the weak point in her attack instead of going head-on against it. But that short man had actually done that. So, wasn't he courting death? After one of her opponents was removed from the battlefield, it became even easier for the pig-riding young woman. As for Lin Suyao and the others, it became even more strenuous. At this point in the battle, many of them were injured, even Lin Suyao. The pig-riding young woman was really too terrifying right now. No one could stop her stride, and all chose to evade. If Lin Suyao and the others were called geniuses that were one in a million, then the pig-riding young woman, Nether Maiden, and the others were monstrous geniuses that were one in a million. Actually, Lin Suyao and the others were really amazing for being able to accomplish this much. After all, even a few semi-deities would probably be unable to gain an advantage over Nether Maiden and the pig-riding young woman. At this moment, Lin Suyao and the others had started to fight desperately. They naturally couldn't retreat now, nor did they dare to, because once they did that, it would weaken their already weak morale. Moreover, if they retreated, they would be in danger if the pig-riding young woman refused to let them leave, because their speed couldn't compare to her. Fight. They had no choice but to fight. When someone is forced into a hopeless situation, they would fight with everything they had. Lin Suyao and the others were the same. They were fighting like they'd gone mad. Regardless of whether it was the pig-riding young woman, Lin Suyao, or the others, all of them were completely immersed in the battle. At this moment, Yang Yi had stopped paying attention to them, because the black-robed man's attacks were growing in strength and intensity. Time was of the essence. Regardless of whether it was Nether Maiden's battle, the pig-riding young woman's battle, or the battle between Yang Yi and the black-robed man, every second counted to them. Yang Yi held Heaven's gravestone tightly and stabbed it forward from time to time. Every single attack would counter the black-robed man's attack. Suddenly, When the black-robed man's right hand slapped down towards Yang Ye's chest while carrying black energy, Yang Ye's sword, which was about to stab the black-robed man's palm, had stopped. It immediately moved slightly to the side and stabbed by the palm. Because his sword hadn't stopped the black-robed man's attack, the black-robed man's palm struck Yang Ye's chest, and Yang Ye's sword stabbed the black-robed man's chest. Bang! Hiss! A muffled explosion resounded as Yang Yi was pushed over 1 kilometer back. Yang Yi stopped and glanced at the phantom shield. At this moment, it looked like a rock that had been struck by a hammer. Even though it hadn't shattered, it was covered in cracks and seemed like it would shatter from the slightest touch. Meanwhile, the black-robed man's chest was dyed red with blood. It wasn't Yang Ye's style to fight a battle passively and just suffer blows. So, he'd suddenly changed his attack at the critical moment and caught the black-robed man off guard. However, it was a pity that the black-robed man had dodged his attack at the last second, so it hadn't been able to pierce the black-robed man's heart. After all, if it had, it would have either killed or heavily injured the black-robed man. The black-robed man said, "You were on the defensive for so long just to complete that strike, right? Haha, you almost succeeded." Yang Yi withdrew the phantom shield and said, "Unfortunately, you were still able to dodge it. It is unfortunate." The man slowly clenched his fists. "Now that you've missed that opportunity, you won't have another." As soon as he finished speaking, a strand of black energy seeped out from within him. More and more seeped out from him, and it only took an instant for him to be completely enveloped by it. After that, the black energy suddenly transformed into a ferocious-looking beast. It had quite a strange appearance. Its body was like a fish, yet its head was that of a tiger, and there was a sharp spike on its head. Yang Yi frowned once the beast appeared, because he felt a strand of indescribable fear. Meanwhile, Nether Maiden's voice came from afar. "Watch out, that's a soul beast. It specializes in devouring souls." "A soul beast that specializes in devouring souls?" Yang Yi had a solemn expression on his face. He was quite weak when it came to the soul, so he naturally didn't dare to act carelessly now. "Come on, let me see how you destroy it with a single swing of your sword." As soon as the black-robed man finished speaking, the beast roared with fury, and then it pounced at Yang Yi. The beast was staring at Yang Yi, while greed filled its eyes. Obviously, it really liked Yang Ye's soul. Don't let it enter your body. Even deities can't stop it from devouring their soul once it enters their body. Nether Maiden's anxious voice came from afar. Moreover, she'd forcefully endured an attack from Jin Xiu and rushed off in Yang Ye's direction. It has to enter the body? Yang Yi, whose face was covered in a vigilant expression, was stunned when he heard her. "That fellow has to enter my body to eat my soul?" Meanwhile, the soul beast had arrived in front of Yang Yi. Everyone in the surroundings watched as Yang Yi launched a forward stab. The black-robed man immediately revealed a wisp of ridicule when he saw Yang Ye's reaction. If Yang Yi had profound energy, then Yang Ye's attack might have been able to be a slight obstruction to the soul beast when it was enhanced by profound energy and sword intent. However, just his physical strength couldn't stop it. A soul beast had a soul body, so ordinary techniques couldn't cause any harm to it. He hadn't intended to use the soul beast because his target was the hall masters of the Nether Pavilion. However, he was truly helpless against Yang Yi. If he didn't use the soul beast and allowed Yang Yi to keep him busy like this, then the situation would become even more disadvantageous to him. So, he had no choice but to use a trump card. Yang Ye's sword stabbed forward, but the soul beast passed straight through his sword, and then it transformed into a ray of black light that entered Yang Ye's body. Yang Ye's eyes instantly opened wide. "No!" Nether Maiden's face was instantly covered in fury and ferocity, and then she raised her speed to its limits and charged forward in Yang Ye's direction. Meanwhile, the pig-riding young woman shot a glance over when she heard Nether Maiden's voice. She blinked when she saw the soul beast enter Yang Ye's body, and then she said, "That fellow was killed just like that?" "Ha ha ha." The black-robed man roared madly with laughter. "What a pity! How sad! You actually used an ordinary attack against a soul beast." "Yang Yi. Oh, Yang Yi, you're the stupidest person I've seen in the lower dimensions. Ha ha ha." Chapter 1391. You can't do this to me. However, it didn't take long for the man's face to stiffen, because Yang Yi was looking at him, and Yang Yi seemed like he was looking at an idiot. Nether Maiden was stunned as well, because Yang Yi was completely fine. She heaved a sigh of relief in her heart, glanced at Yang Yi, and then turned around and shot at Jin Xiao and the others who were in pursuit of her. The pig-riding young woman glanced at Yang Yi as well, and she muttered, "That fellow is really mysterious." As soon as she finished speaking, she paid no further attention to Yang Yi and swung her saber at Lin Suyo's group. What was going on? How was Yang Yi completely fine? Yang Yi was naturally fine. At the moment the soul beast had entered his body, it had been instantly shattered by the primordial pagoda, and then it was transformed into strands of energy that entered Xiao Qi's body in the tuned level. Once the energy entered her body, while she still hadn't woken up, there had been some changes in her body and countenance. How is he still fine? The black-robed man's mind was filled with questions. Suddenly, his eyes opened wide. However, could this be possible? The link between me and my soul beast is gone. How could this be possible? How could this be possible? As he finished speaking, he was practically howling. Yang Yi withdrew some divine crystals, swallowed them, and then spoke indifferently. Your soul beast said that my bones are unique and am a peerless genius, so it decided to stay with me. Nonsense. The black-robed man roared with fury. I nurtured it with my soul for over 3,600 years. It's one with my mind and body, and it acknowledged me as its master a long time ago. How could it possibly abandon me and side with you? 3,600 years. Yang Yi's eyelids twitched. That was long. Actually, he wasn't actually gambling when he allowed it to enter his body, because he was very confident in the primordial pagoda, not to mention the soul beast. Even Xiongqi probably couldn't escape once he entered the primordial pagoda. After all, it had forcefully sealed Xiongqi while it was still injured, and Xiongqi was extremely afraid of it. So, if the soul beast entered his body, it was actually not different than giving its life away. Yang Yi. Meanwhile, the black-robed man suddenly howled with fury. What have you done to it? Yang Yi withdrew more divine crystals, swallowed them, and then spoke indifferently. Nothing much. At the very least, it's fine for now. However, I don't know what'll happen to it later. The black-robed man heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Yang Yi. It's fine so long as my soul beast is still alive. He was from the large world. Had found that soul beast by chance while he was young, and it was his final trump card. If he lost the soul beast, then his strength would plummet. Moreover, his worth would plummet as well. If that happened, his status in his sect would plummet as well. So long as it wasn't annihilated, he still had a chance. The black-robed man remained silent for a moment, and then he said, Yang Yi, release it, and it'll spare your life. Spare me? A wisp of ridicule curled up on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth. Do you think him a fool? Or are you a fool? The black-robed man spoke in a low voice. What do you want? Yang Yi replied, Actually, it's very simple. I just want you to tell me a few things, and then I'll return it to you. He would naturally not say something like he would let the black-robed man leave. After all, that wasn't realistic at all. The black-robed man had come from the large world, and it was impossible that the black-robed man would leave without accomplishing his objective. Moreover, even if the black-robed man agreed to leave, Yang Yi wouldn't believe him. So, it was better to just buy time. The black-robed man spoke in a slightly questioning tone. That's simple? Indeed. Yang Yi continued. So long as you tell me what I want to know, I'll give it back to you. I will absolutely not go back on my word. All right, go on. The black-robed man quickly agreed. Yang Yi was a sword cultivator, and he was a formidable sword cultivator as well. Such people usually disdained to lie. Since Yang Yi had agreed to return it to him, Yang Yi should do so. Of course, the main reason Head agreed was that he had no other choice. Yang Yi nodded and said, Besides the permits, are there other ways to enter the large world? He was definitely going there because Zir and Snowy were in the Divine Phoenix clan. However, he didn't know how to get up there. The permit? If he wanted a permit, then he would have to kill Nether Maiden and the others. Not to mention that he didn't have the strength to accomplish that. He wouldn't do it even if he had the strength. As for his own head, that was even more impossible. The black-robed man spoke in a low voice. You want to enter the large world? Yang Yi nodded. I really want to. So, tell me if there are other ways to get there. The black-robed man remained silent for a long while before he spoke. There's a spatial passageway at the end of the sky. It leads to the large world. However, there are experts guarding it. You have 3 choices. The 1 Sts to use a permit. The 2 NDIS to make the power you represent meet the required standards. In other words, you have to possess control over 100+ worlds and 10 medium worlds. Only then will the large world send you an invitation to enter the large world. As for the 3 choice, he paused for a moment at this point, and then he continued, the 3 choice is to fight your way up there. Fight his way up there. Yang Yi frowned. The 1 option was definitely impossible. He had no permits. As for the 2nd, if he was given the time, he had the chance to meet the requirements. However, taking control over 100+ worlds would definitely take a huge amount of time. He couldn't wait until then. The 3rd. He could only choose the 3rd. The black-robed man seemed to know what Yang Yi was thinking and said, You intend to fight your way up there? Yang Yi glanced at him and replied, That's what I intend to do for now. You're overestimating your ability. The black-robed man continued, From time immemorial, less than 5 have ever fought their way up into the large world. In the last tens of thousands of years, only 2 have succeeded in doing so. Yang Yi was quite curious, which 2? The black-robed man replied, Someone called Jian Wuji. He broke through the heaven path with just his sword. Once he arrived at the large world, he established the Sword God's Pavilion. All those years ago, he was reputed to be the #1 sword cultivator from the lower dimensions in the last tens of thousands of years. However, it didn't take long for that title to be disputed. Yang Yi asked, Why? The black-robed man answered, Because someone else broke through the heaven path not long after him. Moreover, that person was a sword cultivator too, and had used a shorter amount of time to get through the heaven path. Yang Yi asked, His name was the Unfettered One, right? The black-robed man was surprised. How did you know? It really was that fellow, the Unfettered One. That name was naturally not unfamiliar to Yang Yi. Since his time on Profounder Continent, Yang Yi had constantly heard about the Unfettered One. He was very curious about the Unfettered One, because there was a faint link between him and the Unfettered One. After all, the Sword Sect had been established by the Unfettered One, and the Sword Sect's current master was his wife. Moreover, had been part of the Sword Sect in the past. Meanwhile, the black-robed man continued. After Jian Wuji arrived at the large world, the one thing he did was visit all the sword cultivators there. Even though he paid them a visit, he was actually challenging them. However, he would send his greetings before he challenged every sword cultivator. So, even if they lost, they wouldn't feel any ill intent towards him. Conversely, many of them even became friends with him. The black-robed man fell silent at this point, and he only continued a while later. Once that fellow called the Unfettered One arrived at the large world, the one thing he did was around the same as Jian Wuji, but the method he used was very different. Had immediately gone to challenge all the renowned sword-cultivating sects in the large world, and every time he defeated them, he would even say that they weren't strong enough. So, his reputation in the large world wasn't very good. However, it didn't take long for him to vanish. He vanished? Yang Yi asked. Where did he go? The black-robed man shook his head. I don't know. In any case, no one saw him challenging anyone else after that. Perhaps it was because Head fought all of them. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Meanwhile, the black-robed man said, I've told you what I know. Now, it's your turn to fulfill your promise. My promise? Yang Yi was stunned and asked, What promise? The black-robed man's voice became cold. Are you planning on going back on your word? You're talking about your soul beast. Yang Yi nodded and said, I would never go back on my word, of course. Am I a person like that? I told you that you have to answer my questions before I return it to you. But I'm not done. The black-robed man said, Then hurry up. Yang Yi thought for a moment and said, There's a question that has been troubling me for a very long time, and I've never gotten an answer to it. You're from the large world, So you possess extensive knowledge and will definitely be able to answer it for me. Right. The question is, how many stars are there in our universe? This question is very simple for you, right? The black-clothed man felt speechless. You don't know? Yang Yi continued, if you don't know, then I can't return the soul beast to you. See, you haven't fulfilled my request, so I'm not going back on my word. How utterly shameless! The black-robed man roared with fury. At this moment, he naturally understood that Yang Yi had been buying time from the very beginning. So he didn't waste his breath again and was about to attack. Bang! Suddenly, a loud explosion resounded from below, and then a strand of resentment suddenly shot up into the sky. As soon as the resentment appeared, the space in an area of almost 5,000 kilometers instantly started to ripple violently as if an earthquake was rumbling through it. At the same time, the entire sky was suddenly covered in dark clouds. Everyone here was shocked, including Yang Yi. All of them looked down. The area below was filled by boundless resentment, baleful energy, and slaughter intent that surged up incessantly towards the sky. Their minds were almost corrupted by it. They hurriedly moved backwards and circulated their profound energy to protect themselves. Get down here now. All of you. Hurry. Boundary Maiden's anxious voice came from below. Her voice wasn't just anxious, it was even trembling slightly. What are they doing? Yang Yi had a puzzled expression on his face. Meanwhile, Nether Maiden and the pig-riding young woman didn't hesitate to shoot down. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Suddenly, Nether Maiden appeared by Yang Yi's side. At this moment, she had an extremely solemn expression on her face, and her countenance was even slightly pale. She's very important to us. Extremely important. Even if we die, we can't allow anything to happen to her. So, we have to head down there. As for here, I have to entrust it to you. Please. As soon as she finished speaking, Nether Maiden flashed down there. Yang Yi felt speechless. Suddenly, numerous formidable auras appeared in the sky above the radiant dimension, and these auras were approaching rapidly. More were here. Yang Yi turned to look at the black-robed man, Lin Suyao, and the others. He gulped and said, "Well, we know each other well, but you can't throw me in such a pit of fire." Chapter 1392, All on His Own. Chapter 1392, All on His Own. The black-robed man, the three Musanuans, Jin Xiao, and Lin Suyao's group were standing before Yang Yi. 9 people. 9 extraordinary geniuses who were comparable to semi-deities. Moreover, more had arrived. It didn't take long for 3 middle-aged men to appear in the sky above the radiant dimension. They weren't voiders but semi-deities, true semi-deities. Moreover, based on their auras, all of them weren't weak semi-deities but true semi-deities that had relied on their own hard work to attain their realms of cultivation. 12. Yang Yi wanted to flee now. He knew that Nether Maiden and the others had definitely not thrown him into such a situation on purpose. That face down below was probably really important to them, and it was so important that they were willing to sacrifice themselves. If he wasn't wrong, that face was the reason they'd gathered in the radiant dimension and stayed here for so long. What exactly was the face? He naturally didn't have the time to think about that right now. He had to consider how he would deal with these 12 people in front of him. He'd immediately thought of Cheong-Chi. Unfortunately, Cheong-Chi didn't reply no matter how he called out to Cheong-Chi. Obviously, he couldn't place any hopes on Cheong-Chi. Yang Yi remained silent for a moment before he looked up at the black-robed man and the others here. At this moment, all of them were looking at him too. Yang Yi pondered deeply for a short moment, and then he said, "I think we can sit down and discuss this. Talking about the problem is the most efficient method. What do all of you think?" "I think that the fist is the most efficient method to deal with things." The black-robed man spoke indifferently. "Yang Yi, I don't want to waste my breath on you. Hand over my soul beast, and I'll let you die with dignity. Otherwise, death would be what you wish for the most." Yang Yi glanced at them and said, "A person will explode with unimaginable strength when pushed into a corner. So, it's best if you don't push me into a corner. Otherwise, I'll fight desperately against all of you." What a joke. The black-robed man ridiculed. What a huge joke. Yang Yi, you're still so full of nonsense when you're about to die? Don't you think it's really laughable? The black-robed man didn't waste his breath again. He just waved his right hand and said, "His head is worth 10 permits. We can kill him first, and then discuss how to share the permits." All of them exchanged glances and nodded. They weren't fools, so they wouldn't discuss how to share the permits before they killed Yang Yi. They didn't speak another word and just charged at Yang Yi. The black-robed man charged at the front of the group. He knew that his soul beast was in Yang Yi's possession, and he might be able to get it back if he killed Yang Yi. As they charged at Yang Yi, all 12 of them released their auras in Yang Yi's direction, causing Yang Yi to feel like his heart had stopped. A wisp of ferocity flashed through Yang Yi's eyes as he watched the 12 of them charge at him. Bang! Suddenly, a beam of crystal blue light shot down from the starry sky, and it instantly entered Yang Yi's body from the top of his head. Once it entered his body, crystal blue scales instantly covered him. At the same time, stellar energy flowed incessantly through him. The stellar energy within him surged in waves. Yang Yi's eyes gradually turned blood red as he gazed at the black-robed man and the others. The ancient sheath appeared in his left grasp, and the sword in his right grasp was exchanged for the sword precursor. A terrifying aura surged out from Yang Yi once his sword was sheathed. Lin Suyao and the others' expressions changed drastically because they knew that Yang Yi was about to draw his sword. Just thinking about that attack made a chill run down their spines. Right when they were about to turn around and retreat, the black-robed man suddenly shouted with fury, "Don't retreat. He's almost completely exhausted. I'll stop this attack of his, so come with me. Kill." OM. A sword howl suddenly interrupted him, and then a beam of sword energy flashed out from Yang Yi's ancient sheath. It was so swift that it couldn't even be seen properly. The black-robed man's pupils had instantly constricted to the size of needles when the sword energy appeared, and then his hairs stood on end. He was horrified. At the moment he saw the attack, the black-robed man was in a terrible state. He knew that he'd severely underestimated Yang Yi's attack. As far as he'd been concerned, no matter how strong an emperor was, how strong could an emperor be? Could someone like that defy the heavens? So, he hadn't really taken Yang Yi's attack seriously. However, when he saw it, he knew that it could really defy the heavens. Unfortunately, it was too late. Hiss. The black-robed man's figure was split into two in midair. Because the sword energy was too swift, it was very abrupt and shocking. Because the others hadn't been able to catch sight of the sword energy. The most shocking part was that the halves of the black-robed man's body were still charging at Yang Yi. That was naturally caused by momentum. The black-robed man had been too swift, and Yang Yi's attack was swift too. So, his body continued forward even after he died. Lin Suyao and the others turned ghastly pale when they saw the black-robed man's figure being slashed into two. They were horrified to the extreme. Suddenly, one of the semi-deities amongst the three who just arrived spoke ferociously, "There's no need to fear him. That sword technique was so powerful, so it's impossible to execute numerous times. Let's attack him together. 10 permits are right in front." OM. Another sword howl resounded, and then that semi-deity's voice stopped abruptly. His figure stiffened on the spot while his eyes opened wide. His eyes were filled with disbelief. In an instant, Lin Suyao and the others watched as his body split open from the center as well. Blood and internal organs sprayed throughout the air. It was an absolutely bloody scene. All of them were stunned on the spot, and their eyes were filled with fear and terror. Meanwhile, Yang Yi sheathed his sword once more. OM. The ancient sheath trembled violently when his sword was sheathed within it, and then a ray of dazzling light erupted from it. At the same time, the space around Yang Yi seemed to be unable to endure the sword howl and shook violently. Lin Suyao and the others were horrified by this sight. All of them shot backwards and instantly moved around 10 kilometers back. Yang Yi's gaze descended onto Jin Xiu, who was comparatively closer to him. Jin Xiu's expression changed drastically, and he transformed into a ray of golden light that moved far away. Moreover, he hurriedly withdrew his defensive treasures and formed almost 1,000 golden profound energy barriers around himself. When he saw Jin Xiu retreat, Yang Yi gazed at the three Mu Sanyuans. Their expressions immediately changed, and they hurriedly retreated far away, just like Jin Shito. Once the three Mu Sanyuans retreated, Yang Yi gazed at Lin Suyao. Lin Suyao didn't retreat and just met Yang Ye's gaze. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly, and he placed his right hand on the hilt of his sword. Jin Shio and the others instantly became extremely vigilant from the sight of this, but Lin Suyao seemed quite calm this time. Right when Yang Yi was about to draw his sword, Lin Suyao suddenly said, "I don't want those permits anymore." Everyone, including Yang Yi, was stunned. She doesn't want it? Lin Suyao shot a deep and long glance at Yang Yi, and then she didn't speak another word before vanishing into the sky. "I don't want it anymore as well." The petite woman who rode the wolf took a deep and long glance at Yang Yi as well, and then she turned around and vanished into the sky. "I don't want it anymore as well." In next to no time, all the others who'd come here with Hua Tianyuan had turned around and left the radiant dimension. They were truly afraid. Perhaps the permit could change their destiny, but if they lost their lives, then even 1,000 permits would be useless. At this point in the battle, every single time they felt that it would be Yang Ye's last attack, or that he was almost exhausted, Yang Yi would give them a great, pleasant surprise. They truly didn't want to continue experiencing those pleasant surprises anymore. They couldn't take it anymore. So, Lin Suyao and the others had decisively chosen to leave. The permits were good, but their lives were more important. Once Lin Suyao and the others left, only Jin Shio, the three Mu Sanyuans, and the other two semi-deities remained here. There were only two choices before them. The first was to continue and annihilate Yang Yi, and the second was to do as Lin Suyao and the others had done. It was to decisively decide to leave. Even though they would lose their chance to obtain the permits, their survival would be guaranteed. However, they were truly unwilling to just leave like that. But while they refused to leave, they didn't dare to attack as well. Suddenly, Yang Yi gazed at Jin Shio and the others, and their expressions changed slightly while vigilance and fear filled their eyes. Even though Yang Yi was just an emperor and was a realm of cultivation below them, none of them dared to underestimate him. Yang Yi looked straight at them and said, "Is it really worth it to use your lives to exhaust me, and then allow those who arrive later to reap the benefits? If you think it's worth it, then what are you waiting for? Come at me right now." As he finished speaking, a ferocious expression appeared on Yang Ye's face, while a trace of madness appeared in his eyes. Jin Shio gazed at Yang Yi for a long time, and then he said, "I don't want the permits anymore as well." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure vanished into the sky. Since he didn't dare to attack, he had no choice but to retreat. Those who dare not attack yet refuse to retreat and constantly act hesitantly will usually suffer horrible fates. So, Jin Shio had decisively chosen to retreat. Those who couldn't resist temptation usually suffered terrible consequences. Once Jin Shio left, only the three Mu Sanyuans and those two semi-deities remained. The three Mu Sanyuans exchanged glances and nodded. They were just about to leave when an old man in linen robes suddenly appeared here. "My alliance should have stopped at nothing to kill you all those years ago. But it isn't too late now." As soon as he finished speaking, the old man in linen robes stretched out his hand and tapped a finger in Yang Ye's direction. Bang! Yang Yi was instantly blasted around 10 kilometers away. A deity! The three Mu Sanyuans and the two semi-deities who'd been about to leave had immediately stopped when they witnessed this scene. Chapter 1393, Battling a Deity. After retreating a few thousands of kilometers, Yang Yi finally stopped his figure. A mark created by a finger had been left behind on his chest. Even though the scales there had completely warped, they hadn't been broken open. Moreover, the mark swiftly vanished as his stellar energy repaired the scales there. Meanwhile, Yang Ye's body had merely been shaken slightly and hadn't suffered any material harm. Actually, this wasn't just the benefits of the stellar ward technique. His own physical strength and defenses had played a huge role as well. If he was an ordinary person, he would have definitely been heavily injured by that attack, even if he had the stellar ward technique. The stellar ward technique was very formidable, and it could protect its user from most damage. However, it was impossible for it to protect its user from all damage. For example, that attack Yang Yi had just received from the old man at the deity realm. Most of the damage had been resisted by the stellar ward technique, but the remaining force was still extremely strong, and that was what had blasted Yang Yi so far away. If his body wasn't at the epic realm, then the remaining force might have shattered his body. It was like what had happened to the short man when he fought the pig-riding young woman. His weapon had resisted the force within her attack, but his body hadn't been able to resist the remaining force that came from the collision. What powerful defenses! The old man's eyes narrowed slightly, and he sized up Yang Yi. Stellar energy. You're actually able to utilize both profound energy and stellar energy. Truly inconceivable. Many people in Skyriver Stellar region had noticed the existence of stellar energy in the past, and some had thought of cultivating with both profound energy and stellar energy. However, that was utterly impossible because they were two different types of energy, and they would conflict with each other when within a single body. If one absorbed too much stellar energy, the two types of energy wouldn't just conflict with each other, it was very likely for one's body to be unable to endure it and explode apart. There were cases of cultivators in Skyriver Stellar region that had tried to master both types of energy and exploded in the end. So, he hadn't expected Yang Yi to actually possess both profound energy and stellar energy at the same time. Yang Yi moved his gaze away from his chest and gazed at the old man. That old man is probably the deity from the Alliance of Guardians. Yang Yi remembered that Fan Zhongyan had said that the Alliance of Guardians had another deity guarding Skyriver Stellar region, so he felt that the old man should be that deity. A deity is here. Yang Yi couldn't help but feel slightly worried. He wasn't worried about himself. He was worried about Blind Maiden. Even though Blind Maiden hadn't shown herself, he knew that the pressure she was facing was definitely much greater than what he faced. If it was within her ability, she would have definitely not allowed a deity to come to the Radiant Dimension, because both he and the others from the Nether Pavilion would find it very strenuous to deal with a deity. Yet now, a deity had arrived here. In other words, Blind Maiden might have her hands full. Yang Yi's heart couldn't help but sink at the thought of that, because they would be finished if anything happened to Blind Maiden. Meanwhile, the old man said, "Yang Yi, that woman saved you that day. Now, let me see who'll save you today." As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward and tapped his finger in Yang Yi's direction. Space suddenly rippled like the surface of a lake. Yang Yi's expression changed. He took the sword precursor in both hands and swung it swiftly. Bang! A muffled explosion resounded, and then Yang Yi was blasted around 1 kilometer away. Once he stopped his figure, Yang Yi put the sword precursor away and exchanged it for Heaven's Gravestone. The sword precursor was clearly stronger than Heaven's Gravestone, but it had a huge problem. It exhausted too much profound energy. It consumed at least 5 times more profound energy than Heaven's Gravestone. So, unless he was executing the true form of Heavenrind, he would practically never utilize the sword precursor. The desire to kill in the old man's eyes grew even stronger when he saw Yang Yi overcome his attack. A true monstrous genius. Yang Yi was such a person. When it came to people like that, one should either avoid offending them or annihilate them if they've been offended. Otherwise, once they matured, the consequences would be absolutely impossible to endure. The old man pondered deeply for a moment and was about to attack. However, Yang Yi suddenly vanished on the spot, and he was in front of the old man when his figure appeared once more. At the same time, the tip of a sword stabbed towards the center of the old man's forehead. A wisp of ridicule arose on the corners of the old man's mouth. As far as he was concerned, even if Yang Yi was a true monstrous genius, an emperor like Yang Yi had no right to fight him. He was a deity, and Yang Yi was just an emperor. The old man didn't waste his breath and just flipped his right palm slightly, and then he slapped it forward. Bang! A wave of terrifying energy surged out from the center of his palm. In just an instant, Yang Yi was blasted around 3 kilometers away. Right when the old man was about to attack again, Yang Yi's figure suddenly stopped flying backwards, and then the sword god seal lit up on the center of his forehead. After that, Yang Yi vanished, and he was in front of the old man when his figure appeared once more. The 3 Musanuans and the 2 semi-deities' expressions changed drastically at the sight of this, and they shot backwards. Because they'd noticed a detail, And that detail was the blood-red sword in Yang Ye's ancient sheath had been changed while Yang Yi charged at the old man. Heaven's gravestone had been exchanged for the sword precursor. Meanwhile, Yang Yi arrived before the old man. A wisp of ridicule still remained on the corners of the old man's mouth. He was about to attack when his expression suddenly changed. Danger. Extreme danger. The old man was shocked. Why do I suddenly feel like I'm in extreme danger? Even though he was puzzled, he didn't act carelessly. A wave of terrifying aura surged out from him and slammed down upon Yang Yi. At the same time, he moved backwards. However, Yang Yi, who had arrived before him, had swiftly drawn his sword and swung it. Oem! At the moment this sword howl resounded, the old man's aura was instantly obliterated. At the same time, a huge expanse of space around them had collapsed in an instant. Besides that, large cracks were appearing through the expanse of space that was even farther away from them, and then numerous pillar-thick spatial rifts started spreading swiftly. It was an absolutely shocking sight. A few breaths of time later, the sky slowly returned to normal. At this moment, the old man who had been in front of Yang Yi was 30 kilometers away. The old man stared fixedly at Yang Yi. A short while passed before a wisp of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Crack. After that, a clear and resounding crack resounded. Mu Sanyuan and the others watched with astonishment as the old man's entire face suddenly cracked open. Moreover, the old man's entire body had cracked open as well. Blood was flowing from him like a fountain, and he was instantly drenched in blood. But he was still alive. Even though he was still alive, Mu Sanyuan and the others' hairs were standing on end. After all, the old man was a deity. A deity. However, had been reduced to such a state. Even though the old man wasn't dead, he was heavily injured. So, not to mention attacking, the old man probably wouldn't even dare to utilize his profound energy right now. It could be said that even a strong gale might be able to obliterate him. He was crippled. A deity had been crippled by a single swing of Yang Ye's sword. When they thought up to this point, Mu Sanyuan and the others couldn't help but shiver. Yang Yi hadn't chosen to follow up with another attack, because he was almost crippled as well. The stellar energy head absorbed into his body after executing the stellar ward technique had been completely exhausted. Actually, had exhausted all his stellar energy when he executed Heaven Rend twice just now. As for the Heaven Rend head just executed, Head used profound energy to execute it because his profound energy had recovered a little. This was the benefit of being able to possess two types of energy. They could supplement each other. Since the very beginning, Head executed Heaven Rend 5 times. 5 Heaven Rends. He was truly at the end of his strength. The reason he could still stand now was that the Stellar Ward technique was supporting him up. Once it vanished, he would be finished. Exhausted. Severely overexhausted. Kill him. Suddenly, the old man in linen robes shouted. However, a mouthful of blood instantly sprayed from his mouth once he finished speaking. Moreover, quite a bit of blood seeped out from his cracked face as well. Mu Sanyuan and the other 2 semi-deities exchanged glances, but they didn't choose to attack. Meanwhile, the old man spoke in a low voice. He's completely exhausted. Kill him quickly. It's the last chance you'll have. So long as you kill him, you'll be able to obtain 10 permits. So what are you waiting for? He wanted to do it himself. However, he didn't even dare to move a muscle right now. Yang Ye's attack had shattered his entire body and internal organs. It could be said that even an ordinary cultivator could kill him right now. But he knew that Yang Yi was definitely in a similar state right now. Otherwise, Yang Yi would definitely not be standing there. Now, the only people who could fight were Mu Sanyuan and the others. So, Head entrusted his hopes to them. Mu Sanyuan and the others immediately gazed at Yang Yi when they heard the old man. Meanwhile, Yang Yi looked at them as well. His face was calm, and he remained silent. All he did was sheath the sword precursor. Mu Sanyuan and the others' expressions changed drastically the sight of that. What are you afraid of? Meanwhile, the old man howled with fury. He's just trying to scare all of you. Tell me, if he had the strength to fight, would he just look at me and not try to kill me? Would he? He wouldn't. But he didn't try to kill me because he's heavily injured as well. All of you can definitely kill him with absolute ease. Mu Sanyuan and the others exchanged glances, hesitated for a moment, and then they shot towards Yang Yi. Yang Yi's eyelids twitched at the sight of this. Suddenly, a woman appeared in front of Yang Yi. After that, she stretched out her right hand and waved it. Yang Yi watched with astonishment as a wave of energy rippled forward, and then Mu Sanyuan and the others were instantly obliterated. It only took an instant. After that, she turned around to look at Yang Yi. Yang Yi's eyes instantly opened wide when he saw her. You are? Yang Yi's eyes were filled with bewilderment, disbelief, and a trace of fear. Chapter 1394 Misfortune. Who was she? Yang Yi had met her before, of course. Moreover, it wasn't even very long ago, because she was actually that face which Nether Maiden and the others had been suppressing. A ghastly pale countenance, blood-red eyes, hair that emanated faint violet-colored baleful energy. Just a little while ago, she was emanating extremely terrifying resentment, and even his sword intent was barely able to defend him against it. Slaughter intent, resentment, and baleful energy. She seemed like the entire world owed her billions. After a moment of shock, it didn't take long for ferocity to cover Yang Yi's face. Nether Maiden and the others had been suppressing her, yet now, she had taken human form. In other words, something happened to Nether Maiden and the others? Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. Where are they? At the same time, the sword god seal lit up on his forehead. She glanced at his forehead, pondered deeply for an instant, and then suddenly stretched out her hand and tapped her finger against his forehead. In an instant, the sword god seal fell silent. Yang Yi was shocked. Meanwhile, Nether Maiden appeared by his side, and then the pig-riding young woman, Boundary Maiden, Ice Maiden, Light Maiden, and Oblivion Maiden appeared in front of him. Yang Yi's eyes were filled with bewilderment. What? Meanwhile, Nether Maiden spoke. Remember what I told you about a hall master of my nether pavilion suffering a blood sentence? Yang Yi nodded as he naturally remembered. Nether Maiden walked over to the woman who was full of resentment. She's that hall master who suffered a blood sentence, and she's our fourth sister, Resentment Maiden. Yang Yi's mind was filled with questions. Isn't she dead? Nether Maiden shook her head. She didn't die. We used a special method to protect her. Yang Yi said, I'm still quite confused. Based on the strength all of you possessed, the Alliance of Guardians wouldn't have been able to harm you at all. But you were forced into such a situation all those years ago. Nether Maiden replied, We did it on purpose. Yang Yi asked, Why? Nether Maiden glanced at Resentment Maiden, and the latter nodded slightly before Nether Maiden continued, Fourth sister possesses the Heaven's Envy physique. So she lived a life of being punished by the heavens. There's something absolutely terrifying about this physique, and it's that even if she dies, it'll follow her to her next life. So, she's bound by misfortune for lifetimes and targeted by the Heaven Tao for lifetimes. However, once 10 lifetimes pass, her physique will undergo a transformation. Yang Yi frowned. A transformation? Nether Maiden nodded. Once 10 lifetimes are over, the Heaven Tao won't just cease to target her. She'll even gain control over the energy of misfortune. Nether Maiden paused for a moment at this point and continued, The energy of misfortune? Let me explain it like this. If Fourth Sister were to use it against you, then you'll suffer absolute misfortune from now on. Moreover, regardless of where you go, the eye of the Heaven Tao will immediately descend upon you if your aura is exposed in the slightest, and it'll stop at nothing to kill you. Yang Yi was visibly moved. The energy of misfortune, absolute misfortune, and even being pursued to death by the eye of the Heaven Tao. Just thinking about it was quite terrifying. Even though the eye of the Heaven Tao targeted him as well, it was under the circumstances that he killed others. But once he was affected by the energy of misfortune, then he didn't even have to kill because just exposing his aura would make the eye of the Heaven Tao come looking for him. In other words, Resentment Maiden could use the eye of the Heaven Tao and make it her ally. Meanwhile, Nether Maiden added, Understand? After the 10th lifetime passes, Fourth sister is able to forcefully extract the energy of misfortune within her and control it. Of course, experiencing 10 lifetimes isn't the only requirement to control the energy of misfortune. For the sake of taking control of the energy of misfortune, Fourth sister didn't hesitate to enter the cycle of reincarnation for 10 lifetimes, and she suffered the most painful torture in the world throughout every lifetime of hers. Nether Maiden fell silent when she spoke up to this point. The pig-riding young woman lowered her head slightly and remained silent. Meanwhile, Resentment Maiden shook her head slightly. There's no need to be sad about that. If I had resolved to enter the cycle of reincarnation earlier, that wouldn't have happened to eldest sister and second sister. Yang Yi asked, then why was she like that just now? Resentment Maiden was in the form of a face earlier, and she seemed to not recognize Nether Maiden and the others. Resentment Maiden suddenly said, tell the little fellow everything. Little fellow? Yang Yi's face was quite dark. Nether Maiden nodded. Fourth sister's consciousness was in battle with the energy of misfortune, so she wasn't conscious at all. She was being controlled by her negative emotions just now. We didn't dare to let her leave because we were afraid that she would go to a medium world. After all, once she entered a medium world, the Eye of the Heaven Tao would appear. Once the Eye of the Heaven Tao of a medium world appears, then the suffering she endured for the last 10 lifetimes of hers would be wasted. So that's why. Yang Yi finally came to an understanding when he heard her. Simply speaking, Resentment Maiden's death had been done on purpose, and the reason they'd gathered in the Radiant Dimension was to wait for Resentment Maiden to come back to life. Yang Yi asked, then what about those fellows from the large world? Their expressions instantly turned cold when they heard Yang Yi. Nether Maiden spoke in a low voice. They naturally don't want Fourth Sister to take control of the energy of misfortune. So, they started to act against us a while back. However, because of the restrictions of the Supreme Heaven Tao, they weren't able to send true experts down here, nor did they dare to do so. After all, they wouldn't dare to face Third Sister once they descend here and suffer a huge decline in their cultivations. The pig-riding young woman said, our current strength really is insufficient to fight them in the large world, but if they come down here and have their cultivations restrained, then they might perish. They dare not take such a gamble. So, they had no choice but to play such tricks. Actually, it was all thanks to you. Meanwhile, Nether Maiden said, we misjudged our strength a little. We thought just Boundary Maiden and Ice Maiden would be able to suppress Fourth Sister, but we far underestimated her ability. So, she was almost able to escape. Once that happened, the consequences would be unimaginable. The consequences would have been unimaginable if you weren't able to stop all those fellows. All of them gazed at Yang Yi. While they didn't speak, there was a trace of acknowledgement in their eyes. Actually, they'd helped Yang Yi previously because of Nether Maiden. Because he was friends with her, they gave her face and helped him while he was in the Radiant Dimension. Yet now, they truly acknowledged him and treated him as one of their own. Because if it wasn't for Yang Yi, they would have been in huge trouble. Of course, the main reason was they felt that Yang Yi was a really good friend. After all, he hadn't chosen to leave under such circumstances, and it proved that Nether Maiden hadn't misjudged him. Actually, they didn't have a good impression of Yang Yi because they were afraid that Nether Maiden was a bad judge of character. But now it would seem like Yang Yi was quite a good guy. Yang Yi smiled. We're all friends, so there's no need for that. He wasn't being polite because Nether Maiden was a friend that had gone through life and death with. Moreover, the Nether Pavilion had helped him in the past. It wasn't just on Radiant Dimension, had even received help on Dark Hell Continent. So, if the Nether Pavilion was in trouble, he would absolutely not stand by idly. Nether Maiden glanced at him and remained silent. Meanwhile, Yang Yi seemed to have thought of something and said, the Nether Pavilion has 10 halls, and that Shadow Maiden. He still remembered how Head killed a Shadow Maiden in the Radiant Dimension. All of them gazed at Yang Yi when they heard this. Yang Yi's eyelids twitched. Meanwhile, Nether Maiden said, she wasn't the real Shadow Maiden. Yang Yi was astounded. She wasn't. Nether Maiden nodded. If it was the true Shadow Maiden, you wouldn't have been able to kill her. Wed thought she was the real Shadow Maiden, so Wed sent our forces to look for her in Pine Prefecture. But later on, We realized that she was just someone who'd comprehended the laws of darkness like Shadow Maiden. She glanced at Yang Yi and continued, if she was the real Shadow Maiden, you wouldn't have just been unable to kill her, you might have been in danger instead. Really? Yang Yi continued, the laws of darkness aren't that strong. He wasn't lying because his laws of darkness were quite useless right now, especially when he was up against Voiders. Nether Maiden shook her head and said, Shadow Maiden doesn't just possess the laws of darkness. In short, if you have the chance to meet her, you'll understand. Yang Yi nodded, and then he glanced at them and said, Blind Maiden, Resentment Maiden, Boundary Maiden, Shadow Maiden, Oblivion Maiden, Nether Maiden, Ice Maiden, Light Maiden, and that fellow who rides a pig. If your eldest sister and second sister are included, then, if I didn't make a mistake in my calculation, aren't there more than 10 of you? Had heard from Nether Maiden that the Nether Pavilion only had 10 halls and 10 hall masters. Yet now, there was an extra one. Nether Maiden and the others gazed at the pig-riding young woman, and then the latter spoke indifferently, I'm not from the Nether Pavilion. Nether Maiden said, she's second sister's younger sister. She survived all those years ago, so she has been following us ever since. So that's why. Yang Yi nodded. I understand everything now. I have no further questions. All of you are from the large world. Meanwhile, the old man in linen robes spoke abruptly. If he could, he naturally wanted to leave. But not to mention leaving, he couldn't even move right now. Resentment Maiden shot a glance at him. She didn't say a word and just waved her hand lightly, and then a ray of red light swept out and obliterated the old man. Yang Yi was visibly moved. She's really strong and absolutely not inferior to Jiansu. Perhaps she's only slightly inferior to Blind Maiden. Meanwhile, Nether Maiden said, We're leaving. Yang Yi immediately asked, Where to? To look for our eldest sister and second sister. Nether Maiden continued, Boundary Maiden has found Shadow Maiden, so only our second sister and eldest sister are left. We can return to the large world once we find them. They are going to return to the large world. Yang Yi was shocked. He naturally didn't think that they were heading back there to enjoy the scenery. He didn't know what exactly had occurred in the past, but he knew that a storm of blood would definitely sweep through the large world once they returned. Suddenly, a powerful aura appeared in the sky above the radiant dimension. Of course, it was very weak in Resentment Maiden's eyes. It didn't take long for a man to appear before them. The man glanced through the surroundings, and his gaze locked onto Yang Yi in the end. You're that fellow, Yang Yi, right? Lien Suyao wasn't lying. You really are heavily injured. These women by your side are probably those women from the Nether Pavilion, right? Nice. I can get all of you in one fell swoop. A few dozen permits. Ha ha ha. I am. He seemed to have noticed something at this point, and his voice stopped abruptly. Chapter 1395, Fulfilling a Promise. The man's gaze had descended onto Resentment Maiden, and it didn't take long for him to turn ghastly pale. He was just about to speak when she suddenly waved her hand, and then a wave of dark red light swept forward before the man was obliterated. Yang Yi shook his head. If the man had arrived a little earlier, he might have had the chance to take Yang Ye's head. Yet now, wasn't he just giving his life away? After she obliterated the man, Resentment Maiden gazed at Yang Yi and flicked a shiny stone to Yang Yi. A little surprise flashed through the others' eyes when they saw the stone, and there was a trace of envy in their eyes as well. It was especially so for the pig-riding young woman. Her eyes were glowing, and it seemed like she wanted to take it from Yang Yi. Yang Yi was puzzled. What's this? The Worldman's Stone. Resentment Maiden continued. They'll spare you the details about its origins. You just have to know that once you refine and absorb it, it's equivalent to possessing a second Dantian, because it has a pocket of space within it, and it can store profound energy. If you keep it filled, then it can be your second Dantian to provide you profound energy when you really need it. Yang Yi was visibly moved when he heard this. He immediately took the stone in both hands and seemed as if he was afraid someone would take it from him. It was a treasure, a huge treasure. It was even more precious than an origin rank treasure. The volume of profound energy he could store was already much greater than others in the same realm of cultivation, but he was still only able to execute the true form of Heaven Ren twice, because it really consumed too much profound energy. Yet now, he could execute the true form of Heaven Ren 2 more times with the Worldman's Stone. For Heaven Rens, coupled with the stellar energy he could absorb via the Stellar Ward technique, he could execute around 7 Heaven Rens in the future. Moreover, it would definitely be able to save his life at a critical moment, because his profound energy had dried up in many of his battles. So, he couldn't repair his body swiftly. Just like this very moment, he was relying on the Stellar Ward technique to keep himself standing. If he had the Worldman's Stone, he wouldn't have to do that at all, because he would have extra profound energy, so he could use it to repair his body while he fought. So, the Worldman's Stone was absolutely useful to Yang Yi. Meanwhile, Nether Maiden suddenly spoke. "That's Fourth Sister's treasure." Yang Yi put the Worldman's Stone away before he gazed at Resentment Maiden, and he said, "Thank you, Fourth Sister." Resentment Maiden was slightly stunned. She hadn't expected Yang Yi to address her as Fourth Sister, just as Nether Maiden and the others did. She was slightly unaccustomed to it, but it didn't take long for her to return to normal. She nodded and said, "You helped us today, so the experts of the large world probably hold a grudge against you. Be careful when you head there in the future." Yang Yi nodded. "I will." He would naturally not dare to underestimate the experts of the large world. However, he didn't really fear them either. In any case, they didn't dare to come down here. But if he went to the large world in the future, then he really had to be a little careful. Resentment Maiden nodded slightly, and then she gazed at Nether Maiden and the others. "Let's go." As soon as she finished speaking, her figure flashed and vanished into the sky. It didn't take long for Light Maiden, Oblivion Maiden, and the others to follow her. Only Nether Maiden and the pig-riding young woman remained here. The pig-riding young woman walked over to Yang Yi's side and patted him on the shoulder. "Thank you for just now." As soon as she finished speaking, her figure shot up and vanished in the sky. Meanwhile, Nether Maiden suddenly said, "They wanted to kill you in the past." Yang Yi was puzzled. "Why?" Nether Maiden smiled. "They were afraid that you would take advantage of me." Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Nether Maiden restrained her smile and said, "We're leaving. I wonder if we'll have another chance to meet." Yang Yi asked, "You'll be heading to the large world, right?" Nether Maiden nodded. "Definitely." Yang Yi nodded and smiled. "They'll definitely be heading there too. So, we'll meet again, right?" She gazed at him for a long time before she said, "See you there." Her figure vanished into the sky once she finished speaking. "See you there." Yang Yi took a deep breath, and then he turned around and vanished on the spot. White Deer Academy. Once he returned to his room in the academy, Yang Yi immediately went to the cultivation room on the 3rd level. As soon as he entered it, his figure collapsed to the ground. After that, the scales on his body vanished rapidly. Once the scales vanished, threads of blood instantly started seeping out of him because his body was all cracked open. Xiao Yushi was shocked by this scene, and she hurriedly grabbed Yang Yi's hand and spoke in a trembling voice. Are you all right?" Yang Yi shook his head and smiled. "I'm fine. Don't worry." He really was fine. Even though his body had cracked apart, they were just external injuries. His internal organs hadn't suffered any injuries under the protection of the Stellar Ward technique. However, his physical strength was severely overexhausted. Exhaustion. That was the state he was currently in. Yang Yi withdrew some divine crystals and started swallowing them like a madman. Spirit energy surged into him before being completely absorbed by the primordial pagoda, and then threads of violet energy flowed out from within it. As soon as the violet energy appeared within him, they were fully absorbed by his body, and his body gradually recovered under the effects of the primordial violet energy. Xiao Yushi gradually relaxed when she saw his injuries recovering, and a wisp of pain flashed through her eyes as she gazed at him. Yang Yi's life was too exhausting. Since she'd known him, had been fighting and charging forward throughout his life. His footsteps were very swift and practically never stopped. She understood that it wasn't wrong as he was a man. If a man didn't fight and charge forward, how would he protect his family? But Yang Yi's life was too exhausting. He carried too much on his shoulders. Time trickled by. Yang Ye's body recovered rapidly under the effects of the primordial violet energy, and it took less than a day for him to recover completely. Once his body recovered, Yang Yi started refining the Worldman's Stone. He didn't encounter any problems during the process, and it didn't take long for it to be completely refined and absorbed. A link was formed between it and his mind, and it resided by the primordial pagoda's side once it was fully refined and absorbed. A second Dantian. Now that he had the Worldman's Stone, he didn't have to worry so much about his profound energy. He left the primordial pagoda with Xiao Yushi once everything was done. In the sky above White Deer Dimension. At this moment, White Deer Academy seemed exceptionally quiet because Xiao Bieli and the others had left. Xiao Yushi's gaze descended onto White Deer City, which was filled with ordinary cultivators. What about the ordinary people here? Yang Yi replied, the Alliance of Guardians won't act against them. Conversely, if we stay here, then they would truly be in danger. Actually, it can also be considered as an opportunity for them. Xiao Yushi was puzzled. An opportunity? Yang Yi nodded. Most of the powers in the Radiant Dimension have been destroyed by me. Presently, the Radiant Dimension is just waiting to be rebuilt. If it wasn't for the Alliance of Guardians, I would have been willing to develop my sword alliance here. However, this is part of the Alliance of Guardians territory, so staying here will only bring harm to them. Moreover, I have an even more important matter to attend to, so I can't pay any attention to the Radiant Dimension. Xiao Yushi nodded lightly. Where are we going now? To see someone before we leave the Radiant Dimension? As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi took Xiao Yushi's hand and vanished on the spot. Ocean of Clouds Merchant Group. Yang Yi brought Xiao Yushi to the Ocean of Clouds Merchant Group. He was here to see Bai Xiangyao, of course. She'd taken a huge risk to lend him the Imperial Cloud Shuttle all those years ago, so he naturally couldn't forget that debt he owed her. Moreover, she'd even helped him on many occasions. So, he was here to repay the favor. In the hall, Bai Xianjiao's gaze descended onto Yang Yi, and there was a trace of complicated emotions in her eyes as she gazed at him. Yang Yi had grown too quickly. Just a few years ago, had been pursued all over the Radiant Dimension. Yet now, as soon as he returned, Head swept through all the powers of the Radiant Dimension with matchless strength. He grew too quickly. Yang Yi smiled. Miss Bai, long time no see. He was quite grateful to her. He was grateful for all the help she'd given him, and he would never forget it. Bai Xianjiao's gaze paused on Xiao Yushi for a moment, and then she smiled. It has only been a few years since we last saw each other, yet you've already grown to such an extent. It's really quite a blow to my confidence. Yang Yi smiled, waved his right hand, and then a spatial ring appeared before Bai Xiangyao. Bai Xiangyao glanced at Yang Yi, took the spatial ring, and then gave its contents a glance. After that, she looked up at Yang Yi and spoke with surprise. Imperial Cloud Shuttles? Yang Yi nodded. Within the spatial ring were the 2 Imperial Cloud Shuttles Head, obtained within the ruins on Dark Hell Continent. He had the Void Cloud Shuttle now, so he naturally had no use for the Imperial Cloud Shuttles. Bai Xiangyao said, these aren't ordinary Imperial Cloud Shuttles. They are much better than the one I lent you all those years ago. Yang Yi smiled. I borrowed one from you, but because of certain reasons, I hadn't been able to return it to you in a timely manner. I'm truly sorry about that, so treat those 2 Imperial Cloud Shuttles as my apology. Bai Xiangyao pondered deeply for a few breaths of time, and then she nodded and took the spatial ring. She was very well aware that based on Yang Ye's current strength, the Imperial Cloud Shuttles were of no use to him. Meanwhile, Yang Yi added, Miss Bai, I own a medium world in Dark Hell Stellar region. The restrictions there have just been removed, so it has just started to recover. Are you interested in opening up a branch there? It was impossible to bring prosperity to Dark Hell Continent if he relied solely on the Sword Alliance's development. He had to draw over even more people to Dark Hell Continent. It was best if he could transform it into a place like Stellar City. After all, it was obvious how terrifying the yearly income of Stellar City was. A medium world? Bai Xiangyao was surprised. You have a medium world? Yang Yi replied, I can't really be considered one right now. It can only be considered a small world for now, but ITLL recover slowly. Bai Xiangyao took a deep and long glance at Yang Yi, And then she said, I'm naturally willing to open a branch there. After all, it was an absolutely good thing for her, so she would naturally not refuse. Yang Yi nodded. But I have a condition. You have to represent your merchant group. If it's anyone else, tell them that if it isn't you, then there's no need to go there. Bai Shengyao said, Thank you. After all, now that Yang Yi had said that, she was the only one in the merchant group who could expand their business there, so her status would naturally rise tremendously. Don't mention it. Yang Yi smiled. Once you arrive at Dark Hell Continent, you can look for the Sword Alliance's Yun Ban Qing if you need anything or need some help. Right? Even if you have some private matters to resolve, you can come seek my help. I will definitely not refuse if it's within my ability. Bai Shengyao smiled. Then you'll be my backing from now on. Yang Yi smiled and said, Miss Bai, see you on Dark Hell Continent. Farewell. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi didn't stay a moment longer. He immediately took Xiao Yushi's hand and vanished from the hall. Meanwhile, Bai Shengyao silently looked up at the sky outside the hall. In the sky, Xiao Yushi asked, Where are we going now? To fulfill a promise. Chapter 1396, I have to make it flashy. Now that he was done with his business in the Radiant Dimension, Yang Yi naturally intended to travel to Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region. After all, Lady was still waiting for him. However, he didn't go there directly, and he came to Stellar City first. How powerful was Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region? Yet it was still being pushed back repeatedly before Celestial Demon Stellar Region. So, it was utterly pointless to head there rashly. After all, his goal was to help Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region and not just Lady. If his goal was just to help Lady, then with the strength she possessed, could anyone stop her from going anywhere else in the world? So, he had to prepare. Stellar City. Leaf and Cloud. Leaf and Cloud was a small store that Yi Luyun had started in Stellar City. Because it had just started operating, it wasn't selling anything. In the hall, Yi Luyun's heart finally relaxed when she saw Yang Yi. Yang Yi was the Sword Alliance's backbone. If he was gone, then the Sword Alliance on Dark Hell Continent and everything else in Stellar City would collapse. Even though Yang Yi had wives, he was gone. Su Qingshi and the other strengths were utterly insufficient to take control of the Sword Alliance. Moreover, they wouldn't dare to maintain control of it, because if they tried to while not possessing sufficient strength, it would only bring calamity to them. So, nothing should ever happen to Yang Yi. Because Yang Yi's footsteps were too quick, and the Sword Alliance's development was extremely swift as well, there was a drawback. The drawback was instability. Yang Yi was the reason most people in the Sword Alliance stayed. They were gathered here because they thought highly of Yang Yi's future, and that was why they were willing to fight together. However, if he was gone, then many would leave. If they didn't have a leader with potential, then they would have no hope in the Sword Alliance. At that time, even Yi Luyun might leave. The Sword Alliance existed while Yang Yi existed. Yi Luyun restrained her thoughts, glanced at Xiao Yushi, and then gazed at Yang Yi and spoke softly, Is it done? Yang Yi nodded. I've resolved everything in the Radiant Dimension. Yi Luyun asked, You're heading to Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region now? Yang Yi shook his head. I've decided against that for now. Yi Luyun asked, You intend to attack the Alliance of Guardians headquarters? Yang Yi glanced at her with a trace of surprise in his eyes. How did you know? Yi Luyun pondered deeply for a moment and replied, I've been gathering information on Skyriver Stellar Region, Celestial Demon Stellar Region, and Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region since you left. Celestial Demon Stellar Region is the strongest amongst them. It's a 3-star stellar region. Skyriver Stellar Region is a 1-star stellar region. As for Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region, it was once a 3-star stellar region as well. Yet now, they only have control over a few worlds, so they can't even be considered a 2-star stellar region. Once Yi Luyun finished speaking, Yang Yi asked, 1 star? 3 stars? What's that? Yi Luyun explained, all the stellar regions beneath besides the large world itself are ranked by 1 to 4 stars. 4 stars are the greatest, and they belong to the stellar regions who have a chance of charging into the large world. Conversely, 1 star is the lowest. For example, Skyriver Stellar Region only possesses over a dozen worlds, and it doesn't have many deities as well. Yang Yi asked, how many stars does our dark hell stellar region possess? Yi Luyun glanced at him and spoke flatly, not even one. It's beneath the rankings. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. Yi Luyun continued, we don't have deities, and we have just one world. Even though it was once a medium world, it's no different to a small world right now. She paused for a moment and continued, we have a long way ahead of us. Yang Yi nodded and said, there's no rush. Let's take it slow. Go on. Yi Luyun continued, actually, clouds of heaven stellar region should have vanished a long time ago. However, it has been able to hold on for so long because of that woman, Zhuang Weiran. She's an extraordinary genius with absolutely terrifying strength. If she's given the time, then celestial demon stellar region would probably dare not attack clouds of heaven stellar region. Zhuang Weiran. Yang Yi clenched his fists. Obviously, she was enduring extremely heavy pressure right now. After all, she just had to agree, and Wildland's stellar region would lend her stellar region a hand. However, Lady hadn't. The consequence was that she had to shoulder the responsibility of fighting celestial demon stellar region. The lives of countless within her stellar region were carried on her shoulders. Yi Luyun added, even though clouds of heaven stellar region was pushed back repeatedly while she resisted persistently, it still existed. If you want to reduce her burden, then there's a way to do that quickly, and it's to launch a surprise attack on Skyriver Stellar Region's headquarters and force Skyriver Stellar Region to bring its forces back. So long as that happened, clouds of heaven stellar region would be able to catch its breath a little. However, that will only be a temporary measure. Yang Yi asked, where's the Alliance of Guardians headquarters? Actually, Head wanted to head over there while he was in the Radiant Dimension. However, he didn't know where it was. Moreover, he couldn't travel through space over extended periods because it consumed too much profound energy. So, he had no choice but to return to Stellar City. Yi Luyun gazed at him for quite some time before she asked, are you really going? Yang Yi nodded, I have to. Yi Luyun remained silent for a short while, and then she said, Skyriver Continent, Skyriver City, that's where their headquarters resides. It was jointly formed by some independent cultivators and small worlds. It has around 5 deities, and my initial estimations put their semi-deities at around 15 or more. Besides that, it had at least 30 or 40 true voiders. 5 deities. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. One had died earlier. In other words, they had 4 more deities. Besides that, their semi-deities couldn't be underestimated as well. After all, if he wanted to kill semi-deities, then he had to use the true form of Heavenrend. It was impossible for him to use the true form of Heavenrend on over a dozen semi-deities. Meanwhile, Yi Luyun added, your objective isn't to annihilate Skyriver Stellar Region, it's to force them to bring their experts back. So long as they retreat, you will have accomplished your goal. Understand? Yang Yi nodded and said, I understand. It was definitely impossible for him to annihilate Skyriver Stellar Region on his own. All he could do was force them to retreat and reduce the pressure that Lady endured. Meanwhile, Yi Luyun spoke with an extremely serious expression on her face. Remember that you must retreat once they bring their forces back. Otherwise, you might be besieged by numerous deities. Yang Yi smiled. Don't worry, I won't do something stupid like fighting a few deities. Even though he was confident, he wasn't confident to the point of thinking he could fight 4 deities on his own. Not to mention the 4 deities, he would have to flee even if those semi-deities swarmed him. Yi Luyun spoke solemnly. You must realize that you are linked to the fate of numerous people. Many will die if something happens to you. That makes me feel even more pressure. Yang Yi laughed bitterly. Looks like I absolutely can't die. Yi Luyun glanced at him and said, actually, I'm quite curious. You sword cultivators stress upon being unrestrained and having a free heart that's without any shackles. But you carry so much on your shoulders. Logically speaking, it's impossible for your attainments in the sword Dao to be so outstanding. But it just so happens that it's extremely formidable, and it isn't inferior to Jian Wuji at all. Yang Yi replied, actually, what you just said is absolutely right, and many sword cultivators are without restraint. Since there are no shackles on their hearts, they can focus on the sword, and so their attainments in the sword Dao are extremely formidable. However, am unlike them. You have to realize that the reason I cultivate the sword is so that I can protect my loved ones, and it isn't for the sake of pursuing the so-called limits of the sword Tao. In my opinion, the sword is a weapon to kill, and a weapon to protect my loved ones. The reason I cultivate it bitterly is to protect my loved ones, and it isn't purely for the sake of the sword Tao. Understand? Yi Luyuan fell silent. Yang Yi continued, in my opinion, my wives, my child, and all of you who follow me aren't shackles but motivation. The reason I continuously work hard on becoming strong is because I want to protect all of you. All of you are my motivation to grow stronger without end. A wisp of tender affection flashed through Xiao Yushi's eyes when she heard him, and then she held his hand tightly. Meanwhile, Yi Luyan suddenly said, "Then what about yourself? Have you never thought about yourself? Like authority, women, or eternal life?" Yang Yi was stunned because he really didn't pursue anything for himself. Authority? Women? Authority was no different to trash in his eyes. Even if he was allowed to be the Yang clan's patriarch, he wouldn't be interested. Women? He did pursue that a little, but he was really content with what he had, because he had Su Qingshi, Xiao Yushi, and the others. As for eternal life? Actually, he didn't care about eternal life. All he wanted was to just live a peaceful and comfortable life with Su Qingshi, Xiao Yushi, and the others. The longer one lived, the easier it was for problems to arise. A short while passed before Yang Yi shook his head and chuckled. He took Xiao Yushi's hand and said, "Actually, so long as the people I care about are all right, then everything is all right. Let's not talk about these things that are just a waste of time. I'm going to Sky River Stellar region now. Lu Yun, they'll leave everything here to you. Take care of your own safety and keep an eye on the situation between Clouds of Heaven Stellar region and Celestial Demon Stellar region at all times. Immediately send me a voice transmission if there's anything urgent." Yi Luyun spoke softly, "Be careful." Yang Yi nodded, and then he vanished on the spot with Xiao Yushi. Meanwhile, Yi Luyun remained silent for a long time, and then she spoke softly, protecting. "Actually, you're the same as Jian Wuji. Even though yours is selfish, being selfish is the best." Yang Yi didn't waste time and immediately used the teleportation formations in Stellar City to teleport himself to Sky River Continent. There was a defensive formation in the sky above Sky River Continent, and it was guarded as well. However, the guards weren't able to notice Yang Yi while he was enveloped beneath his sword domain, so he was able to arrive at Sky River City. Sky River City was the Alliance of Guardians headquarters. The sword spirit stood by Yang Yi's side and asked, "Are you going to carry out assassinations?" Yang Yi gazed at the city for a short while before he shook his head and said, "That would be too subtle. I have to make it flashy." As soon as he finished speaking, he gazed at the sword spirit. The sword spirit gazed at Yang Yi for a long time, and then she nodded and transformed into the sword precursor that entered the ancient sheath. Yang Yi grabbed the sword precursor's hilt tightly with his right hand. A wisp of ferocity curled up on the corners of his mouth while he gazed at Sky River City, and then he suddenly drew his sword and swung it in the city's direction. 1. Leaf is the Yi, in Yang Yi, Cloud is the Yun, in Yi Lu Yun. Chapter 1397 Slaughter. OM. A sharp and ear-piercing sword howl suddenly resounded through Sky River Continent, and then a snow-white beam of sword energy shot out from Yang Yi's ancient sheath. It shot forward like a bolt of lightning towards Sky River City. Everywhere it passed, space was instantly sliced open. At the same time, the space in an area of around 1 kilometer in its vicinity collapsed inch by inch, creating a huge spatial rift that extended from Yang Yi towards Sky River City. At the moment the sword howl resounded, everyone within Sky River City was horrified. As for the experts on the city walls, their souls almost left their bodies when they saw Yang Yi's sword energy. Yang Yi watched as the sword energy entered Sky River City, and then it was instantly split into two. Bang! A loud explosion resounded from afar, and it was accompanied by countless shrill cries. They didn't have the chance to flee, and many hadn't even been able to react. It appeared too abruptly and too swiftly. Even the defensive formation around Sky River City hadn't been able to react in time before the sword energy sliced the city into two. Yang Yes' face was cold and indifferent as he gazed at the distant city which had been split into two. There was naturally a reason why Head made such a flashy show of strength. Lady was definitely under immense pressure. So, he wanted to use actions to tell the world and Lady that she wasn't fighting alone. So, he had to try his best to draw attention. The more attention he drew, the lesser the pressure Lady endured would be. Because both the experts of Skyriver Stellar Region and Celestial Demon Stellar Region would definitely send some of their forces to deal with him. Who did this? Suddenly, a furious howl resounded from Skyriver City, and then over a dozen formidable auras shot up into the air and charged in Yang Yes' direction. All of them were semi-deities. Yang Yes' eyes narrowed slightly, and then he sheathed his sword while his profound energy circulated madly. It didn't take long for 13 old men to appear in front of Yang Yi. The white-haired old man who led the group was stunned when he saw Yang Yes' appearance. He hadn't expected that the person who launched this sudden attack on Skyriver City would be so young. But it didn't take long for ferocity to cover his face. Who are you? Why have you attacked my alliance of guardians? OM. A sword howl suddenly interrupted the old man, and then a strand of sword energy flashed out from the ancient sheath and carried an aura of absolute destruction as it shot towards the old man. The old man's pupils constricted at the sight of it. He wanted to fight back or flee, but it was too late, because he was too close to Yang Yi, and Yang Yi had immediately drawn his sword without saying a word. So, the old man hadn't put up his guard at all, and he could only watch as the sword energy struck his body. Hiss! The sword energy flashed by, and then the old man's figure was instantly obliterated. At the same time, the powerful wave of force created by the sword energy blasted all the others around 3 kilometers away. All of them were shocked. However, Yang Yi didn't waste his breath. He just drew his sword and swung it again. A beam of sword energy flashed, and then another old man was instantly obliterated. However, Yang Yi didn't stop there. He sheathed his sword again and drew it swiftly, and then another old man vanished on the spot. In an instant, 3 semi-deities had been killed, and the remaining 10 were stunned. Meanwhile, Yang Yi sheathed his sword once more. All 10 old men were horrified by the sight of this. At this moment, they didn't hesitate to turn around and vanish on the spot. They didn't fight. Why? Because they were completely horrified right now. Semi-deities, those that had died were semi-deities. However, they hadn't even been able to react before Yang Yi killed 3 of them. At this moment, all of them felt that they couldn't resist Yang Yi. Actually, they were utterly horrified. They couldn't be blamed for that. As semi-deities, their mental strength and courage were definitely outstanding. But the problem was that Yang Yi was too terrifying. He hadn't said a word before instantly killing 3 semi-deities. Head killed them in an instant. He hadn't fought them, one by one, in battle. Head just swung his sword 3 times and killed 2 semi-deities, and those semi-deities probably didn't even know how they died. Actually, they felt that Yang Yi was definitely a deity. Only a true deity was capable of killing semi-deities like they were just helpless chicks. A cold smile curled up on the corners of Yang Yes' mouth when he saw them flee. He didn't chase after them and just vanished on the spot. For attacks, Head drawn his sword 4 times just now, and the profound energy within his body and the Worldman's Stone had been completely exhausted. If the 10 remaining semi-deities had disregarded their safety and attacked him, then he would have no choice but to utilize the Stellar Ward technique. Moreover, even if he did that, he would be in a very bad situation, because absorbing stellar energy would only allow him to draw his sword 3 more times. But they had 10 experts on their side. Unfortunately, they hadn't dared to stay and fight him. Actually, this was the reason why Yang Yi hadn't said anything and just killed 3 of them. Had done so to give others the misconception that he was matchless and impossible to defeat. Had succeeded. His actions of killing 3 semi-deities in succession had made their mental defenses collapse, and they didn't even have the courage to fight him. So, he had the opportunity to catch his breath. Yang Yi didn't flee after he left. He just used his sword domain to conceal himself and entered Skyriver City. Of course, Head changed his clothes. His green clothes had been changed into a white robe, and his sword had been exchanged for a folding fan. He seemed like a rich young master. At this moment, Sky River City was filled with howls of sorrow. Countless people were crying with fear and fleeing madly, because everyone felt that a deity had launched a surprise attack on Sky River City. Yang Yi paid no attention to them, and he just entered a wrecked pavilion. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings before entering the primordial pagoda, and then he immediately went to the 3rd level. After that, he withdrew divine crystals and started absorbing them. The effects of the 3rd level were truly heaven-defying to the extreme. For example, if he were to repair his body and fill both his body and the Worldman's Stone's reserves of profound energy, then it would take at least 2 or 3 days in the outside world. It took the same time in the 3rd level of the primordial pagoda, but 2 or 3 days here was only equivalent to around 2 to 4 hours in the outside world. Regardless of whether it was used to cultivate or for other purposes, the 3rd level of the primordial pagoda was extremely terrifying. Actually, Yang Yi really looked forward to the 4th level. Every single level of the primordial pagoda had given him a huge, pleasant surprise. So, what surprise would the 4th level bring him? Moreover, he hadn't forgotten what the divining flame had said. He should go see it once he could access the 4th level. The divining flame had definitely not told him that because it wanted to chat with him. Perhaps it would submit to him and protect him once he could access the 4th level. If the divining flame is willing to submit to me. Just thinking about that made Yang Yi excited. Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and started to absorb the energy within the divine crystals. Time passed slowly. 2 days later, Yang Yi opened his eyes and head recovered to his peak state. Yang Yi glanced at Xiao Yushi. At this moment, she was looking at him too. He grinned, walked over to her, wrapped his arms around her waist, and kissed her softly on the lips before he said, "Don't worry. If I want to flee, then even deities wouldn't be able to catch me." Xiao Yushi spoke softly, "Be careful." Yang Yi nodded, and then he vanished on the spot. Once Yang Yi left, Xiao Yushi remained silent for a long time before she spoke softly, "I'll work hard on my cultivation." Sky River City. At this moment, the city was still in a mess. Actually, the chaos wasn't entirely Yang Yi's fault, and it was because many within the city had taken advantage of the situation to seek personal gain. Once Yang Yi slashed the city into 2, order had started to vanish within the city because everyone was busy taking care of themselves. So, at this moment, some had started to arouse malicious thoughts and took advantage of the situation. So, fighting and killing for treasures was going on throughout the city. Yang Yi glanced at the surroundings and then suddenly stretched out his hand. A man instantly appeared within his grasp. The man was horrified and was about to speak when Yang Yi spoke first. "Where are the experts of the Alliance?" He couldn't sweep the city with his divine sense, because they would notice it. He wanted to take them by surprise. The man was clearly terrified, and he even stuttered. At the city governor's estate. Yang Yi asked, "Which way?" The man raised his trembling hand and pointed to the side. Yang Yi nodded, released the man, and then vanished on the spot. Meanwhile, cold sweat was flowing from the man. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, and then his pupils constricted. Was he the one who slashed the city into 2? Yang Yi didn't waste any time and shot rapidly towards the city governor's estate. Of course, he didn't travel there openly. He made a show of strength when needed, but he knew when to keep a low profile. After all, keeping a low profile now made it easier for him to accomplish his goal. Yang Yi stood before a wall as he looked up at a huge palace in the distance. It was extremely large and luxurious, and there were numerous obscure and powerful auras within it. Yang Yi remained silent for an instant before the ancient sheath appeared in his grasp. There was a sword in it, the sword precursor. A wisp of ferocity curled up on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth as he gazed at the distant palace, and then he didn't hesitate to grab the sword's hilt with his right hand and draw it. Oem! A sword howl suddenly resounded through Sky River City, and the countenance of everyone within the city instantly turned ghastly pale. "It's here again." Bang! The palace shattered before Yang Yi, and then countless shrill cries instantly resounded. Yang Yi sheathed his sword, and then vanished on the spot. Around 5 breaths of time later, another sword howl resounded through the city. After that, a beam of sword energy descended from the sky, and it shot down like a bolt of lightning that was striking down upon Sky River City. Chapter 1398 Doomsday. Chapter 1398 Doomsday. The sword energy shot into the city. Bang! The shattered remains of Sky River City were instantly blasted into bits. Cries of shock and misery resounded incessantly throughout the city. The lucky survivors fled madly towards the surroundings because no one dared to stay in the city now. Yang Yi watched coldly from high above, and there was no pity in his eyes. Feeling pity for one's enemies was foolish. His plan was to cause the greatest commotion as possible, try his best to make the Alliance of Guardians call back its forces from Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region, try his best to draw the attention of Celestial Demon Stellar Region and Sky River Stellar Region, and try his best to alleviate the pressure Lady was enduring. The best way to do that was what he was doing right now. Even their base of operations had been destroyed, so he refused to believe that the experts from the Alliance of Guardians could still remain calm and composed. Of course, it didn't matter if they really refused to return. In any case, there were no deities in Sky River Stellar Region, so he could kill as he pleased. A wisp of ruthlessness curled up on the corners of Yang Ye's mouth as he looked down below, and then he sheathed his sword. At the same time, the profound energy within the Worldman's Stone started to circulate madly. Rumble. Meanwhile, 10 auras shot up into the air from the ruins of Sky River City. It didn't take long for 10 old men to appear where Yang Yi had been standing. At this moment, Yang Yi was gone. The black-robed man who led the group spoke ferociously. Who is that? Why is he targeting our Alliance of Guardians? Meanwhile, a gray-robed old man by his side spoke solemnly. It should be Yang Yi. Yang Yi. All of them gazed at the gray-robed old man, and then they seemed to have thought of something, causing their expressions to become extremely unsightly. That name was naturally not unfamiliar to them. It belonged to someone that the Alliance of Guardians had unanimously agreed to eliminate. Because Yang Ye's strength was too terrifying. The largest reason was Yang Ye's natural talent and potential. In just less than 2 years, Yang Yi had grown to the point of being able to kill semi-deities. If he attained the Voider Realm, would he be able to kill deities like they were just helpless sheep? So, the only deity left in Sky River Stellar Region had decided to head to the Radiant Dimension. Logically speaking, since a deity had gone to deal with Yang Yi, it should have been accomplished with ease. But they still hadn't seen that deity until now. However, they weren't worried because it was truly quite difficult to kill a deity. Yet now, Yang Yi was here. But there had been no news from that deity. All of them had thought of a certain possibility, so their faces had instantly turned pale. Meanwhile, the gray-robed old man spoke in a low voice. Don't scare yourselves. Yang Yi is an extraordinary genius, but it's impossible for him to kill a deity. Someone definitely helped him. All of them fell silent. They would have believed the gray-robed old man if he said all of that a while ago. Yet now, Yang Yi had instantly annihilated 3 semi-deities just now. 3 semi-deities in an instant. Such strength was something only a true deity possessed. In other words, Yang Ye's strength was already comparable to a deity. A few moments of silence ensued, and then a white-robed old man spoke solemnly. Immediately notice Elder Tsong's group. That's not advisable, right? Meanwhile, one of the old men said, the battle on Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region is at its peak. It won't take long for it to be completely conquered. At that time, our territory will double at the very least. If we retreat now, we might be unable to gain any new territories once Celestial Demon Stellar Region conquers Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region. All of them fell silent. Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region was about to fall, and if nothing unexpected happened, it would definitely be crushed. If they retreated now, it would be equivalent to giving everything away to Celestial Demon Stellar Region. That would harm all their interests, and it would be a huge loss for all of them. Meanwhile, one of the old men spoke in a low voice. We have 4 deities there, so we can bring one back. A deity and us should be sufficient to deal with Yang Yi. All of them hurriedly nodded because it was a good solution. An old man immediately withdrew a violet transmission talisman and crushed it, and it didn't take long for the space in front of them to tremble before returning to normal a few breaths of time later. The gray-robed old man spoke solemnly. From this moment onward, we have to be absolutely careful and be vigilant at all times. Moreover, we can't split up. Once we split up and give him an opportunity, then we... Suddenly, the space around 30 before them rippled, and then a beam of sword energy swept out from there. It was so swift that they hadn't even been able to react before one of the old men stiffened on the spot. It didn't take long for the old man's figure to become ethereal and vanish on the spot. All of them were horrified. This time, their reaction wasn't slow, and they immediately slapped their palms at the expansive space where the sword energy had come from. Bang, 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 bang. In an instant, that expansive space was obliterated. A short while later, it was completely repaired, but there was no sign of Yang Yi. All of them had extremely unsightly expressions on their faces. Yang Yi had killed another semi-deity in front of them, yet they hadn't even been able to catch sight of his shadow. That was absolutely terrifying. Actually, once they found out that it was Yang Yi, the fear they experienced had reduced quite a bit, because so long as Yang Yi dared to show himself, they would definitely dare to fight him. After all, Yang Yi was just an emperor and not a deity. If they were terrified by an emperor to the point of being afraid to fight, then it would be an absolute humiliation for them, and they wouldn't be able to let themselves do that. Yet now, Yang Yi refused to show himself and fight them, and he was just launching surprise attacks. The most terrifying part was that Yang Ye's ability to conceal himself was too formidable. He was completely undetectable and killed with a single strike. Was he even a sword cultivator? No, he was like an assassin. A long while of silence ensued, and then the gray-robed old man spoke solemnly. Ask Elder Tsang to send someone back as soon as possible. From this moment onwards, we'll join forces to fortify the space in an area of 300 around us, and then we wait for our reinforcements to arrive. As soon as he finished speaking, the 9 of them nodded and started fortifying the space around them. It didn't take long for the space around them to be strong like a fort. Now, it was impossible for anyone to enter this expanse of fortified space without them noticing. Moreover, once someone entered by force, they would sense it at the first possible moment. Time passed slowly, yet there was no movement in the surroundings. However, all 9 of them didn't dare act carelessly at all. Their minds were tense, and their eyes were filled with vigilance. Around 15 minutes later, shrill cries suddenly started resounding in the ruins down below. All 9 of them were shocked. Meanwhile, a middle-aged man arrived before them and spoke in a trembling voice. Someone is assassinating our voiders. The voiders? Their expressions instantly turned gloomy when they heard this. The voiders were the middle-level force of a power, and they absolutely couldn't be overlooked. After all, once a war occurred, it was impossible for only deities to fight. Moreover, voiders could pose a threat to semi-deities. Because the gap between voiders and semi-deities wasn't that huge, they hadn't expected Yang Yi to actually act against the voiders. Even they couldn't resist him, let alone those voiders. One of the old men spoke in a low voice. What do we do now? Head down there. The gray-robed old man spoke in a low voice. If we don't, he'll annihilate all the voiders. Moreover, it'll bitterly disappoint all our subordinates. So, we must head down there. They nodded, and then she shot towards the ruins of Skyriver City. However, Yang Yi was gone when they arrived there, and only corpses were left behind. There were voiders and emperors amongst the corpses, but most were voiders. One of the old men spoke in a low voice. He's too swift, and his ability to conceal his aura is too formidable. Suddenly, a shrill cry resounded from 3 kilometers away. Their expressions changed, and then immediately shot over to the source of the shrill cry. At this moment, a corpse was lying there. The corpse of a voider. Meanwhile, another shrill cry resounded from over 5 kilometers away. They were about to rush over when the gray-robed old man suddenly said, "There's no need to go there. It's too late. Notify all the voiders and emperors to converge with us. We must form a joint defense." They nodded, and then they hurriedly notified the emperors and voiders in the city. It didn't take long for all of them to converge with the gray-robed old man's group. At this moment, there were 9 semi-deities, 26 voiders that were made up of true and ordinary voiders, and over 300 emperors. They were all the experts of Skyriver City. The gray-robed old man ordered in a low voice, "Fortify the space around us." As soon as he finished speaking, all of them hurriedly did as he said. It didn't take long for the space around them to be solid as dark steel, but they still didn't dare relax and were fully vigilant. One of the old men by the gray-robed old man's side spoke in a low voice. "Now what?" "Wait," the gray-robed old man said. "Wait for a deity from our side to arrive." All of them nodded. Yang Yi was too terrifying, and only a deity could deal with Yang Yi. If they were to leave this place, then not to mention killing Yang Yi, they might not even be able to see him before they lost their lives. They had to wait. Wait until a deity arrived. Suddenly, someone cried out involuntarily with astonishment. "Look there!" They looked over towards the distance, and they saw a man in green clothes walking slowly towards them with a sword in his grasp. Yang Yi. Their expressions instantly changed. Yang Yi couldn't be said to be walking very quickly, but every single step he took seemed like it stomped down on their hearts, causing them to feel suffocated. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to grow closer and closer to them. Chapter 1399, An Overlapped Heaven Rend. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to stop, and then he placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. The expressions of everyone here changed drastically at the sight of this. Skyriver City had been destroyed by just 2 swings of Yang Yi's sword, and he was about to draw his sword again. So, how could they not be afraid? How could they not be terrified? Suddenly, the gray-robed old man shouted coldly, "Stay calm." His voice was like a thunderclap that shook their eardrums to the point sharp pain came from them. However, they did calm down quite a bit because of it. The gray-robed old man gazed at Yang Yi and spoke solemnly, "You're Yang Yi, right?" Yang Yi didn't speak. He started to walk towards the gray-robed old man's group. At the same time, a strand of terrifying sword intent slammed down upon them. The gray-robed old man was horrified and hurriedly said, "Yang Yi, the deities of my Skyriver stellar region are on the way here. You might be able to live if you leave right now. Otherwise, it'll soon be too late for you to leave." Deities? Yang Yi stopped, and then his sword intent surged back into him. The gray-robed old man heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that Yang Yi was afraid of deities, and he hurriedly said, "Of course, the deities of my Skyriver stellar region are rushing back as we speak. Based on their speed, it'll take 2 hours at most for them to arrive. You can preserve your life if you leave right now. Otherwise, you'll die a graveless death once they arrive." Yang Yi spoke coldly. "Are you trying to scare me?" "Scare you?" The gray-robed old man spoke coldly. "Yang Yi, if you don't believe me, then attack. We'll keep you here even if all of us have to die here today, and you'll die a graveless death once the experts of our alliance arrive." Yang Yi remained silent. Meanwhile, the gray-robed old man continued, "Yang Yi, I admit that your strength is heaven-defying indeed, but can you fight a deity? Even if you can fight one, can you fight 4? Can you resist the joint forces of 4 deities? If you don't want to die, then it's best if you leave right now." If he had a choice, he would hope that Yang Yi stayed, because once the deity arrived, then Yang Yi would definitely die. However, he didn't dare to make Yang Yi stay, because Yang Yi was too terrifying. If he was allowed to continue attacking them, then countless here would die before the deity could even get there. So, he had no choice but to scare Yang Yi away. Yang Yi seemed to have been scared by him. Yang Yi remained silent on the spot for over a dozen breaths of time, and then he transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the sky. All of them heaved sighs of relief at the sight of this. The gray-robed old man heaved a sigh of relief as well. Not to mention those semi-deities who'd lost their lives earlier. Even he couldn't resist that attack of Yang Yi's. Now that Yang Yi had left, his tense nerves had finally relaxed. Had been constantly afraid that Yang Yi would draw his sword, so had been extremely tense just now. Fortunately, had succeeded at scaring Yang Yi away. The others here exchanged glances, and then they couldn't help but smile. It was a smile from surviving calamity. Because they thought Yang Yi had been scared away, they dispersed their energy, which was fortifying the space around them, causing it to return to normal. Something is off. Suddenly, the gray-robed old man frowned. Yang Yi is absolutely not that cowardly. He wouldn't just be scared away because of a few words. The old man seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes opened wide as he quickly shouted, "Yang Yi hasn't left. Quickly fortify the space around us." OM. Suddenly, a sword howl interrupted the old man, and then a beam of sword energy flashed out from a distant point in space and entered their group. Bang! An explosion resounded, and then a semi-deity was obliterated. At the same time, the powerful aftershock of the collision blasted all the others around 10 kilometers away. Moreover, some emperors were even killed by the impact. Yang Yi hadn't left. All of them were horrified. Meanwhile, the gray-robed old man's anxious voice resounded, "Stay calm. Stay calm and join forces." OM. Meanwhile, another beam of sword energy emerged from a point in space, and then another semi-deity vanished on the spot. This time, all of them weren't able to calm down no matter what. They started fleeing madly in all directions, and this even included some voiders. Yang Yi had killed semi-deities in an instant. Yang Yi had instantly killed 2 semi-deities right in front of their eyes. Just thinking about it caused a chill to run down their spines. At this moment, they just wanted to run as far away as they could and avoid that god of death. It didn't take long for only 7 semi-deities and some voiders to remain here. As for the emperors, they'd fled. At this moment, Yang Yi had vanished as well, and it was like had never even made an appearance here. The 7 semi-deities had horrifyingly gloomy expressions on their faces. They hadn't expected Yang Yi to come back and even kill 2 semi-deities in an instant. That attack was too strong, and it was so strong that even semi-deities couldn't resist it. The gray-robed old man spoke solemnly. "How long will it take for our reinforcements to arrive?" A short moment of silence ensued before an old man said, "An hour at most." The gray-robed old man frowned. "That long?" The old man who spoke earlier shook his head and said, "Clouds of Heaven stellar region is too far away from both our stellar region and stellar city. If we have the dimensional teleportation flags, then it would take around 10 minutes at most for them to get back here. However, it seems like it was Yang Yi who took them as well." Yang Yi. The gray-robed old man's eyes narrowed slightly. He's an extraordinary genius. If he's allowed to grow, then our stellar region is finished. The others nodded when they heard him. Yang Yi's natural talent was too terrifying. If he was allowed to continue growing, then crushing the alliance of guardians would probably just take a few swings of his sword in the future. After all, Yang Yi was only an emperor right now, but he could kill semi-deities. Moreover, based on the heaven-defying strength he possessed, he was probably capable of fighting deities. Once he attained the Voider realm, even deities may not dare to fight him head-on. Meanwhile, one of the old men asked, "What do we do now?" "Wait." The gray-robed old man closed his eyes slowly. "We can do nothing but wait." If Yang Yi chose to fight them head-on, then they would actually not fear him. At the very least, they would dare to risk their lives and fight him. However, the problem was that he refused to fight them directly. He was like a ghost that hid within space, and then frequently appeared to swing his sword a few times before immediately leaving. The most terrifying part was that no one here could withstand that attack of his. So, they could only wait until their reinforcements arrived. Meanwhile, Yang Yi was hiding underground. The 2 heaven rends he just executed, and the 2 more head previously executed, had completely exhausted his profound energy. However, all of that wasn't a huge problem for him right now, because there was no one pursuing him, and it only took a few hours for him to recover both his physical strength and profound energy. In the primordial pagoda, Yang Yi sat cross-legged while divine crystals surrounded him. The divine crystals were burning, and countless strands of spirit energy emerged from them and surged into him. Actually, Yang Yi liked fighting and running like this. However, had always been on the defensive in the past. So, he could only go head-on against his enemies and couldn't flee. Yet now, he was attacking, so the decision to attack was in his hands. Since he had the sword domain, blink, and the laws of space, he merely had to flee or hide himself, and then even deities wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Of course, so long as he showed himself, then the strength and reaction of deities would be sufficient to instantly force him out of hiding. So, he didn't dare act carelessly when facing deities. Actually, that deity Head killed the other day couldn't really be considered as something Head accomplished. Head utilized the sword god's seal, stellar energy, and the advantage he had because the old man was close to him and had underestimated him. That was why Head been able to land a strike on the old man. But even then, he still hadn't been able to instantly kill the old man. So, it clearly showed how strong deities were. If a true deity didn't act carelessly, underestimate him, or go head-on against his Heavenrind, then he would be helpless against the deity. His Heavenrind had extraordinary explosive strength, and it was extremely swift too. However, deities were even faster, so they could dodge it. But deities were usually proud. It would be different if they faced cultivators at the same realm of cultivation. However, if they were facing an emperor, then many wouldn't choose to dodge because it was a humiliation. For example, Jiansu could have dodged Yang Ye's Heavenrind, but he hadn't and had chosen to go head-on against it. Jiansu was strong, so had been able to forcefully withstand it. That deity Yang Yi encountered in the radiant dimension had chosen to do the same, but he hadn't been able to withstand it. If one's strength was lacking, then don't make a show of strength. 2 days later, Yang Yi left the primordial pagoda. Yang Yi immediately left the ground and snuck towards the ruins of Skyriver River. He naturally didn't intend to stop. He wanted to make blood flow into rivers. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to arrive where the gray-robed old man and the others had been, but there was no one there. Yang Yi frowned. Meanwhile, the space around him suddenly started to tremble violently. An ambush. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. He knew that had been discovered, and only a deity could accomplish that. You really did choose to come back again. Suddenly, a voice resounded, and then a violet-robed old man walked out of space from afar. The gray-robed old man's group were behind the violet-robed old man. A deity. The violet-robed old man waved his right hand, and then the surrounding space instantly calmed down. If you didn't return, then it would really be difficult for me to locate you with your ability in concealment. Unfortunately, you chose to return. I've done something to the space here, so as soon as you returned, I immediately... The violet-robed old man's voice stopped abruptly because Yang Yi had suddenly transformed into a ray of light that shot towards him. Yang Yi was extremely swift. Coupled with the fact that Head launched the first attack, had been able to instantly arrive above the violet-robed old man. A wisp of ferocity flashed through his eyes while the sword god's seal emanated a ray of dazzling light on his forehead. His sword intent instantly grew numerous times stronger before he swiftly drew his sword and swung it. Yang Yi didn't stop after he drew his sword and swung it once, and he swiftly sheathed his sword before drawing it and swinging it once more. Because Head completed these attacks extremely quickly, the two Heavenrinds Head executed had overlapped together. Two Heavenrinds overlapped over each other. Chapter 1400 Fight and Run to Fight Again. Chapter 1400 Fight and Run to Fight Again. Two Heavenrinds overlapped over each other. It was two Heavenrinds that were enhanced by the sword god's seal. Actually, Yang Ye's first thought when he saw the deity wasn't to flee. It was to kill the deity. What was his objective? It was to reduce the pressure on Lady's shoulders. If Skyriver Stellar Region didn't bring back all its deities from Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region, then the pressure Lady experienced wouldn't be alleviated. So, he couldn't flee, because fleeing would only waste time. He had to kill the deity before him and make them realize how terrifying he was. He wanted Skyriver Stellar Region and Celestial Demon Stellar Region to understand that a single deity couldn't stop him. If they wanted to kill him, they would have to bring even more deities back from Clouds of Heaven Stellar Region. For the sake of giving that deity no chance to survive, Yang Yi had immediately activated the Sword God's seal and overlapped two Heavenrinds. How terrifying were two true Heavenrinds when they were overlapped together. At the instant the sword howl resounded, The space in a huge area around him was instantly shattered. At the same time, the ruins of Sky River City were blasted into bits. However, those bits were still breaking down. In an instant, they were completely obliterated. It was like Sky River City had never been there. A wisp of disdain had flashed through the old man's eyes when he saw Yang Yi attack. Was a true deity someone an ant at the Emperor realm could go against? However, his countenance had changed drastically when Yang Yi swung his sword. His countenance had turned ghastly pale while shock, terror, and a trace of disbelief filled his eyes. That's an emperor? An emperor can execute such a terrifying attack? Even though he was horrified, his strong desire to live had made the old man execute his stronger attack. At this instant, a terrifying aura that was accompanied by a circle of violet light surged out from the old man and swept towards Yang Yi. Bang! A huge explosion resounded through the surroundings, and then the space around them, which had just been repaired by the laws of the Heaven Tao, collapsed once more. Moreover, it collapsed at an alarming rate. In an instant, the space in a massive area around them had collapsed, and all the experts of Sky River City who hadn't been able to retreat in time were swallowed up by the black hole created there. Of course, that didn't include the Voiders and some comparatively stronger emperors. However, the rest were swallowed up if they hadn't been able to get away from Sky River City in time. In just that instant, Sky River City had lost countless experts. A few breaths of time passed before the space there gradually recovered. At this moment, Yang Yi was over 1 kilometer away, and the violet-robed old man was still there. The gray-robed old man's group was behind the violet-robed old man. At this moment, blood was seeping out from the corner of their mouths. Because they hadn't been able to dodge in time, the aftershock from the collision had struck them, and it struck them over 5 kilometers back and inflicted a certain amount of damage to them. Of course, they didn't care about their injuries right now. They cared about the violet-robed old man. The gray-robed and the others gazed at the violet-robed old man. The old man stared forward blankly in silence, and a few breaths of time passed before he looked up at Yang Yi. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he said, "How could this be possible? How could you execute such a formidable attack? That isn't something an emperor should be capable of. This doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense." As he spoke, the violet-robed old man's body started to become ethereal. The gray-robed old man and the others instantly turned ghastly pale at the sight of this. At this moment, their bodies couldn't help but tremble. It didn't take long for the violet-robed old man's figure to disperse completely. The gray-robed old man and the others took over a dozen steps back while horror filled their eyes. A deity had been killed in an instant. Yang Yi had killed a deity in an instant. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly glanced at them. Their expressions instantly changed drastically at the sight of this, and they didn't hesitate to retreat over 3 kilometers back. Yang Yi was at a loss for words. They gazed at Yang Yi with extreme vigilance on their faces while their profound energy surged madly. They weren't prepared to fight. They were prepared to flee. They would immediately flee if Yang Yi showed the slightest intent to attack. Fight? They would have dared to fight Yang Yi a while ago. Yet now, once they watched Yang Yi kill a deity in an instant, they didn't have the courage to fight him anymore. Yang Yi could even instantly kill a deity. Yang Yi didn't attack. He just glanced coldly at them, and then he turned around and walked off. No one knew if he did it on purpose, but Yang Yi walked extremely slowly. However, not one of them dared to chase after him. Moreover, they desperately wished for Yang Yi to walk faster. Around 15 minutes later, Yang Yi had vanished from their fields of vision, and then they immediately heaved sighs of relief. Meanwhile, the gray-robed old man spoke solemnly. "Immediately notify Elder Tsong and all the others to return at once." All of them? One of the old men frowned. "If we do that..." The gray-robed old man glanced coldly at the old man who'd just spoken. "I'm leaving the alliance right now if they don't return." Another old man stepped forward and stated, "Me too." It didn't take long for all of them to make their stands clear, and all of them were of the same mind as the gray-robed old man. What a joke. Yang Yi was here. If those deities didn't return, then how would they fight him? They couldn't. They could only wait for death to arrive. Only deities could deal with Yang Yi. No, It had to be at least 2 deities. The old man who spoke just now laughed bitterly, and then he nodded. Actually, even he understood that the deities had to rush back. Otherwise, all of them would be annihilated here. Once he received the agreement of everyone here, the old man sent the voice transmission. Yang Yi hadn't walked off slowly on purpose. It was actually because even walking had been a problem for him. After he left their fields of vision, Yang Yi immediately found a concealed place and entered the primordial pagoda. Yang Yi didn't enter the 3rd level because he didn't want to worry Xiao Yushi. As soon as he entered the world on the 1st level, Yang Ye's figure crashed to the ground, and his entire body started twitching incessantly. Backlash. It was backlash from exhausting himself beyond his limits. Actually, Yang Yi had thought about overlapping the true form of Heaven Rend from a very long time ago. Because ordinary Heaven Rends could be overlapped, then the true form of it could naturally be overlapped as well. However, he didn't have a chance to try it, because semi-deities could be killed with a single swing of Heaven Rend. So, he could only test it on a deity. It was the first time he'd overlapped the true form of Heaven Rend. What did that mean? It meant that he'd drawn his sword twice in practically the exact same moment. It had an extremely high requirement in terms of physical strength, because executing Heaven Rend just once exhausted a large amount of physical strength, while executing it twice in succession didn't give the body a chance to rest. So, the exhaustion was even more terrifying. When he drew his sword for the 2nd time, Yang Yi hadn't just exhausted all the profound energy within him and the Worldman's Stone. He'd even exhausted all his physical strength. Overlapping 2 Heaven Rends had increased the strength of his technique by over 5 times. However, its consumption had multiplied as well. Even his epic realm body wasn't really able to support that consumption. Fortunately, while it did hurt, his mind was still clear, and it wasn't as terrifying as suffering backlash from his sword intent. The backlash from his sword intent was too terrifying, and he was quite afraid of it. Yang Yi moved his finger slightly, and it didn't take long for countless divine crystals to appear around him as he laid there on the ground. Once the divine crystals emanated spirit energy, it was instantly absorbed by his body. At this moment, his body was truly starving. Now that spirit energy was surging into him, primordial violet energy appeared within him, and it didn't take long for the primordial violet energy to swiftly repair his body. Actually, Yang Yi noticed that if he could constantly recover after overexhausting his body, then it had a few benefits. The most obvious benefit was getting used to it and getting used to the backlash. If it were any other person, that person's mind would definitely collapse from the backlash, but in his opinion, it was just slightly painful. In other words, his ability to endure pain had improved tremendously. Another benefit was that he felt his body was growing stronger incessantly. Yes, every time he exhausted it beyond its limits, he felt that his body seemed to grow slightly stronger. Of course, it was mainly because his recovery could keep up. If his recovery couldn't keep up, then he wouldn't grow stronger. He would be crippled instead. All of this was thanks to the primordial violet energy. The primordial violet energy's recuperative ability was truly heaven-defying. It was exactly because he had primordial violet energy that he dared to exhaust his strength beyond its limits and fight like such a madman. Because so long as he was still breathing, the primordial violet energy could nurse him back to health. After his body recovered to normal, Yang Yi entered the 3rd level of the pagoda. Xiao Yushi was cultivating. He didn't disturb her, and he just sat down cross-legged and started absorbing spirit energy from divine crystals once more. 2 days later, Yang Yi opened his eyes slowly. At this moment, he'd recovered completely. His body was fine, and his profound energy had been refilled. Yang Yi glanced at Xiao Yushi. At this moment, her aura was gradually growing stronger, and she showed signs of advancing. However, she may not be able to succeed soon because she just advanced into the quasi-emperor realm. Yang Ye's gaze lingered on her for a long time, and then he left the primordial pagoda. Once he left the primordial pagoda, the sword precursor appeared in Yang Ye's grasp. At the same time, the ancient sheath appeared in his left grasp. Yang Yi sheathed it, and then he held the ancient sheath as he started walking towards where Sky River City once stood. Presently, he intended to fight and run recover, and attack again, and then run once more. He intended to cripple Skyriver's stellar region on his own. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.